This is Audible.
Buck 50 Productions, Blackstone Audio presents My Infamous Life, the audio biography of Mobb Deep's Prodigy, by Albert Prodigy Johnson, with Laura Checkaway. Read by Prodigy. I dedicate this book to my entire family tree. Kiki, Kizana, Shaka, and Fantasia, I love you. Introduction. June 28th, 2008, Mid-State Correctional Facility, Marcy, New York, 2:30 p.m. Sitting alone at my table in the visiting room, I had to wait until 3 p.m. when visiting hours were over before I could get back to my dorm. I wished I could have gotten up and walked out the prison with Alchemist when he had left, but I had more than 2 years to spend in that 8x10 box before I would be a free man again. This was the second time my friend and producer Alchemist had taken the 4-hour ride up from Manhattan to visit me. He looked good, healthy and focused. The visiting room was packed, around 60 other inmates, their families and friends. During our visit, a few inmates shouted, "Yo, Mobb Deep! What up, Alchemist? What up, Prodigy?" I told Al how the inmates and the correctional officers had been showing me love and asking for autographs. But after Al left, I sat there, observing everyone around me, and I was reminded that I was just another inmate just like everybody else. Then number 08A1481. My department identification number represents the year which I got locked up. 08. The facility code, A, for downstate, the prison I was initially in. And then 1481 indicates that I was the 1,481st inmate to get locked up in the prison that year. We were all the same while stuck inside. Even though I didn't want to be in this prison, I deserved to be here. I would hear inmates complain and bitch all day and night about how uncomfortable they were, how unfair the rules and the officers were, and how stressful being locked up was. Stop crying, do your time, I say to myself. I've done plenty of damage in my days. I've done some wicked, evil, terrible things to people in my past. Shit. The 3.5 years I got was just a slap on the wrist when I think back on all the things I've gotten away with. So I just accepted my circumstances and made the best out of it. Put my time to good use. Prison has given me the time to reflect, look deep inside, realize where I've been, where I am, and where I'm going. I used to be cold and emotionless. I believe the disease I was born with, sickle cell anemia, made me that way. Factor in my environment and the people I surrounded myself with, and yeah, you got the makings of a sinful person. I'm different now, only 'cause I choose to be. I know now that good is the correct way to be. I've been straddling the fence for a number of years, thinking it was okay to do a little bit of evil if I was doing a lot of good. But life doesn't work like that. You have to choose a side. My mind, body, and soul are in excellent condition now. I've never felt so invigorated. I've been in the music industry since I was 16 years old, touring the world, selling millions of albums, groupies, drugs, alcohol, sex, radio, TV, magazines, video, money, jewelry, cars, fashion, rap verses, beats, and studios at my disposal non-stop for 17 years straight. Non-stop. 17 years. Do the math. I came to prison when I turned 33. The truth is, I never took the time to stop and mature mentally until now. To step outside my little fast-paced world and see what needed to be adjusted. It's like I was suspended in time. like I was 16 years old for 17 years. I never grew up. You follow what I'm saying? I am a man now. My hard-headed ass took the long, rocky road to get to this point, but at least I finally made it. Chapter 1. Genesis. Here's a brief family history, because these are the pieces of my puzzle that are most important. Both of my grandparents on my pop's side were half black, half Cherokee Indian from the dirty South. Grandpops from Dallas, Texas, and grandmoms from Richmond, Virginia. Bud and Bernice Johnson were big time in their day. Grandmoms who had a rare combination of dark brown skin, very soft, straight hair, was one of the first Cotton Club dancers at the world-famous nightclub in Harlem. Singer-actress Lena Horne, who also danced at the Cotton Club before her rise to fame, was one of her close friends coming up. In order to be a black person inside that club, your complexion had to be lighted in a brown paper bag, or you had to be part of the entertainment or the help. And that's where my grandparents met. My grandmother told me that my grandfather, who played in the club's band every night, wanted her to stop dancing there, but I don't think she stopped until she was ready. Grandpops was a world-famous jazz musician, now in the big band and Jazz Hall of Fame, who played the saxophone and clarinet and was friends with the major jazz players of that time, Billy Eckstine, Dizzy Gillespie, Gary Bartz, and Frank Foster would come over to the crib and chill. My grandfather wrote his own sheet music and released many albums. He helped teach Quincy Jones to read and write music and toured the world as a member of one of Quincy's first big bands. On weekends as a kid, late at night, Grandpops, or Big Bud, as they called him, would sit me on his lap and try to teach me all these funny-looking music notes while he puffed away on his tobacco pipe. It was a foreign language to me, and I was just too young. Soon after the Cotton Club gig, Grandmom's opened up her own dance school in Jamaica, Queens, the Bernice Johnson Dance School. She started the business in the basement of her house with only a handful of students, but grew so big that she became the first black woman to own a building on Merrick Boulevard and dubbed herself the HNIC, head nigga in charge. In the 70s and 80s, movies like Saturday Night Fever, Fame, Flashdance, Beat Street, and Footloose, plus the Michael Jackson and breakdancing and rap music craze, made people really want to dance. Her school was a huge success. But don't let the good fortune, showbiz, and spotlights fool you. My grandparents and parents came up during the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, during major segregation, racism, lynching, and pure hatred for black people. When they gave birth to my father, Bud Johnson Jr., they were very well off money-wise. So growing up, my pops was known as the rich kid in South Jamaica. He got into a lot of fights to prove himself in the streets. Extra wild shit to show people he wasn't no punk. This was my pop's side of the family. Mom's side was different. On my mom's side, my great-great-great-grandpops, William Jefferson White, and great-great-great-grandmoms, Josephine White, were 5% black and 95% Irish. Her entire side of the family could pass for Caucasian. Great-great-great-grandpops wasn't a joke. He was a minister who founded and built Morehouse College in the basement of his Baptist church in Augusta, Georgia, in 1867. When I found that out, I had to pick my jaw from off the floor. So many famous black men graduated from Morehouse, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Samuel L. Jackson, even Spike Lee. William's grandson, my great-grandfather, William J. Shaw, was the secretary of the Republican Central Committee of Georgia from 1926 to 1961, the only black member to hold that political position in Georgia at that time. In 1950, he established the first post office for blacks in Atlanta. Black people had to travel way outside of Atlanta for postal service before that. Finding out about my family tree blew my mind. At first, I was disgusted that I had white blood in me. All I could think about was some white slave master raping my black ancestors. But then I just learned to accept it. My father, Bud Johnson Jr., was born September 14th, 1942, and was raised in my grandparents' Jamaica Queens house, right behind God Brewer Boulevard. My mom's, Fatima Frances Johnson, was born July 29th, 1944, and raised in Harlem until age 6, when her family moved to South Jamaica Projects right next to my pops. Her mother's name was Bernie Johnson, similar to my pop's mother, Bernice Johnson. Moms and Pops met at my grandma's dance school. Pops was 11, and he loved playing the drums. My mom's was 9, a girl with a sweetheart who loved to sing and dance. She took every class there was. Their puppy love was short-lived. Pops thought he was a player, and Moms left him when she found out he had a handful of girlfriends. At 15, Pops was in a doo-wop group called the Chanters. They had a couple of lukewarm records. Mom's career, on the other hand, must have had Pops wishing he never messed up with her. In 1962, 6 years after my pop's short run in the music biz, Moms was asked to join a group called the Crystals. Moms was a dime, a 19-year-old light-skinned sister with hazel green eyes who happened to be in the right place at the right time. She had a young son, my older brother, Greg. We have different fathers. And she left him with family so she could hit the road. Moms was big time. The Crystals had a bunch of hit records, including He's a Rebel, The Do Run Run, and Then He Kissed Me, Uptown, and There's No Other Like My Baby. They went on world tours with Diana Ross and the Supremes, Dick Clark, and the like. At one point, she was engaged to Charlie Thomas from the Drifters, but that ain't last. That was just some on the road too long and feeling lonely thing. After being on tour for 3 years straight, Moms and Pops got back together soon after she came back to New York. I guess he really loved her, but he was a wild boy. I know that she loved him. They finally stopped bullshitting and they got married. Now, I was born on November 2nd, 1974, at approximately 9:32 p.m. at Nassau County Medical Center in Hempstead, Long Island. By the time I popped out, Hempstead had become almost all black because of what's called white flight. That means that black people started buying property in white neighborhoods and the whites moved out. My grandmother owned 2 houses at that time, one in Hempstead and another in Lakeview, the next town over. Moms, Pops, my brother Greg, and I moved into my grandmom's crib in Lakeview. At less than 1 year old, I was admitted to the hospital for the first time. Bright lights, doctors poking, stabbing, pushing, pulling all over my pain. My mother, my father, relatives' faces bending down, looking at me. Wires connected to my arm with bags full of fluid dripping. All these foggy memories, I guess the trauma I went through forced me to remember. I wanted to crawl back in my mother's stomach the same way I came out, back to the warm, dark place where I was safe. Who said I wanted to come out anyway? I was fine where I was at. But the witch and wizard doctors cut my mother open and pulled me out like they were conducting some twisted ritual and forced me to take part in this crazy world. There was nothing I could do but be confused and wait. I was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia, SS type, the worst form of sickle cell there is, a painful, hereditary blood disorder that affects only blacks and Latinos. There was very limited information about sickle cell when my parents were planning to have a child, so they were just as confused as me. When I got out the hospital, My parents brought me to my grandma's dance school in Jamaica, Queens. I went from being a science experiment, screaming in a cold, dark hospital alone, to laughing while doing a baby bounce, to the sound of African drums, stomping feet, girls gyrating their bodies to the beat with hundreds of smiling black faces surrounding me. My father was a master African drummer, and my mom's was a dancer. I'd sit in the stroller on the sidelines, or someone would hold me on their lap for a better view, bopping my head to the beat so intensely that my father called me Bophead. Extreme pain to extreme pleasure has been the story of my entire life. That tremendous joy and pain, then joy and pain again, turned me into one little moody motherfucker. My grandmother's dance business was making a lot of money, and she enrolled me into a private preschool at age 4. During winter, waiting for the school bus in the morning, my ankles would start to ache. I hated cold winter mornings. A sickle cell attack would creep up slowly in my ankles, legs, arms, back, stomach, and chest. Sometimes my lips and tongue turned numb, and I knew I was going into a crisis. Crazy, right? When the bus came, I would walk slowly to avoid the pain bum rushing my whole body while the other kids stared through the bus windows, wondering if I was crazy or retarded. But I learned to stay calm and not be embarrassed. I'd rather move slow and look crazy than take the trip to the emergency room. If I moved my body parts fast, it would agitate my sickle cells and cause my pain to increase. But if I moved slowly, and if I was lucky enough, the pain would remain minimal and sometimes even go away. One chilly autumn morning, after walking extra slow to the bus because my pain was sneaking up, I sat in a seat where the sun was beaming hot. The sun shined in that spot the entire ride. I sat very still, without moving a muscle. 15 minutes later, I got off the bus and the pain was gone. I learned a new trick. The sun's heat actually killed the sickle cells. So every cold morning, I sat in the sun and I would curse Mother Nature on cloudy, rainy days. I was a very serious child who never got to enjoy life to the fullest like a normal, healthy kid because of my sickle cell. All my boys were into sports and physical fitness, but as bad as I wanted to, I couldn't join in because overworking my body would trigger my pain. Sometimes I'd wake up in severe pain in my stomach and back and constant throbbing like my bones were broken. Pain and I got real close in those early years. Ever since I was born, I was at the hospital at least 4 to 6 times a year with sickle cell. Every year. Sometimes for a week. Sometimes even up to a month. There's no conventional medical cure for sickle cell. The only treatment was high doses of strong pain medication, like Tylenol with codeine as a child, and Demerol or morphine as I got older. You know, the stuff that they give soldiers when their limbs get blown off in war. Hospitals only allow doses every 4 hours, but I had a high tolerance for medication because my pain was greater than most people's. After an hour, I was screaming in pain again. As a child, I'd be in the emergency room, screaming, squirming on a stretcher like I was about to die. Some evil nurses and doctors would try to shut me up. When they couldn't, they'd call security, wheel me into the back room, and close the door to muffle my screams. Finally, the pain medicine would settle me down. My family would rub the painful spots, trying to soothe me. But after visiting hours were over, it was just me and my comrade Pain. I saw a lot of death and disease in those hospitals. I shared rooms with kids with leukemia whose parents brought them anything they wanted, anything they wished for, because they were on their deathbeds. And it had a profound effect on my mentality. It turned me into a very no-nonsense little kid. As I got older, people always ask, "Are you tired? What's wrong with you? You look angry. Why are you so quiet? Are you upset?" I always hated that shit. No, I'm not tired. No, I'm not angry. Well, maybe a little bit. I'm just not a happy-go-lucky motherfucker. I'm a serious dude because I grew up with a lot of pain, death, and madness. It's rare for me to be smiling and in a good mood. At age 4, I got into a fight with this white kid in the schoolyard for calling me a name I can't even remember. I hopped off the swings and threw a toy teapot at him and missed. He threw it back, and I tried ducking by bending over to the front, but I only ended up using the top of my forehead as a bat for his wild pitch. A big cartoon lump rose up on my forehead. Head bleeding, I saw the scared look on the white boy's face. He didn't mean to hit me in the head. The teacher called my father. After I told my pops the story in the car, he told me to stop crying. "Don't ever duck down when somebody throws something at you," he said. Pops was also a karate sensei, a natural-born fighter, and had his own karate school for a few years before I was born. "Just move to the side." After my forehead lump went down, my pops started teaching me karate moves. He enrolled me into a karate class on Jamaica Avenue on 169th Street. My mother didn't like it because of the full body contact, though contact didn't come until 2nd and 3rd degree white belt. My sensei had me cleaning the wood floor with a wet rag while barefoot in my uniform. This was for balance and stamina, like in the movie Karate Kid. Strength training. After 2 months, I got frustrated because I wasn't learning to fight yet. I caught a sickle cell crisis from that cold, wet floor, and Mom said my karate lessons were over. Pops was pissed. "You turning him into a punk," he barked. Chest pain overwhelmed me, and I was admitted to Jamaica Hospital. Definitely not the best hospital in Queens. My mom's friend, Dr. Francis, worked there, a black female sickle cell specialist. After Dr. Francis got us in, the doctors informed my mother that I had acute chest syndrome, the sickle cell form of pneumonia. On that visit, I learned to make my presence felt in the emergency room. The squeaky wheel gets the oil. My parents had been trying to coach me on how to conduct myself, but I didn't catch on. "Make noise." Hospital ERs don't give a good goddamn about people with sickle cell. But by the time I hit my teens, going to the ER was like going to war. A sickle cell crisis gets gradually worse as time passes. Normal red blood cells are small round circles that resemble a round piece of candy, like a Surge Mint or a Lifesaver without the hole in the middle. When going into a sickle cell crisis, normal round red blood cells change to a crescent or a sickle shape. Those sickle-shaped blood cells create a domino effect, interlocking throughout the body, creating clotting and blocking oxygen from flowing through the bloodstream. Loss of oxygen combined with the loss of blood flow creates tremendous pain, risk of stroke, bone damage, and other life-threatening consequences. It also causes the immune system to weaken, and it makes it easy to get infections. Acute chest syndrome was no joke for a 4-year-old, and they put me in a big plastic bubble in the intensive care unit. My mother worked during the day, so my grandmother stayed all day and my moms came at night. One afternoon, when grandmoms came to see me, I was sleeping hard for a few hours. And when she tried waking me up, I wouldn't open my eyes. She called the doctor to check on me, and they said I was just sleeping. She called their superiors, and they said the same. But my grandmother, a southern, strong-willed female from the old school, knew better. She told them that the next person that she was going to call would be her lawyer if they didn't wake me up immediately. They went into a frenzy, finding that all my vital signs were deadly low and I was slipping in and out of a coma. Grandma saved my life. Moms and grandmoms had a meeting with Dr. Francis to get me out of Jamaica Hospital. Dr. Francis had her own sickle cell clinic in a house on Farmers Boulevard in Jamaica, where I hated going because it meant I was getting a penicillin shot in my butt, one of her remedies for sickle cell. She told moms and grandmoms that Long Island Jewish Hospital was more prestigious than Jamaica Hospital, so I was transferred there for at least a month. The pediatrics unit at Long Island Jewish Hospital had air hockey, foosball, toys, and movies. Jamaica Hospital didn't have a single game or activity. As soon as I felt well enough, I dragged my IV pole down the hallway to the playroom. I was in sick kid heaven. The food was like home cooking. They had brand name cereals, corn pops, sugar smacks, frosted flakes. But no matter how much good stuff they had, it was still just a nasty ass hospital. People dying and infectious disease all around. When I got out the following month, it was back to the cold mornings, walking slowly to the school bus. I started getting used to this routine, landing in the hospital at least 6 times between the ages 4 and 5. My parents realized I had another serious problem around that age, pissing in the bed. Most men, let alone rappers, wouldn't dare admit this, but a side effect from drinking tons of water to keep my blood hydrated was waking up with a flood in my bed. "Why didn't you just get up to use the bathroom?" my pops used to yell. I tried to explain that I was just sleeping when it happened, so how could I get up? But Pops wasn't trying to hear that. He whipped my ass with the belt, thinking I was just scared of the dark and didn't want to walk to the bathroom at night. Grandma's bought this crazy gadget that was supposed to put an end to the bedwetting. A pair of padded underpants with a sensor in the crotch attached to a wire, which attached to my pointer finger, powered by a 9-volt battery. As soon as you started pissing, the sensor made the finger attachment vibrate to wake you up. Basically a pair of high-tech diapers. I felt like an idiot, but it was worth a try. The first night, I slept through the vibrating and woke up with the usual flood in my bed. My fingers still vibrating when I woke up. We tried a few more nights, to no avail. The gadget went into the garbage. In 1980, when I was 6, my grandma's paid for me to go to Woodmere Academy, a private elementary school 5 minutes from West Hempstead in a town called Malvern. The school was 99% white. The only other black kids were my friend Darren and his sister Michelle. Darren smelled like he stepped in shit all the time. It had to be his breath. I never had any racial problems at Woodmere, except one day in the locker room after gym class, a white kid named Max had $40 stolen from his locker and tried to blame me. Max was the first person I'd ever seen with his own credit card. Most people I knew had never even heard of credit cards, but this 7-year-old kid in my school had one. It was American Express. "Did you take my money?" Max looked in my direction. "No." Max and I had a body blow fight in the locker room, punching each other in the stomach, ribs, and chest, and the teachers broke it up. He found his money later and apologized. Why would he accuse me? The only reason I could think of was because I was black. The white kids were cool though, and a few of the girls had crushes on me. In my first grade class, There was a pretty white girl named Michelle, with long, brownish blonde hair. After graham crackers and apple juice during snack time one day, the whole class went outside for recess. Michelle and I were the last two to leave the classroom. She told me she liked me, put her leg around my waist, and placed my hand on her ass. I was a scared punk. My mind wasn't as advanced yet because I was absent from school so often and didn't hang out in Lakeview Park like the other kids my age due to my sickle cell. Being hospitalized for weeks and months caused me to miss out on the birds and the bees activities. I wasn't ready for Michelle's advances, but she was all over me. I think it had a lot to do with my grandmother's car. Sometimes, grandmas would drop me off at school in her brand spanking new Cadillac with a burgundy pinstripe on the side and the burgundy leather seats. Those white kids' parents dropped them off in Mercedes-Benzes and Rolls-Royces, so we gotta show them that your family got money too, she said. Michelle saw me getting out the car one morning and stared, starry-eyed. Grandmoms knew how to make a grand entrance. She lived, breathed, ate, slept, and shit show business. The world was her stage, and I learned a lot from her flashy actions. She would tell me about how she came up from Southside Jamaica to become the first black woman with her own building on Merrick Boulevard. Then hers was the first black family in Hempstead, Long Island, to build their own house. "Chaka, you gotta own your home," she said firmly, using my family's nickname for me after the Zulu King. "Black people must own their things." She bought her cars with cash, brand new out the showroom. "You should see the look on those white people's faces when they ask me how do I want to pay, and I say cash, pull out a bag full of money, and they start treating me very differently." "Never put all your money in one bank," Grandma said, showing me bank deposit booklets, each from a different bank, adding up to a couple of $1,000,000. She taught me not to touch my money once I had millions like she did. "Do you see all this money I have in these books? I get thousands of dollars in interest payments every month," she explained. "I can either deposit the interest and increase my accounts every month, or I can live off the interest and use it to pay my bills, but I'll never go broke." Grandma was very rich at that time. She wasn't supporting my mother and father financially. We were struggling to survive, but she did make sure her only grandson, me, was well educated. At Woodmere Academy, I got the best education that part of Long Island had to offer. On the bus ride after school, I was the last one dropped off, so I'd stare at the spacious mansions that the white kids went home to, watching the neighborhood become worse and worse the closer we got to my house. And I'd go home to Lakeview, back to all the blackness. I learned a couple of things at that school. I found out that white girls were real aggressive when they liked you, and that little white boys had credit cards. On weekends at my grandparents' house in Hempstead, my grandfather, Big Bud, worked on sheet music in his room while watching baseball on his small TV. The walls of his room were covered with posters from tours in Russia, Japan, all over the world. Besides baseball and jazz, Grandpops had a passion for golf. He bought me a mini plastic play school golf set and tried teaching me on the lawn. He also bought me a small saxophone and signed me up for Woodmere Academy's band. But as hard as Grandpops and I tried, I couldn't even handle Mary Had a Little Lamb. That year, my whole family came to see me play at the band concert in the school auditorium. There were 5 saxophonists on stage, including myself. "You were so good," my folks encouraged me after the show. "You sounded great." If they only knew I was only pretending to play, I thought, keeping it to myself. My horn wasn't blowing a damn thing, but I played it off because my grandfather was proud. My 2 best friends were Carrie, who lived on the same corner as my grandmother's Hempstead house, and Stobo, who was like a brother. We were 2 months apart in age and had known each other since birth. We called each other cousins. Even cut our hands and rubbed our palms together to become blood brothers. When Carrie and Stobo slept over, Grandpops always came home drunk from his shows and took out his false teeth, smiling and chasing us around the house. It was a scary sight for a kid. Grandmoms would get pissed at him for being so drunk and loud. "Go to hell, you jackass!" she'd yell after him as we scampered by. My father took me to see my grandfather perform at the Blue Note in Manhattan. I was the only little kid in the bar. But it was nothing new, because Pops was a heavy drinker and liked taking me along. As always, I ordered my favorite drink, 7-Up with cherry syrup and a couple of cherries on the rocks. And my Pops would order his, peach schnapps. People would stare as if to say, "How you got this little kid in a bar?" But nobody messed with my Pops. Grandpops played the sax like a madman, and the Blue Note crowd loved it. After Grandpop's shows or Grandmom's dance concerts, our tradition was to eat a big meal at a swanky restaurant and for me to order the same dish, lobster tails. It was usually the most expensive thing on the menu, and I never actually ate it, just dipped my bread into the butter. But Grandmoms got a kick out of me ordering it. My grandparents usually brought one of their famous friends to dine with us, like Ben Vereen, the dancer-actor from the movie Roots. He was Grandmom's student when he was a kid. Or Grandpops would bring Dizzy Gillespie or other famous jazz friends. And they all enjoyed the look on the waiter's face when I ordered first and chose the lobster tails with melted butter. My grandparents were from an era of vicious racism and poverty, so my grandmother especially loved to show off and let white people know she had money. One dreary winter evening, my mother, father, and I were at home watching Buck Rogers on TV when we got a phone call from the Nassau County Emergency Room. Grandmoms had been hit by a car while crossing Hempstead Turnpike leaving A&S department store. A hit and run. We rushed to the hospital. The doctor said she was paralyzed from the waist down and would never walk again. Miss Bernice Johnson, the queen of dance, paralyzed? Grandmoms came home in a wheelchair a few weeks later. I didn't see her down or depressed one time. "Doctors don't know shit. I could walk if I try hard enough," she said. She came from a family of tough Southern women. "I don't believe in can't." After about a year, Grandmoms was walking on crutches. And the following year, she was teaching classes, moving and kicking without assistance. Grandmom's annual concert at Lincoln Center was a major event that year, her big comeback. Stobo and I ran around Lincoln Center every year like it was our personal amusement park, sneaking into the balcony box seats. Cousin Craig dared us to climb up the catwalk to the lights in the rafters. We loved peeking at the women and girls changing costumes backstage. Our favorite was Tina Douglas, R&B singer Ashanti's mother. Ashanti, who wasn't even born yet, would soon grow up in my grandmom's school too. Tina was fine as hell, dark brown skin with a fat ass, big breasts and green eyes, decked out in Gucci boots and bags. She made us want to grow up fast. A few of the ladies would bend over and stretch, secretly knowing that Stobo and I were watching. At the end of the show, Grandmoms came out to thank the Lincoln Center crowd while Ben Vereen clapped on stage behind her. The audience gave her a standing ovation. After the show, you already know what it was. Lobster tails with hot butter sauce, of course. When I was 6 years old, moms and grandmoms enrolled me into dance school classes. They decided it was a good way to keep me healthy because with sickle cell, the body needs light exercise to allow the blood to properly circulate. I enjoyed the classes, but I never understood why moms and grandmoms and everyone else there was so passionate about that type of dancing. To me, it was boring and corny. The only thing I liked about it was my boy Stobo was there too, and being around all those girls. Tap dancing was my favorite class. One of Grandma's close friends was an old school tap dancer named Sandman Sims. He had this routine in which he'd sprinkle some sand on the floor, and when he tap danced on it, it made a unique crunching sound under his shoes, like the sand was a part of the beat. I was amazed. What I loved most about the dance school was that my grandmother owned it. Stobo and I ran amok in that place. It was our clubhouse. Plus Jamaica Avenue, the major Queens shopping area, was right outside. What more could a young devious mind ask for? On my 7th birthday, my pops pulled out a shiny, nickel-plated 380 in my Uncle Eddie's basement. Pops always told me that Eddie was a punk because he didn't bust his gun when they had beef with somebody over Eddie's sister. "I'm gonna teach you how to shoot a gun," Pops said. I was shook. I did what he told me. Pops put a small garbage can across the room to use as a target. He put the gun in my hand, warning me that the gunshot was going to be very loud when I squeezed that trigger. I calmed myself down. Finally, I fired my first shot. The first shot was stupid loud and scared me so bad I jumped way back. For the second shot, I held the gun with my right hand, tilted my head covering my right ear with my right shoulder, put my left hand over my left ear, and shot at the can again. Pops was really crazy. I think he just had me shooting to scare Eddie. We shot at that can for a couple hours, then we went home. Around that same time, Pops came home with a big BB rifle. We'd practice shooting birds up in the trees in our yard and at the park across the street from our house in Lakeview. After a week, the whole park was full of dead birds. Gross. I guess Pops was trying to make sure his son wasn't no punk because of sickle cell. That's why Pops was teaching me all this stuff. He was very intelligent, but as smart as he was, he must have had some type of criminal gene in his DNA. Yeah, he was a very wild boy who got into a lot of fights with their hands and the guns. Pops was one gun-happy motherfucker. Mom's got a job working for the New York City Housing Authority, helping people get apartments in the projects. Every 2 years, she was transferred to work in a different project. During the summer, she brought me to work with her, and I played in the playground of whatever hood she was working in. Harlem, Brooklyn, Queens. But the best was when they transferred Moms to Queensbridge Projects. She worked there for 6 years. It was the summer of 1982. I was 8, and Moms enrolled me into Reach Day Camp. Mom's office was on the infamous hill in Queensbridge, and the camp was across the street. Almost all the kids in QB went to Reese because it was right in the projects. I loved it because of the girls. QB had some real pretty girls. But when 5 o'clock hit, we would be back on the Long Island Railroad, back to Lakeview. Even though Moms toured the world with hit records, you know the music biz. After all the filet mignon, champagne, caviar, and limo rides, she never got the money she was owed. We were on welfare and food stamps until Mom got the housing authority job. But no matter what, Mom's always kept a positive attitude and a kind heart. Maybe that's why Pops thought he can get away with murder. One evening, when we came back from QB, Moms found Pop's heroin works hidden in the cosmetics bag. Needles, syringes, spoons, cotton balls, tourniquet. They argued back and forth. He left and didn't come back home for months. When he did come back, Moms made his ass sleep on the couch. When I was 8, Pops took me for a ride and told me about how he'd been addicted to heroin since he was 14 and that he and Moms might split up. No kid wants to see a parent split up. but Pops explained it in a way that made sense. Then we pulled up to a jewelry store. "Wait in the car," Pops told me. "I'll be right back." 5 minutes later, he came running out with a big brown shopping bag full of gold and all types of jewels. This fool just robbed the spot. We got 4 blocks away, and the Nassau County Police were immediately on our ass. After a high-speed chase through Hempstead, Pops finally came to his senses and stopped the car. They put me in the back seat with him. Pops had the cuffs on behind his back, and I held his hand all the way to the precinct. The cops gave me chips and soda while I waited for Moms to pick me up. She went buck stupid on Pops after that, screaming and yelling. "How could you do this? That's our son, our little boy." My grandma's bailed him out 7 hours later, and he and Mom separated permanently. When he came home later that night, though, we finished our conversation from earlier in the car. My Pops was a cool, calm nigga, chillin', like what happened earlier was nothing. I loved that motherfucker. The next day, Moms and I were back in QB. She dropped me off at camp, then went to work. Reese was empty that morning. Only the counselor and 3 other kids were there. 2 of them were girls. The best-looking girl walked over to me and asked me if I was new to the hood. We walked away to the card tables right outside the door. She made it real easy for a little 8-year-old without much game because she did all the talking. Meanwhile, the girl's boyfriend and 7 of his friends walked up behind me. She was quiet all of a sudden. Just as I started getting into the conversation, a hand grabbed my neck from behind and turned me around. "What you think you doing?" Her boyfriend barked. He grabbed my face and pushed me up against the wall to let me know I was talking to his girlfriend. "I'm new here. I ain't know it was your girl," I told him. "Better watch yourself," the kid warned as he and his boys walked off. I went back in the building. I was really about to start kicking it to Shorty, I thought, embarrassed and mad as hell. But I'm happy I ain't get jumped. It's funny how life works, because I ended up being cool with that kid, Deaky, like 10 years later. He never remembered that day when I brought it up. Later that day, they took us to free lunch at a school on 21st Street. Free lunch was disgusting. I found maggots at the bottom of my salad on a cardboard tray the first day. I never ate there again. But they still made us go. Sometimes we got on a yellow bus for free lunch at another school in Astoria, Queens. I carried a pocket knife that came in handy one afternoon. On the bus to Astoria free lunch, a big fight with 4x4s and bottles broke out with kids from another hood. The kids tried to run inside our bus and beat people up. I started swinging my pocket knife. I had them niggas shook. It was rough for a little kid, man. Something was bound to go down at free lunch, in QB, or the locker room in Astoria Pool. I ain't never telling Moms, because I know she won't let me go anymore. I kept all the crazy stuff to myself. A popular thing with the kids in Queensbridge was making rock shooters out of quarter-water bottle tops. When I first came around, I would see kids shooting rocks out of them shits, and if one of those rocks hit you, it felt worse than getting shot with a CO2-powered BB gun. I quickly learned how to make one, because all the kids were carrying them around like guns. First, you buy a quarter water and a pack of balloons. Drink the juice, and after it's empty, take a knife or a razor and cut the top of the bottle off. Put the balloon over the top part that you drink from. After that, all you need is a pocket full of small rocks or pennies. Drop a rock or penny in, pull the balloon back, let go. Man, that shit will go through a windshield if you do it right. We used to have ill shootouts, 20 kids against 20 kids. Queensbridge didn't have concrete pavement back then. It was all dirt paths and hills. The projects were being rebuilt with basketball courts, fences, and playgrounds. On the block after day camp, I'd listen to the older dudes freestyle back and forth. I wrote my first song, "You's a Crackhead," when I was 9. I heard one of the older dudes rapping about crackhead, so I made my own version. My mom's brother and friends in QB told me it was good and gassed me up. That was the beginning of my road to the riches, the moment that I first started rapping. A Broadway show, The Tap Dance Kid, needed a little boy to play the starring role. My grandmoms had major connections in that world. She gave the producers photographs of me, and they called saying they wanted me to be the new Tap Dance Kid. Grandmoms explained that the casting people were on the phone, and they wanted me to be the star. She told me I'd be famous and make a lot of money, but that it would be very hard work, and I'd have to perform 2 shows every night. I was stuck, I was scared, plus I wasn't even really into dancing. I thought about it for 5 minutes and told her, no thank you. For the next 10 years, grandmoms kept telling everybody I turned down the starring role of a major Broadway musical. The kid who wound up getting the part was Alfonso Ribeiro. He appeared in a Pepsi commercial with Michael Jackson after that and became a TV star on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Hey, I guess Alfonso owes me. I did him a huge favor. Sometimes I think, what if? Nah. In 1983, near to when the movie Breaking came out, grandmoms talked me into performing at our annual concert at Lincoln Center. I've been taking her dance classes since I was 6. But at age 9, breakdancing and rap music were my new thing, and I wanted to stop the other dance stuff. I was at that age where I wanted to be cool. Stobo and I would be outside the crib in Hempstead with a flattened cardboard box and a radio battling 2 other kids on my block. We wore gray nylon windbreak outfits, white gloves, trucker hats with Playboy bunnies on it. We thought we was breakdance masters. I asked my grandmother to let us do a breakdance routine at her next concert. "Only if you both perform the regular dance classes at the show," she told me. We agreed. It was a small price to pay, and was the first time my grandmom's incorporated a hip-hop routine in her concert. We killed it, along with the tap and African and ballet, all that. She thought it was cute to have her little grandson dancing in her school, but Stobo and I were quickly growing out of it. I can't front. Dance school was fun when we were younger. An older girl named Kerry hooked Stobo and I up with these twins, Renee and Michelle, 2 fly-ass, light-skinned West Indian shorties. They were in all our classes. Stobo had Michelle, and I had Renee. We all had fun. Grandmoms was cool with the singer-actress Diana Ross, who enrolled her daughter Chutney at the school. My grandmother told Diana that Chutney couldn't pull up in limos or Bentleys because it would make too much of a scene. They agreed it would be better for her to arrive in a regular car. Chutney was real cute. She was the same age and in class with Stobo and me. When the word got around that Diana Ross's daughter was taking class, Kerry pulled me into the hallway, offering all kinds of ways that I should approach her and get her to be my girlfriend. "Chaka, I'm telling you, you gotta get her," Kerry said. "Forget about Renee. Chutney's rich." Kerry tried her best, but it never happened. Chutney was there for 6 months, and she got tired of all the attention. Diana Ross was doing a huge concert at Central Park in Manhattan on July 21st, 1983. My grandmother provided her with backup dancers, and my father helped with the stage production. Diana asked me to join her on stage because she thought I was cute. "I want you to walk out with me at the end of the show and say goodnight," she told me during rehearsals. Do you want to do it? Yes. On the night of the show, there was lightning and thunder and then buckets of rain. The lawn was a blanket of deep, muddy patches, but it was summertime in Central Park, so the crowd wasn't concerned. They came to see Diana Ross. It was packed. She performed soaked, and you know black women and their hair in the rain don't mix. Well, Diana didn't care. The production people told me to get ready to get on stage. I was petrified and changed my mind. My moms, pops, and grandmoms tried to convince me, but I said no. That was the first and the last time I caught a case of stage fright. Our feet got stuck in the mud on the way out the park. My sneaker came off in the sludge, and so did my mother's shoes. No lobster tails that night, just our tails in the shower. On October 20th, 1984, Moms got a phone call from my grandmother saying that my grandfather had a heart attack and died in his sleep in a hotel room in Kansas City while he was on tour. He was 73. The entire jazz community came out for his wake 5 days later at St. Peter's Church on 54th Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. Minister Reverend Genzel, who was also a jazz musician, helped make it all possible. My father was on the run from his jewelry store case, laying low, so he couldn't make it. I know that hurt him. The service was like a party with a lot of sad faces. I walked up to Grandpop's open casket and stared at him. My boy Stobo was with me. I leaned over and kissed Grandpops on the forehead. It was ice cold. That was the first and the last time I touched a dead body. While Stobo and I were staring at him, it felt like Grandpops might sit up and do the scary face with his teeth in hand. After the service, his body was cremated and his ashes spread out into the ocean. Pops kidnapped me that same year and took me to Detroit, where he'd been staying since he and Mom split. I went over to my grandmom's in Hempstead and Pops was waiting for me. He didn't take me by force. He just didn't tell Moms where we were going. I guess he missed me and decided to take his son. I think Pops also wanted to show me how he was living now, because his cousin Beverly had this nigga ballin'. She had her own investment firm in Detroit and gave Pops a high-ranking position. Pops was wearing these fly-ass three-piece suits without the necktie. He was open off his new whip, a 5-speed Renault he had shipped from France. Beverly was richer than a motherfucker. In downtown Detroit, there was a skyscraper with her name on it. We lived in the finished part of a mansion she was having built. Beverly's son, Eric, was around 18, and her daughter, Cecily, was 12, 2 years older than me. Their backyard had a river where we went fishing for crawfish. Man, we were in Detroit living the life. I think Pops waited almost 4 months before he called Moms and told her where we were. She knew Pops had me, she just didn't know where. She threatened to call the cops, but I lived in Detroit for more than a year. Moms probably didn't want to upset me because I was happy to be with Pops' crazy ass anyway. Plus, Cecily and I had a crush on each other. The term kissing cousins comes to mind. I found out Pops and Beverly had a little something going on themselves. No wonder he was an overnight success. We went to Detroit Tigers baseball games a lot. I enjoyed the popcorn and the hot dogs more than the baseball. Pops took me to see Scarface, starring Al Pacino, on opening night. Now that was a fucking movie. Those three-piece suits without the necktie that Pops was wearing almost looked exactly like the ones Tony Montana had on. I guess that was the style. Cousin Cecily was a very pretty, dark brown skinned girl. She grew up with a lot of money, but was a down-to-earth tomboy. She made her own experimental facial cream products out of mud, perfume, and all types of weird stuff, using me as a guinea pig, putting crap all over my face. She was like a white girl compared to the black girls I was used to back home. She spoke like a white girl and introduced me to rock and roll music. The J. Giles Band, Centerfold, Cecily's favorite song, constantly played on her little 45 portable record player. She taught me how to eat artichokes, watch WWF wrestling, and speak Detroit. Like instead of saying soda, they say pop. Then all of a sudden, the ride was over. Mom's threats of calling the police worked, and Pops agreed to send me back home. I was back in New York, except we weren't in Lakeview anymore. Mom's had moved to Left Rack City, Queens. Pops wound up coming back to New York too, got caught by the police, and ended up doing a year in Nassau County Jail for the jewelry store thing. Once his bid was over, he moved back into the house in Lakeview with his new woman, Rita, and her teenage kids, Leon and Loretta. I wanted to be with my pops, so Moms allowed me to stay with him and go to school over there for a while. I walked to Howard T. Herbert Middle School, cutting through the woods and crossing a construction landfill with my next-door neighbors Angel and Ronaldo. In Lakeview, I had only a handful of friends, Angel and Ray, Todd, and my man Shamik. Shamik had all the cool shit, Gazelle glasses, shell-toe Adidas, and a giant boombox radio. When I saw his shell toes, I told my moms and pops I wanted a pair, but they bought me the Olympians instead. At school the next day, Sha said, "Nigga, them shits got 5 stripes. Adidas only got 3. But Sha was my nigga. He didn't make fun of my shoes, at least not to my face. One afternoon, on the walk home from school, a crew of brothers, the Charlestons, were beating everybody up who cut through the woods. As I walked out of the woods and onto their street, I saw one of the brothers hitting people with a wooden Louisville slugger bat on their legs, arms, and backpacks. Pops had taught me how to snatch a bat or a stick from somebody if they were about to swing it at you, practicing with a broomstick in slow motion. Never duck or try to move out the way if somebody's about to swing a bat at you, Pops told me. Rush them, get in close, then use your arm to grab the arm that they're swinging the bat with and hyperextend their elbow. But it's not the same in a real-life situation. The kid was about to take a swing at me, so I rushed him. But he was too big and hit me in the mouth with the slugger. Yo, this nigga made my bottom teeth go through my bottom lip. I was leaking blood in a daze. The expression on my friends' faces as they walked home with me made me think my face had been destroyed. In my bathroom mirror, I saw a little vein hanging out the hole right under my bottom lip. Uncle Lenny came by, and when he saw my face, he took me to the hospital to get stitches. I still got this scar to this day. Uncle Lenny was always very elusive. He'd be missing in action for long periods of time, and then suddenly show up at our house. Lenny wasn't my real uncle, but I was raised to call him Uncle Lenny. He always took care of me when he was around. My mother made me move back in with her after about a year because I was sleeping in the cold, damp basement in Lakeview and kept getting sick. Mom's move to Left Rack in 1985, the hood right between Jamaica and Queensbridge, was a major turning point in my life. I turned 11, and she was letting me hang outside until the streetlights came on. The apartment complex was co-ops, not projects, but with all the drug activity, it wasn't much of a difference. Crack had come out a few years earlier, and almost every kid my age was selling it for older dudes. My first week in Left Rack, I was walking to the store. And who was sitting on a short wall by the parking lot with my friend Shamik, who lived around the corner from me in Lakeview. Sha and his family had just moved to Left Rack. What a fucking coincidence. Sha was obviously doing his thing, slinging drugs. You can usually tell if somebody was slinging drugs by looking at their jewelry and clothes. Shamik had all the new sneakers before they even came out, fresh jeans and snorkel coats. I enrolled in Halsey Junior High School, right across the Long Island Expressway from Left Rack. On the first day of school, I saw kids with big rope chains, rings, and all the latest fashions. Left Rack was a cash cow for drug dealers. Everybody sold drugs. It made me stop caring about school and start caring about how I looked. Jewelry, clothes, sneakers, Nike Air Maxes, Louis Vuitton, triple fat goose bubble jackets. When the school bell rang at 3 p.m., everyone from Left Rack walked home together. Within the first 2 weeks, I got into it with this Indian kid who thought he was tough because he was taller than me. Everybody called me Pee-wee because I was so small. I don't recall exactly how the fight started, but I know for sure how that shit finished. A bunch of people from my block whipped the cowboy shit out that kid. After that day, we beat people up on our way home just for fun. This African kid named Mabunda didn't like me and wanted to fight. I was shook. In the crib on the couch, I'd be daydreaming of ways to sneak attack this motherfucker. One of my ideas was to walk up to him. "Hey man, I don't want no beef with you, man," I'd say, reaching my hand out to shake his. While I had his hand, I tried to break his nose or something. I practiced my punches beating up my mom's flowery, forest green couch pillows. I had another idea of carrying a D battery in my pocket to make my fist more solid. Bunda and I never got around to fighting each other and became real cool a year later. The first year of school was wild, and it only got wilder. Every building in Left Rack was named after a foreign country. I lived on the 5th floor of Peru. I made friends with 2 Puerto Rican brothers, Eric and Booby, on the other end of the hallway. The Peru building's lobby was attached to Colombia, where a dude named E and his brother Pop and my boys Justice and Zion lived. We all went to school together. I was coolest with Booby. I used to be across the hall in their crib every day. We ate dinner together and stayed up all night watching TV. I tried learning some Spanish from them, but I only picked up on the curse words. Booby was a DJ and had all the new rap albums. We wrote down entire songs to learn every lyric word for word. The Jungle Brothers, Jimbrowski, was our jam. They shouted out, "Jimbrowski in Left Rack." It made us proud to be from Left Rack. 1986 was the year of Mike Tyson. I saw my first Tyson fight at Booby's crib. It lasted about 30 seconds. After the fight, Booby and I went outside. Rakim, Biz Markie, Slick Rick, the Jungle Brothers, and Big Daddy Kane blasted from the boom boxes, and everybody was drinking and smoking. It was almost dark, so my time was limited. We drank our first tall cans of malt liquor, Schlitz, with the Blue Bull on the label, because the curiosity was killing us. My brother Greg gave me some sips in his beer when I was 5 or 6. Even let me take a pull of his weed. One toke, I was choking. After we tried a few swigs from the tall cans, I didn't drink again for a long time, because it was nasty. By the time I turned 11 and was living in Left Rack, my attitude about dance classes changed. I can't do that shit no more. But I was still there every Saturday because that was my family's business and because that was our hangout spot. I got my first piece of pussy in that place when I was 11. One Saturday evening, my Spanish homie Sean from Roosevelt, Long Island, took a girl to the basement and told her if she wanted to have sex with him, then she would have to let me hit it first. "Go ahead, have sex with him," he told the girl, nodding toward me. She agreed. I kept my boxers on. Afterward, I went upstairs to wash up in the bathroom, and there was blood all over my boxers. I looked down like, yo, what the fuck is this? She had her period. Disgusting. I must have washed my pole like 30 to 40 times in a row. It was traumatic, and that was my first time having sex. My mom took dance classes at my grandmother's school in Jamaica ever since she was a little girl, and was still doing it faithfully every weekend. My grandmother had a group of female friends who helped her run the dance studio, including one of her best friends, Miss Barbara Brooks. Her grandson was Stobo, and he was still there every Saturday just like me. No longer confined to classes, we ran wild in the school and on Jamaica Avenue, along with Stobo's real cousin Craig. Grandmom's other best friend, Joyce Gresham, had a grandson, John Michael. We called him JM. He was only 6, but he always wanted to hang out with Stobo and me. It seemed like every girl in Queens went to my grandmother's dance school. A lady named Miss Beverly Edge had 3 daughters, Donna, Wendy, and Kerry. The youngest, Kerry, who tried to set me up with Chutney Ross, was around 7 years older than us, and taught Stobo and me all the secrets about what girls wanted and liked. Sitting on the floor in the dance studio one afternoon, Kerry was stretching while schooling Stobo and me about what women want. "Chaka, you always quiet and laid back," Kerry told me. "That's good, 'cause girls don't like guys that act foolish like little boys." Kerry tried to play matchmaker, hooking Stobo and me up with the pretty girls. We used to stare at the older girls in their tight dance uniforms, and Lord, there were some real thick bodies. Stobo and I had a crew called the Jungle Brothers, named after the rap group. The crew consisted of me, Stobo, our friend Roger, who became a professional dancer, and my homie Sean. The sole purpose of our crew was to run trains on the girls in the dance school. I'd find a girl, take her into an empty room at the school, trying to convince her that if she wanted me, then she had to show my brothers love too. Some girls went for it, some didn't. At least 8 of the girls who went for it were snitched on by other girls. When parents started pulling their daughters out of the school, we got in trouble. But we kept right on doing our thing on the low. Roger was serious about making dance his career. He was West Indian and lived across the street from the USA Diner on Merrick Boulevard in Rosedale, Queens, a popular hangout spot for girls and hustlers. There was loads of action by Roger's house. His mother was strict, and he had a sister, Sandra, and an older brother known as Call Me Al. Roger explained that they called his brother Call Me Al because when they first moved to Rosedale, the dudes in his neighborhood tried to test his heart. When they asked his name, Roger's brother replied, "Just call me Al." A fight broke out, and his brother whipped everybody's asses. From that point on, they gave him respect, and their name, Call Me Al, stuck. Kool Rock Ski from the 80s rap group The Fat Boys lived down the block by Rosedale Bowling Alley. His bandmate, Buffy, aka the Human Beatbox, always drove up and down Merrick Boulevard in different Mercedes-Benz 190s with two-tone colors and curtains on the windows. Kool Rock's brother, Blaze, who I was real cool with, often hung out at Roger's crib. There was endless mischief to get into at Roger's crib. Green Acres Mall and Sunrise Multiplex were in walking distance. The Ninth Posse, a well-known street gang in that part of Queens, threw a lot of parties. Kerry dated one of the gang members, so she invited us. There were also a lot of reggae music parties because that side of Queens had a huge West Indian population. Roger, Stobo, Sean, Stobo's cousin Craig, and I bought 40 ounces of beer from Pop and Kim's convenience store on Merrick Boulevard. Ice cold with the frost still on them, and hit all the parties. Beer was still nasty to me, but we drank it on those party nights. Late one night, Craig came up with a plan to break into a school a few blocks away in Rosedale. Craig had just came home from jail the year before and was already looking for trouble. He was 7 years older than us, around 18, and was the ringleader of all our early rebellion. We climbed up the side of the school and through an open window. We stole phones, copy machines, and other electronics. Craig sold it all for petty cash. Craig always had some type of scheme. He took Stobo and me on missions all over Queens, daring us to cross the Long Island Railroad tracks by Linden and Farmers Boulevard and to run across the Belt Parkway for thrills. After Craig turned us out with all this crazy shit he had us doing, we started doing a lot of wild pranks on our own. One summer morning, around 2 a.m., Roger and I saw a McDonald's 16-wheeler delivery truck pulled up in the McDonald's parking lot across from the USA Diner. From Roger's backyard, we saw that the back of the truck was open, so we ran over and took what we could. Crates of eggs, boxes of hash browns, burgers, buns, cheese, biscuits, pancakes, syrup, ketchup. Roger's refrigerator and freezer was filled with food. I don't remember what he told his moms, but the next morning she cooked us a big breakfast. Stover and I were chilling at my grandmother's house in Hempstead one day when grandmas told us the TV star Emmanuel Lewis, aka Webster, and his brother were coming over. A girl from the dance school had started dating Webster's brother. Even though Webster was a dwarf or a midget, his brother wasn't. I called Carrie down the block to tell him the news. "Yo, Webster's coming to my house," I said. "Come over if you want to meet him." A few hours later, Webster, Carrie, Stobo, and I were in the living room when Webster started showing us his breakdance move. Backspins, windmills, even headspins. Oh shit, Webster can breakdance. He's good too. I remember seeing pictures of him and Michael Jackson together, with Mike holding him up, carrying him like a baby. That didn't look too right to me. "Yo, what's up with you and Michael Jackson?" I asked Webster straight up. "What do y'all talk about when y'all together?" Webster got quiet and changed the subject. So I asked again, "Is Michael gay? What's up with him for real?" Webster acted as if he didn't hear my questions and walked into the room where my grandmoms was talking to his brother. I knew that Webster later denied it, but Carrie, Stobo, and I laughed about it for a long time, saying that Michael was a fruit cup and Webster was a little boy toy. I wanted my 12th birthday to be an event. Since Craig had just came home from doing a bid, grandmoms had given him a job cleaning and locking up the studio at night, so his parole officer would get off his back. I told Craig to get some weed, and I buy the 40s. We were all going to get high for the first time late that night after everybody left. Stobo, Craig, Roger, Sean, and a tap dancer named Derek. Craig and Derek were the oldest. They'd both been high and drunk before, but it was the first time for the rest of us. We got so high and pissy drunk in my grandmother's office, Stobo stumbled out the building crying and screaming, "I'm blind! I can't see!" We walked from Jamaica Avenue up Merrick Boulevard all the way to Rosedale and crashed at Roger's crib. Stobo threw up in the toilet and passed out with his pants around his ankles on the bathroom floor. He had us all cracking up. That night was a pivotal point. I was about to become a teenager, and I thought I was becoming a man. I guess all the criminal, juvenile, delinquent mischief I was getting into was my way of having fun, since sickle cell didn't allow me to do sports and stuff the other kids were into. I'm becoming a man, I thought. I have to make my own decisions, take control of my destiny. At 12, I started seriously getting into rap music. Rap exhibited the aggressiveness that had been in my heart and mind all my life. The first albums I bought were LL Cool J's Radio and Run DMC's self-titled debut, Sucker MCs. I repeated the verses to my moms, acting as if I wrote them. Rap music made me feel good for a change. One day after school, Booby came over and spit a verse for me. "Whose verse is that?" I asked. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You don't know about the symphony?" We walked to Booby's crib and he played the record for me. The song was from Marley Marl's In Control Volume 1 album. The verse Booby spit was Cool G rap. "You can't replace me, ice me or ace me, base me, face me, slice me, erase me, bite me or taste me. I show you that I got force. My rap burns your mouth like hot sauce." After I heard that, there was no turning back. I was going to be a rap star. September came around again and it was time for back to school shopping. And my moms couldn't afford the black construction Timbs that I wanted. She put a pair of discount $19 motorcycle boots that looked like they were from Mad Max on layaway. I hated them. I wanted what was popular in the hood, so I decided to try my hand at crack. The biggest dealers in Left Rack went to my school. Two of them, my man Steve and my other man Jason, both of them wore jewelry, suede jackets in every color, and different sneakers every day. They had to be making $10,000 a week, no lie. Those kids had other kids our age moving G-Packs for them. A G-Pack was $1,000 worth of crack. There was an older dude in his mid-20s, B, who everyone worked for. After the first day of the new school year, I went to Jason's crib, where they cooked and bagged up the stuff. I told Steve and Jason that I wanted to get down. They gave me a test pack, about $100 worth of crack in $10 vials. I walked around the hood, sold it, and brought them the money. This is easy, I thought. Jason gave me one more test pack. I walked around and made 3 sales in the multi-level parking lot where people sold because it was shielded from the outside view. 2 white plainclothes cops walked toward me. I tried to walk away. "Hey kid, come here, stop." They ran up and found a crack in my pocket. "What the hell is this little kid doing selling crack?" One undercover asked the other, then turned to me. "Why is somebody your age selling drugs?" I was 12, but I looked 8. They took the vials and sent me on my way. Still shook, I hopped the fence and took the shortcut home. The next day, when I told Jason what happened, he didn't believe me. He wanted his money, but I ain't have it to give. The following morning, Jason was waiting for me outside of school. He wanted to fight. "Alright, cool," I said. "We could fight." While I was taking off my jean jacket and backpack, he snuffed me, knocking me down to the ground. He kicked me in my stomach and groin. All I could do was ball up into the fetal position until some girls from my building pulled Jason up off me. People watching the fight said Jason didn't score no points by not letting me take my backpack off. He didn't leave no bruises on my body, just my ego. Shamik, my boy from Long Island, who had also moved to Left Rack, and his homeboys asked if I wanted to get Jason back, but I let it go and stopped selling drugs for a while. I bought a switchblade and a BB gun and brought them to school every day. A gang called Boom Bash from Jamaica would beat people up, like 50 of them, waiting after school. A couple of the gang members, Bam Bam and K Love, used to sit at my lunch table. I got cool with them, so I ain't had to worry about getting jumped. But I kept weapons on me just in case. You never know. One day, I left my mini black elephant skin JanSport backpack in the class by mistake, and the teacher brought it into the principal's office.
Albert Johnson?
I was called to his office over the loudspeaker.
Albert Johnson, please report to the principal's office immediately.
When I got there, he pulled the switchblade and the BB gun from my bag. I'm supposed to call the cops and have you arrested and expelled, the principal said. But I'm going to give you a break this time. He called my mom's instead to tell her I was suspended for 2 weeks. Moms had to leave work to get me and yelled the whole walk home. I was on punishment for a month. I had to be home by 4 p.m. instead of when the streetlights came on. Lying in my bed with my window halfway open, I could hear the whistle from the beginning of Rakim's My Melody, blasting from a boombox. Laughter and loud chatter from everybody on the block chilling on the benches in the spring air. I was fiending to be back outside. After I got off punishment, I started spending weekends at my grandmother's house again. My grandmother had a VHS camcorder and tripod to record her classes and concerts. Carrie and I made a video to Slick Rick's Teenage Love from his new album, Adventures of Slick Rick, in my grandmother's living room, along with at least 10 other videos. Carrie and I watched them just to make fun of ourselves. One night I passed out on a folded-out cushion seat in Carrie's basement bedroom. In the morning, I woke up soaking wet. I pissed this nigga's cushion seat. Foul. Carrie gave me dry clothes and a towel to clean up. I was too damn old to be pissing in the bed. The night after that embarrassing episode, Carrie stayed at my grandmother's crib along with Stobo. Grandmoms had just bought an Isuzu Impulse. She bragged about the car because it talked when you left the door open. Don't wear your seatbelt or left the lights on. And it was fast. 2 a.m. rolled around and I stole the keys from my grandmother's nightstand while she was sleeping. Carrie, Stobo, and I snuck outside and got in the car.
The left door is ajar.
Goddamn talking car almost got us busted. We quietly shut the doors, started the engine, and we were gone. I'd never driven before, except for when Pops would sit me on his lap and let me stare when I was 6 or 7. Hempstead was like a ghost town at night. No police. After an hour circling the block and practicing parking, we snuck back inside. There's nothing like the thrill of stealing your grandmother's car for a late-night joyride. Stobo and I borrowed the car until we had driving down pat. We never got caught. Back in Left Rack, I finally got off suspension. I went back to school, back to the drama. After school one day, the Boom Bash crew was outside deep. My boys Bam Bam and K Love told me some white boy had called a girl a nigger. When the white boy came out of the school, he had no idea what was waiting for him. 50 black gang members alongside the girl. Ouch, this is gonna hurt, I thought. The girl screamed and spit a lungie in his face. One by one, all 50 gang members spit on the white kid. When they were done, the white boy went home with his entire body covered in yellow slime. They could have beaten the life out of him, but decided to humiliate him instead. We walked back to the hood laughing our heads off. That weekend, Stobo stayed in my crib in Left Rack. We saw a large shadow drop past my 5th floor bedroom window and heard a loud thump. A man jumped or had been thrown off the 16-story Peru building and landed on the park bench, cracking it in half, blood pouring from his face. Stobo and I ran outside. "Oh, wow," we both exclaimed, staring at his splattered brains. "Cool." We passed by the man's dead body, gazing in amazement, before the cops came and covered him up. We walked to the store on 57th Avenue, the drug strip in Left Rack. We went straight to the toy aisle and filled our pockets with bendable WWF wrestling figures. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Store security escorted Stobo and me into a back room and threatened to call the cops, but called our parents instead. Here we go again. Stobo started crying. My mom's sister, Aunt Charlotte, who was watching us that day, came to get us. Aunt Charlotte's gangster, like a motherfucker. She was a bartender at a bar in Long Island City, Queens, back in the day. And one night, a man with a gun walked in, taking everybody up to the roof one by one, shooting them dead. Aunt Charlotte was last. The gunman led her up to the roof and shot her in the back of the head. She was the only one lucky enough to live. The bullet was lodged in the base of her head by her spine and still caused her severe migraines. "Why did you have to pull this while I'm watching you?" Aunt Charlotte said. When my moms got home, she held my right arm up in the air and whooped me like a slave with a plastic laundry line, the same cord girls used to jump rope. Yow! I hopped around trying to block the hits. When she finished, welts burnt all over my legs and ass. I didn't shoplift again for a long time. That Easter, my mom's brother and I went to Nana's crib in Ravenswood Projects. Nana, my mother's mother, Miss Bernie Johnson, was a heavy-set, high-yellow woman with hazel green eyes like my mother's. Nana chain-smoked cigarettes and worked as a token booth clerk at the train station on Jackson Avenue in Long Island City. A sweet lady who spoke with a classic nasal New York accent. Her apartment in Ravenswood looked like a souvenir store because Nana traveled the world collecting trinkets. Her favorite possessions were her Jet magazines, every issue stacked on the coffee table. My favorite thing to do at Nana's crib was climb the big Central Park-looking rocks in front of her building. Nana and I would toss shelled peanuts down to the squirrels on those rocks and watch them pounce. Besides her token booth job, Nana had a side hustle, selling bottles of imitation perfume and cologne at the beauty salons in Long Island City. The boxes for those bottles would read, "If you like Ralph Lauren, then you'll love Rudolph Laurenti." But the knockoff smelled just like the real thing. My favorites were the fake Drakkar and gray flannel. Nana had me smelling good for school. Uncle Charlie, my mother's brother, who came back from the Vietnam War mentally messed up, traveled from the VA hospital upstate New York to Nana's for the holidays and always brought me a big black garbage bag full of model Army planes, tanks, and trucks. There were 90 pieces to glue together, put stickers on, and paint. I was too young and impatient, so I never completed one of those things. The highlight of going to Nana's crib was her fried chicken wings, the best in Black history. Salty like a motherfucker, but amazingly good. The summer of 1986 was a wild one. A lot of older dudes were getting murdered in Left Rack over drug wars. Guns were easier to get than ever. The hoods became more violent, and the streets of New York began to change. The following September, my mom's transferred me to a Lutheran school on Queens Boulevard near Left Rack. She realized that I was being influenced by my environment after seeing that bag of weapons I've been going to school with. We had to wear uniforms, a white button-down shirt, clip-on tie, blazer, shoes, and slacks. I was embarrassed to walk home in my uniform, while the public school kids wore regular clothes. I started acting up even more after school to prove to my friends in the hood that I was still cool. When Halloween came around, 15 of us ran around Left Rack wilding after dark, egging and breaking car windows, slapping innocent people with socks filled with baby powder. A cop rolled by inside a 3-wheel scooter car. We egged him and ran across the bridge that crossed the Long Island Expressway while a cop chased us in a little scooter. We got to the top of the bridge and all looked at each other like, "Why are we running?" We turned around, surrounded the scooter, shook it back and forth until it tipped over, then jetted back to Left Rack. I wasn't trying to be on punishment again, so I ran home, fast, without looking back. My birthday was major that November because I turned 13. Moms and grandmoms gave me a Genesis turntable, headphones, a speaker, and cash to buy some records. A month later, I got another turntable, mic, and a mixer for Christmas. I started making my own mixtapes, rapping and blending records like Too Short's Freaky Tales and Biz Marquis's Nobody Beats the Biz. 2 years flew by at that Lutheran school. The classes were small, so the work was easy to learn. But the uniform sucked. I couldn't wait for it to be over. The summer after junior high school graduation, I wanted to get a tattoo like the flying parachute my father had on his left forearm, an airborne tat from his paratrooper days. Before I was born, he was a Special Forces Green Beret in the Army who went on several POW rescue missions. I brought my fake ID to the tattoo shop in Long Island across from the Belmont racetrack. The heavyset, gray-bearded guy behind the counter who looked like Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead laughed and told me to come back when I turned 18. During a trip to Virginia to visit my cousins on my pop's side of the family a few months later, I found a tattoo shop that didn't care that I was 13 and gave me my first tattoo for $30, a Tasmanian devil on my right shoulder. Back in New York, I was one of the only kids my age with a tattoo, so I rolled up my t-shirt on the right side so everybody can see. My second tattoo was a skeleton swinging from barbed wire on my right bicep. I only wanted tattoos because Pops had them. When I showed Mom's, she almost had a heart attack. She worried that they would affect my sickle cell, but they didn't. I got 3 tats that summer. The third one was a dragon that I saw on the tattoo parlor wall, and I thought that it would look cool on my right hand. I was a crazy little kid. I blamed sickle cell and my father. A month later, I had to go to the hospital for 2 days. Back home, depressed and fed up with the pain, God, the world, and myself, I wanted to commit suicide because of my sickle cell. I tied a rope around my closet pole and tried hanging myself, but it didn't feel too good. I wanted to end pain, not create more. So I scratched that plan. My next idea was to slit my wrist. The sharpest knife I could find in the house was a steak knife with a brown wooden handle. I took it into my room and started cutting my wrist, but that hurt too. Suicide was too damn painful. Moms walked into my room while I was on the closet floor looking crazy with a steak knife in my hand and a noose on my closet pole. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked. I told her I wanted to kill myself because I was tired of sickle cell. She spoke to me for a few hours trying to make me feel better. Moms brought me to a psychiatrist, Dr. Z, on Queens Boulevard the next day. I ain't want to talk to no damn shrink, but moms insisted. My first day, I didn't speak much. I ran through his glass bowl of candy every appointment. We spoke about my sickle cell pain, and he tried to convince me that all would be well. Yeah, whatever. I tried 4 appointments and told my moms it wasn't worth the money. I wasn't planning on following through with my suicide anyway. I'd rather live. I was glad that I didn't have to go back to that shrink's office because I didn't like people in my business. Never did, never will. This book is a damn miracle. I never thought that I would be writing my life story, but once I started getting it all down, I realized it could help inspire others to do great things with their own lives. So here it is. I'm sharing, damn it. Towards the end of that summer, a bunch of my friends from my block were talking about what high school they wanted to go to in September. Most of them were saying the High School of Art and Design. Some of them were saying John Brown. Art and Design was a prestigious art school in Manhattan. They said in order to get in, we would have to take an art test and bring a portfolio showcasing our artwork. I bought white t-shirts and airbrush paint and made my own version of the graffiti crew, the Shirt Kings, airbrush t-shirts with Louis Vuitton and Gucci logos for my portfolio. I figured that the white people at the school had never seen anything like that before and would be impressed. It was worth a try. I really didn't give a fuck about school. I already made my mind up to be a rapper. I just wanted to be with my homies from Left Rack. Little did I know, I wouldn't even be hanging with them anymore. I was about to meet a whole new set of friends with whom I would change the course of the world. Chapter 2. Poetical Prophets. The first day of high school is one of the most important days of a teenager's life. I spent the entire summer of 1989 getting prepared. I'm 15 years old now, so I have to step it up. The hottest gear out was Fila, Nautica, Polo, Benetton, and Banana Republic, plus Guess and Jabro jeans. I did a jukes, a robbery, with my boy Stobo to get the money. I had it all. My idea for the imitation Shirt King shirts worked. I was accepted into art and design. The school had students from every borough. I thought my grandma's school had some bad girls. Art and design was a gold mine of dimes. The first few days, I didn't see anybody from Left Rack, but I made a new friend, Derek from the Bronx, in my photography class. His mother worked for the radio station WBLS, and he had a lot of information about the music industry. We sat at the same lunch table every day. Lunch was where it all went down. People at one table in a rap cipher, a kid Terrence giving $5 haircuts, drugs and guns being sold in the bathroom, and random robberies taking place all over. Lunch was like the yard in prison. Around that time, I was shopping my first demo for a record deal. My mother was my manager since she knew the ropes of the business. I was going by the name Lord T, the Golden Child, after Eddie Murphy's movie, The Golden Child. After shopping at a few companies throughout the summer, we inked a demo deal with Jive Records, just as school started in September. Jive agreed to pay for my studio time. If I came up with enough good songs, they'd offer me a real contract. It was like a trial. Even though it was almost nothing, it felt like something to me. It was a start. I flirted with the women at Jive, and one of them, Kim, a good-looking, heavy-set black woman, got me on the soundtrack for a movie coming out that summer called Boys in the Hood. They let me open up the song Too Young by R&B group High Five with 16 bars. After that first break, Jive wanted to sign me up for a real contract. At school the next day, I told Derek about the deal. "You should meet my man Havoc," he said as we dipped photos in a solution in the darkroom during photography class. "He's a rapper too. You should partner up because y'all both the same height and have a similar style." After school, I waited outside for Derek to introduce me to Havoc. A crowd of people came running out the front door. A short kid about my height was getting ready to fight a taller dude. Derek walked up. "That's Havoc right there about to fight," he said. The tall kid pulled out a knife and tried stabbing Havoc in the stomach, missing by inches. A few people in the crowd rushed over and took the knife. Havoc proceeded to beat the shit out of the dude. "Kiwi, Kiwi, Kiwi." The crowd chanted Havoc's nickname, lifting him up into the air and carrying him all the way to the train station. "Kiwi, Kiwi, Kiwi." I followed Derek and Havoc onto the train, and Derek introduced us. "Nice fighting," I told Havoc. "Did you see when he tried to stab me?" Hav asked. We rode to Queens Plaza, making small talk about Queensbridge and the music industry. We spit some verses back and forth as we walked to Ravenswood, where Hav's grandmother lived. I told him how ironic it was that my nana lived in Ravenswood too. He told me how this rapper from Queensbridge named Tragedy was his mentor and gave him his name, Havoc. I told him about my situation at Jive and that I was going to try to include him in the deal. The next day at school, Havoc snuck his way into our lunch period. "Yo, Hav and I going to Jive after school," I told Derek. "You should come." Before my next class, I went to the bathroom wearing a bunch of new bracelets and rings looking like Slick Rick. A dude followed me into the bathroom. This nigga scheming? I sensed that right away. He had some big rings on himself. One with a big Scorpio symbol stood out because that's my birth sign. I felt his eyes on my jewelry. Nothing happened, but after that, I bought a 22 Dillinger with a pearl handle and a bunch of bullets from this kid selling guns in the school cafeteria. I admired Slick Rick for his jewelry and how he shot his cousin who tried to rob him. I thought to myself, I'm going out like Slick Rick. Later that day, I arrived at Jive before Havoc. I was really feeling the idea of us being partners and decided that if they wanted to sign me, they were going to have to sign Hav too. I sat down with the A&R. "Look, I got a partner now, and things have changed," I told him. He responded that Jive just wanted to sign me. They weren't interested in my partner. Hav showed up and spit for the A&R, but the guy didn't change his mind. So I turned down the deal and never came back. My mom was upset, but ultimately let me do what I wanted. They kept me on the Boys in the Hood soundtrack, so it wasn't a total loss. Havoc, Derek, and I hung out together every day. Havoc had his lunch period switched so we could kick it even more. I started going to Ravenswood with Hav after school to work on song ideas. I met his younger brother, TJ, and their cousin, Todd. Todd was a real smart kid when it came to school. He was also into photography, so he told Hav and me that he would take some demo pictures for us. Hav started bringing me 3 blocks over to Queensbridge Projects to hang out with his friends. He bugged out when I told him I used to be in QB every day because my mom's worked for housing. It had been years since I've been to QB. And who's the first person I saw? The kid who had me up against the wall for talking to his girl. His name was Deaky, a.k.a. Nice. And he's one of Hav's boys. He didn't even remember me. I also saw some of my old friends from Reed's Day Camp. They remembered me right away. Havoc, his boys, my old friends, and I sat on the benches on Hav Block and reminisce about old times while drinking 40 ounces. There was a party going down later that night in the projects. The energy at the block party behind Reese Center that night was intense. Ice grills, screw faces, weed smoke, and hard liquor. Party was in a park enclosed by a tall black steel gate with sharp tips on it, with only one way in and one way out. Everybody was standing around trying to look tough, smoking, drinking, bobbing our heads to the music. Something was going to pop off at any moment. About an hour into the party, it did. This rapper from QB, who was unknown at the time, named Nasty Nas, had a younger brother named Jungle. Jungle got into an argument with somebody and gunshots started flying. Everybody ran to the exit or hit the deck. Hav and I and the two chicks we were with ran and hopped the gate. My pants got hooked on one of the sharp tips. I was hanging upside down, yelling for Hav to get me off the gate while shots were flying. Hav and one of the chicks, Jessica, darted back, and by the time they ripped me down, my jeans were shredded, torn open like those NBA pants with the buttons down the sides. If Jessica's reading this, I know she's dying laughing right now. That was my first Queensbridge block party, and the first time that I had bullets whizzing around me. I guess you could say I was hooked on QB from then on. Hav and I bonded real quickly and decided that music was more important to us than school. We went to school just to check in for homeroom attendance, met in the cafeteria, and cut out after lunch. Most of the time, we'd jump out of the lunchroom window since it was on the first floor. Sometimes we'd linger by the front door and run when the security guard wasn't looking. A lot of times, we go to school just to rob people for their clothes, money, Walkman, train and bus passes, and anything else worth taking. One Thursday, Havoc and I cut out of school to meet two girls at his grandmother's crib in Ravenswood. When we got there, Hav's brother TJ and their three friends from Queensbridge, the twins and Nitty, were already at the crib cutting school as well. The twins, Nitty, and TJ, who were all a few years younger than Havoc and I, said they were on their way to catch some juxes. Hav pulled out a small fruit cup snack from out the freezer. "Yo, check this out, Pete," he said. "You gotta get them nice and cold, then pour a little on Shorty's clit and lick it off. They go crazy, son, I'm telling you." Yeah, that nigga Hav's a freak. I had never given a girl head before, but that cold fruit cup thing had me ready to try it. The girls came through and we went into different rooms for privacy. Nothing happened with me and the girl I was with. Then TJ and the twins came back sweaty and out of breath with a mini-colored TV and other electronics. The guy they robbed had started shooting at them. One of the twins was shot in the leg and went back to QB for help. When Havoc finished up with his shorty, we walked the girls to the train and then I went home. I took an instant liking to Havoc and his boys because they were into the same criminal risk-taking that I was into. I was sort of living a double life, taking the bus and train to school during the week to make my moms happy, then on the weekends, going to parties, having sex, drinking, using all kinds of drugs, and doing stick-ups. We'd rob anybody that looked flashy, even people who didn't. Most of the time, the non-flashy ones were the ones with the money. In Queensbridge, we would have knockout contests to see who could knock out a crackhead with one punch. We hung out on the walkway on the 59th Street Bridge and robbed people who walked and rode their bikes across, beat up cab drivers for their money, and whatever wasn't cash, we took to the pawn shops on Sufton Boulevard in Jamaica. When the money ran out, I was right back to being broke, robbing people for petty shit. At school one afternoon, I saw this new kid with a dope gray hooded polo jacket with polo in big blue letters across the chest. So Derek and I followed him to the train station after school. I jumped in front of him and threw a wild punch when instead of hitting his jaw, I hit his forehead and broke my hand. It probably hurt me more than it hurt the kid. I fell back while Havoc and Derek robbed him. My Uncle Lenny had just gotten his hands on a $10 million brownstone on 92nd Street and 8th Avenue in Manhattan. Uncle Lenny had a lot of mafia connections and said somebody owed him a favor, so they let him live there for a few years. My grandmother never trusted Lenny. She told me, "If you let Lenny in your house, he'll leave with your TV and you won't even realize it." Lenny taught me a lot about street shit. He knew how to manipulate and use people. He taught me the mental part of the game. My pops taught me the physical. I hope he doesn't get upset with me for sharing this, but my Uncle Lenny is gay. He doesn't show it at all. There's no reason you should treat a person foul because they're gay. After I broke my hand on that kid's forehead, Havoc and I took the train to Uncle Lenny's brownstone. I showed my swollen hand to Lenny, and he told me it was broken. One of Lenny's friends stopped by while we were there, an older Italian man who was a retired boxer. He looked at my hand and confirmed that it was broken, or what's called a boxer's fracture. I saw a lot of tough mafia guys around Lenny, who I knew were his friends. Uncle Lenny told me that he managed gay bars all over New York City for the mafia. After checking out my hand, Lenny made Hav and me some pasta and we left. I took the train to Mom's job down by the World Trade Center. She had become a high-ranking employee at the New York City Housing Authority and no longer had to work in the projects. When I got to her office on Murray Street in Broadway, Mom's left early and took me to St. Vincent's Hospital. The doctor told me I had a hairline fracture and my pinky knuckle was out of the socket. A boxer's fracture, just like Uncle Lenny's friend had said. The doctor pulled my knuckle back into place, wrapped my hand in a small cast, and told me it would ache later in life. At school the next day, our boy Tafari from Coney Island took a photo of Havoc and me laughing about the situation in the lunchroom, my arm in a sling. It's a classic. Tafari knew this kid named Silver in Coney Island who had a small studio, and Havoc and I cut out of school every day and rode the D train for an hour from Manhattan to Silver's crib. In 1 month, we made like 50 songs at Silver's. I did a couple of robberies and got $20,000. Thinking back, I regret it. In time, I paid for every red cent I stole and for every person who got hurt along the way. Karma is very real. Anyway, I got the bread, and at the Coliseum Mall next to Jamaica Avenue, I bought Havoc a big gold link and a Mary Mother of God pendant with a big ruby in it. Hav was happy. I bought myself a thick herringbone chain with the biggest Nefertiti piece that they had, plus 3 gold rings. Hav told me about the Steinway Street shopping area in Astoria, so we went on a shopping spree, spending about $700 on clothes and sneakers. My 15th birthday had just passed, so I decided it was time to start driving. At a used car lot on Hillside Avenue in Jamaica, Queens, I bought my first car for $9,000 cash, a Sterling luxury car imported from England. I was 15 with no license, insurance, nothing. But the used car dealer was so grimy and happy that I had cash, he gave me a temporary registration and said to come back when it expired and he'd give me a new one. I was the littlest motherfucker with big jewelry, the flyest clothes, and a nice car. Since I didn't have a license and looked so young, I had tints put on the windows and mostly drove it at night or on the weekends I spent at Grandma's crib. Back then, people were still walking around with beepers on their hips, and if you were lucky enough to have a cell phone, which was damn near unheard of, it was big and doofy. Car washes sold fake plastic car phones with antennas that stick on your windshield. I bought one and pretended like I was on the phone when I drive past girls. Don't laugh, I got a lot of girls with that trick. I'd park a couple of blocks away or around the corner from my crib so my moms and grandmoms didn't know I had a car. $9,000 was stashed, left untouched. Almost all the biggest rappers talk about how they was getting money since back in the day, but I guarantee you, none of them was doing what I was doing at 14 and 15. Anybody who knew me from back then can vouch for me. One Saturday, Havoc came to my grandma's dance school. "Is it like this every Saturday?" Havoc asked me. He was open and bagged a few girls from there. "I've got to start coming here more often." That weekend, I found out that Cousin Craig had got locked up again. Somehow he'd been shot in the foot, and they locked him up right after that. Havoc and Stobo spent the weekend at my grandma's crib in Hempstead. We drove uptown, bought some weed from the patty shop by the Polo Grounds projects, stopped at Willie's Burgers on 145th, and then jetted back to Long Island, where I introduced Havoc, Carrie, Money No, Dirty Harry, and some of my other friends. Later that night, we went to White Castle, the after-hours hangout in Hempstead. It had just started raining, and Hav asked me if he could drive my car around the block. We were drunk and high, so even though I knew Hav never driven a car before, I let him. This kid Kevin, who lived around the corner from me, went with him just in case. I watched Hav circle around one time, and then another, and then he hit the gas too hard when he tried pulling back into the parking lot and almost drove into White Castle. Luckily, he ran over a fire hydrant instead. My car was stuck on top of the hydrant. When I snapped out of shock, 6 of us pushed the car off the hydrant and hurried up out of there before the cops came. My brand new imported Sterling sputtered like a moped. "I'm sorry, son," Hav kept saying. "I'm gonna pay for it, don't worry." I didn't care because I didn't have to work hard to get that car anyway. We laughed it off. Although it wasn't nothing funny about it, I had the car for 2 weeks and was already back to riding the Iron Horse. If you don't know, that's the train. 2 weeks later, I got my car back from the repair shop, but it never really drove the same. Hav and I came up with a name for our group, the Poetical Prophets. Around that same time, my man Carrie called and gave me my new name, Prodigy. As soon as I heard it, I was like, that's it, that's me, I'm running with that. Hav's cousin Todd took our photos. My brother Greg had a new camera he was proud of, so he took some pictures of us too. Hav agreed to let my moms be our manager, and we were ready. We had pictures, a manager, and a 50-song demo. We kept cutting school, except now we were walking the record labels all over Manhattan, hoping to be heard. We looked on the back of rap albums, got the office address to labels, and stood outside until we saw rappers coming and going. Def Jam was our first pick. While waiting by the front door, this rap group, the Afros, walked out. I approached them with my Walkman and asked them to listen to the music. "Ain't got time for that, shorty," they said, and kept walking. Fuck them niggas. One afternoon, we saw Q-Tip from A Tribe Called Quest by the office on Elizabeth Street in Houston. He was cool. He stopped, put our headphones on, and gave one of our songs a listen. It was 1989, and there were no young rappers with lyrical content like ours. Hav and I made graphic, reality-based hood music. There was nothing like us at that time. We had Q-Tip open. "Yo, I'm gonna take you inside and introduce you to some people," he said. He brought us inside Def Jam on the spot and introduced us to the entire office. He was the first person in the industry to recognize our talent and give us a chance. Q-Tip even helped us set up a meeting with Russell Simmons and Leo Cohen, the president and owner of the label. We were excited. We felt like that was our past. We were coming to Def Jam every day now. The next day, we went to school and stayed the entire day. We hadn't spent a whole day of school in like 4 months. There were signs on the bulletin board for a school talent show. You know we signed up. We only liked school because of the girls and robbing students for their goods. Plus, that's where our friends were at. We got drunk and high right before class mostly every day when we actually stayed. We were terrors in that school. We did a lot of things I can't discuss because it would incriminate us. But we ran through that school like we owned it. Hav and I were pissy drunk at talent show practice one day, drinking 40s of Ballantine Ale and OE. Hav was more bent than me. He told me how he and our boy from school, Derek, were planning to set me up and rob me when Derek first introduced us. But they ended up feeling my style, so they changed their minds. Wow, crazy. I guess the truth does come out when you're drunk. After the rehearsal, somebody in the crowd of 10 people started clapping and making a lot of noise for our song, "Aw, shit." When I got a good look, to my surprise, it was my pops. I was happy as hell to see him, and Hav was too. Pops told me Grandma's was letting them hide out at her new condo on Roosevelt Island, right across the water from our school. My pops, man, it felt real good to see him. I was excited about my new career as a rapper and told my pops we had a meeting with Russell Simmons in a couple of days. He was happy for us. We walked around Manhattan for a few hours and rode the tram by 59th Street Bridge to my grandmother's luxury condo on Roosevelt Island. We talked mostly about music, but he asked me about my health and explained that he was on the run again for guns and drugs. "I gotta be careful about how I move around," he said. Pops told me that since he'd been staying at Grandma's spot, he'd see me more often. Cool. I was happy to see my pops. I ain't seen him in a long time. I rode back from the island alone and went home. A couple of days later, it was meeting time. We changed DJs from Tafari to Hav's man Prince AD from Queensbridge. Tafari was like 6'1", and Prince AD was real little like us. He fit in. We were scheduled to meet Russell Simmons at his Manhattan condo around the block from Def Jam. I always kept my gun on me, but I didn't want to disrespect Russell by bringing that type of energy into his home. So this kid Perry at Def Jam let me leave it in his office drawer until we were done. Perry walked us to Russell's apartment on Broadway near NYU. Russell's assistant let us in. There was a big-ass jacuzzi tub in the floor in the room next to the living room. The white carpet had just been shampooed, and we had to take our shoes off and step in the soapy, stinking carpet in wet socks. Oh, so this is what it's like to have $1 million in your own record label. Nervous and excited, we waited around for 15 minutes until the assistant said Russell wasn't going to be able to make it. He sent us back to the office to meet with Leo Cohen instead. Leo listened to our best songs and told us that we cursed too much, and our music was too violent. He said Def Jam couldn't do anything with us because we were too young to speak like that. He said they would get in trouble with the law for putting out our album. What? We couldn't believe it. We were pissed off, but we weren't that mad because we knew we had some hot shit. If they didn't sign us, it was their loss, not ours. Although a month later, they signed the group Onyx from Jamaica, Queens. These niggas was screaming, cussing, and waving Tech 9s in the videos, looking like black skinheads. As we were leaving Def Jam, I went to get my gun from Perry's office. We walked in behind him, and Perry passed it to Hav instead of me. I asked him for some De La Soul and Slick Rick posters I seen lying around, and he went to get them. Hab pointed the gun at me, playing around. "Yo, don't play with me like that, man," I told him. When our friend came back with the posters, Hab pointed the gun at him. "Nigga, give me them posters," Hab said, joking. The gun went off, hitting Perry in the stomach. His shirt catching fire with a bullet hit as he fell onto me. Hab dropped the gun and ran out the building with Prince AD right behind him. Yo, this nigga just shot this motherfucker. I looked down at Perry as he tried to grab onto my shoulder. Yo, get off of me. I yanked my arm away from him. I'm going with my people. I ran downstairs to catch up with Hav and AD. The most popular duo in rap, Run DMC, was walking into the building as Hav, Prince AD, and I came running out. My boys knocked them to the ground as they busted out the front door and ran up Houston towards Broadway to the train station. I wasn't far behind. "Stop those kids!" Somebody screamed behind us. When I looked back, it was Ali Shaheed Muhammad, the DJ from the Tribe Called Quest. Havoc stopped running and started screaming at me. "Yo, I didn't mean it, son. I didn't mean to shoot him. You gotta hide me, son. Take me to Florida." I saw some detectives riding past us in an unmarked car and told Hav to be quiet. The 3Ds got out the car and came over to us. "Is there a problem?" one of the officers asked. Havoc started screaming again. "I didn't mean to shoot him. It was an accident, man." The Ds pulled out cuffs and put them on Hav. Ali Shaheed Muhammad caught up with us and told the cops what happened. I told them that it was an accident. We thought it was a lighter. We found it outside. We didn't know it was a real gun. They took Hav to the bookings. Prince AD and I went home. The next morning, Moms woke me up for school. She had the radio on Kiss FM as usual. While we were both getting dressed, they announced that some rappers got into an argument with Leo Cohen at Def Jam over contracts, and one of the rappers, Kiwan Muchita, shot an A&R because they didn't sign us. What? I explained the real story to my moms. "I have to go see the dude in the hospital to make sure he's okay and to make sure he knows how it went down," I said. I felt bad because we had just met the kid through Q-Tip. Perry showed us love, helping us get inside Def Jam instead of us having to stand outside like groupies. But my main focus was getting Perry to agree to tell the story to help Hav get out of trouble. My mom said she'd come with me, so after school we went to see him. My mother felt more badly for him than I did. Dude was messed up bad. The bullets were covered in green mold, causing an infection in his intestines. They had to take them out and let them heal outside of his body so the infection wouldn't spread. They attached a shit bag to his body while his intestines healed. "Listen, I'm here for a reason," I said, sitting beside his bed. "This is what you gotta say so Javi doesn't have to go to jail. We found it outside the office. We thought it was a lighter. We didn't realize it was a gun." Say, "Yeah, that's true. I was there when they found it and they thought it was a lighter." Perry was our man, so he knew it was just an accident. Hav beat the charges in court. After that, Def Jam got security guards, big muscle-bound dudes at the front door. Wow, we were setting trends in the game already. When my 16th birthday came around, my moms bought me the autobiography of Malcolm X by Alex Haley, the same guy who wrote Roots. I never had the patience to read a 500-page book before. But after the first 50 pages, I realized that Malcolm X was a street dude before he became a great speaker and leader. Plus, Malcolm was once a part of the Nation of Islam, and I wanted to learn more about the 120 lessons of Islam. It took me 2 weeks to read, open my eyes, and planted the seed in my brain. I still had a lot to learn, but I felt a change in my mentality coming. a drastic change. Havoc and I started recording at this new spot, 510 Studios, on South Franklin in Hempstead. Paul, the guy who ran it, and his partner Kerwin, the in-house engineer, both made beats and had a similar style to Public Enemy's producer Hank Shockley. Paul and Kerwin loved our style and wanted to produce a whole album for us, so we got to use the studio all the time. A lot of big names in rap music come from Long Island. Rakim, Biz Markie, EPMD, De La Soul, Public Enemy, Method Man, Busta Rhymes, and myself. I was proud to represent Hempstead, but I'm glad my moms got me out of there and moved to Queens because I was exposed to a different way of living. The first 16 years of my life were incredible, but the next 16 will be nothing short of history book material. October 10th, 2008, Mid-State Correctional Facility, Marcy, New York, 8 a.m. The dorm I was in at Mid-State Correctional Facility held 30 inmates from all walks of life: ex-cops, judges, DAs, school superintendents, COs, a couple of Bloods, and a multi-millionaire who ran Tyco and had an ownership stake in the Yankees and the Yes, Yankees Entertainment Station network. A real motley crew, mostly white men in their late 40s. My homeboy Young, one of the few inmates I was close with, was 22 and serving 5 years for criminal enterprise. We laugh about how almost all the white inmates in our dorm had to take psychiatric medication because they couldn't deal with the reality of being in prison. They actually believed that they didn't belong here or should have received lighter sentences or gotten away with their crimes completely, that they were too good to be serving time because of their upbringing, academic background, or resumes. It was hilarious to sit back and analyze them. It made me appreciate being raised on both sides of the tracks. I know what it's like to live in the hood with poverty and in the suburbs with money. So I'm comfortable amongst savage street mentalities and highbrow squares. I prefer a savage mind over a square one, because without money, expensive houses and safe neighborhoods, cars, and the other materialism that gives a false sense of security in their little fake-ass world, a square couldn't survive in the real world, with poverty and savages a king. Just imagine for a moment the apocalypse hits. Armageddon, Babylon, the corporate world is falling. No electricity, bank accounts, gas stations, no calling 911 because there's no phone service. Who will survive longer, if at all? Mr. and Mrs. Square-ass lame with their master's degrees and their Prada suits? Or Mr. and Mrs. Savage mentality, who are used to having nothing and are close friends with all the neighborhood criminals? I suggest you read the book of Revelations if you're confused about the answer. Having a savage mentality doesn't necessarily make you an evil person. It just means that you have a set of survival skills that can be used if needed. There are a lot of people who use it in a negative way. I used to be one of them. But while serving these 3 years in prison, I practiced keeping a very peaceful state of mind. For those of you who can relate, once you master that level of self-control, you'll notice your life start to drastically improve. It will help you avoid a world of unnecessary trouble. I wish I could have learned this on the streets at 16 instead of in prison at 33, but my life didn't play out that way. In late January 1990, right after the New Year rolled around, my mother woke me up to go to school at 6:40 a.m. I don't know what got into me that morning. I'm not going to school no more, I told my mom flat out. She thought I was just talking in my sleep and tried to get me up again 5 minutes later. I'm not going to school no more, I told her again. I'm going back to sleep. Okay, Mom said, and left for work. That was that. I did eventually go to school again, but it wasn't to go inside. I park out front and kick it with the females at Art and Design, then do the same at the all-girls Catholic school down the street called Cathedral. The Cathedral girls walk past our school to get to the train station in their miniskirt uniforms. When I eventually succeeded at getting the Cathedral girl, it was like a dream come true. Her name was Jade, a real pretty 17-year-old dark-skinned dime with green chinky eyes from Harlem, whose parents owned a brownstone by Convent Ave. After a week, I had her cut in school to take rides in the Sterling, park, smoke weed, and get busy in the back seat. She was the first girl who would just pull her panties to the side so we could do it with our outfit on. After 3 or 4 episodes with Jade, her phone number was changed. I never went back to Cathedral or Art and Design after that. Not even the school girls. After Jade, I was on a mission. All I wanted was sex with the finest dimes. Chapter 3. Mobb Deep. Try to keep a positive mind and walk a straight line don't work. So niggas is forced to do dirt, and God made dirt, so this dirt won't hurt. Shook Ones Part 1. 1991. Havoc and I decided to change our name from Poetical Prophets to Mobb Deep. We needed something that described how we were living. When all the QB niggas got together to hang out, it would be like 30 to 40 of us, like a mob. The slang we used when we saw a whole bunch of guys together was, "Yo, them niggas is deep." Both words together sounded good. Mobb Deep. I decided to use 2 B's because it just looked better with the extra B. It made it look even. I was a high school dropout, full-time rapper, stick-up kid. It wasn't long before Havoc dropped out too. I was still doing my grand larceny thing, sold my Sterling for $3,000 and bought my second car, a used Acura Legend, from the same car lot on Hillside Avenue. I paid $9,000 cash, of course, then took it to Earl's shop on Peninsula Boulevard in Hempstead and got it painted money green. At Big Boy Toys on Queens Boulevard, they put in white seats with money green piping, a white dashboard, a Momo steering wheel, and green window tints. To top it off, I put hammers on it. Those is rims. I was 16 with the illest car. I was on a rampage. My daily schedule was to buy a bunch of weed uptown, then drive around every borough bagging broads. My man Dirty Harry, who lived around the corner in Hempstead, bought a BMW 5 Series, burgundy, with gold trimming, 5-star gold rims, and a burgundy rag top. We used to stare at that car outside the used car lot on Jamaica Avenue. "I'm buying that shit," Harry would say. And he damn sure did. Carrie was my closest friend from Hempstead. He lived on the corner of my block, and we'd known each other since diapers. My father used to date his moms way back in the day, so Carrie and I were like brothers. I stashed all my dirty money at his crib, $30,000 to $40,000. You know that's your homie when you could trust him with that much dough. Dirty Harry had a friend named Money No. Money No would thug him out for the new car Harry just bought. That's borrow it and bring it back when he felt like it. Money No and I ended up getting real cool. Carrie and Money No had some old beef with each other and would fist fight constantly, so I couldn't even chill with both of them at the same time. Maybe it was because Money No's father also used to date Carrie moms. But every Tuesday night, we'd hang out at the rink, a popular roller skating rink in Teaneck, New Jersey. Man, that was the spot. We'd race the Beamer and the Acura from Hempstead to Teaneck in 15 minutes flat. Havoc, Prince A.D., Hav's brother TJ, and sometimes Carrie would ride in my Acura, and Money No had his crew in the BMW. Even if we didn't go inside the rink, the parking lot across the street was a party in itself. packed with females and niggas in their prized possession, their cars. Dudes walked around a lot selling drugs and temporary licenses for $100. I bought like 3 of those. Inside, the rink was filled with females from all over the tri-state. Everybody who was anybody was there every Tuesday. It was smaller and more exclusive than the popular skate key rink in the Bronx. You had to be in the know. I bumped into one of Hav's boys from QB, Yammy, a few times, and we got real cool. He was a drug dealer and a Golden Gloves boxer from Brownsville, Brooklyn, who moved to Queensbridge. Yammy was famous in the streets of New York, an official ghetto superstar. DJ Clark Kent would pass by us in the rink and in the parking lot with our cars and jewelry and say, "You little niggas gonna blow up one day." He didn't even know we was rappers. He just saw how expensive we looked. Most of the sex I was having at 16 came from hanging out at the roller rink and a small spot in Harlem called Ebony Lounge that had an older, well-dressed crowd with some good-looking females and minks and foxes. Derek's homeboy from the Bronx, DJ Damage, played there. We were the youngest in the 21 and over spot with our fake IDs, big jewelry, and nice cars. The ladies were all over me, taking turns pinching my butt as I walked through the crowd. Harlem girls got a lot of style, and I wasn't shy about approaching an older woman. We always arrived dressed fresh, Pele leather jackets and all sorts of colors and patterns, a different one for every night. The older dudes in the spot wanted to kill us, rob us, and both, because we were taking their ladies. But we never had fear in our hearts. We would party anywhere, and we always had guns, so we didn't give a fuck. I had guns galore, and I kept buying new ones, adding to my collection, different ones for different occasions. Little ones to sneak into parties, and big ones in the engine of my Acura for crews that like jumping people outside of parties. We were very well protected from anything that might pop off. At Ebony Lounge one night, this older female named Tanya, around 26, and wearing a gray mink coat, started buying me Armoretto sours and other sweet drinks I never heard of. She was a nurse from the Bronx who worked at a hospital on the Grand Concourse by Fordham Road, a few blocks from Derek's crib. She was in love with me. Some nigga Tanya used to mess with would come to the spot every week with his friends to stalk her. I was grinding up on Tanya while she was sucking on my ear in front of the dude to let him know what time it was. Later on, posted up on the wall next to the DJ table with Derek and Money No, I saw the guy at the bar arguing with Tanya. Then he stormed out. "I think you should leave." Tanya came over to warn me. "He's talking about robbing y'all when y'all go outside." Ha! We laughed and kept partying. When we walked out the spot, the dude and 6 of his friends were standing on the corner watching Money No and me say peace to our people before getting in my car parked across the street. I grabbed my gun from under the seat and stood outside my ride with it clearly in my hand. The dudes whispered and walked away. Clowns, I thought. Dude's mad cause a little nigga took his chick. Tough shit. Money No and I bounced to the Bronx to meet Tanya and her sister at her crib. Sitting on the couch in their living room, Money No and I was smirking at each other as Tanya served us drinks cause the apartment was toe out from the flow up. But those big asses Tanya and her sister had made us not care. Money No went to her sister's room and Tanya started giving me head right there on the couch. After 30 minutes, her sister called Tanya into the bedroom and Money No came into the living room, telling me that her sister and Tanya both had their period, but still wanted to sex us. No thank you. I got caught my first time and it fucked me up for life. Never ever again. "Pete, look," Money No said, pointing at the floor as we sat on the couch, gun in my pocket just in case. I didn't see anything. "You don't see all them roaches?" I looked again. There was hundreds of them. As we were inspecting the roach population, a rat ran across the room. "Oh, shit!" We both jumped on the couch screaming. We said our goodbyes real quick. Driving across the Triborough Bridge on the way back to Hempstead, a big roach crawled across the dashboard as if to say, "Sup, y'all?" We pulled over at the first exit, took our clothes off, and shook them out in the street, jumping around like idiots. That was the first and last time we went to Tanya's crib. We were having the time of our lives. Superstars before we were superstars. Money knows, and my favorite thing to do was drive to Philadelphia for the Greek festival. There was a lot of little niggas our age with money in Philly, riding around with four-wheelers, dirt bike motorcycles in the street and through the park. Thousands of young people partying in the park, showing off cars, motorcycles, clothes, and females showing off their bodies. Sweet. In late autumn, Kid Capri threw a big party in Manhattan's Upper West Side. Derek and his Bronx crew told me to meet them there, so I scooped Money No and headed to the city. I was wearing a brand new black and olive green butter soft Pele jacket with red trimming and a gold barrel link with a Lazarus piece. Looking real clean and ready to bag these older niggas' broads as always. The block was packed when we pulled up. We parked around the corner and walked over to where Derek and his crew was posted up across from the club entrance. Derek told me they couldn't get in. We didn't care. It was like a party outside, with females roaming around who couldn't get in either. One of Derek's boys kicked it with me about this gun I've been trying to convince him to sell me for 5 months. It was the illest gun I ever seen. Still is, to this day. An all-plastic Tech 22 with a 42-shot banana clip. He finally offered me some ridiculous price, like $800. It wasn't that hot. I had a .22 revolver in my pocket, so I wasn't pressed. Though the gun looked sweeter than a motherfucker, like a toy. On the walk back to the car, after 20 minutes, Money No and I passed some guys lighting off firecrackers. Is somebody shooting at us? I pulled my gun out of my pocket discreetly. It was the night before Halloween, chilly. Why are they still blasting fireworks? When I realized it was just firecrackers, I put the piece back as quick as I pulled it out. We stopped at the corner store for White Owl cigars and soda. As soon as I walked out the store, I was surrounded by squad cars pulling up from every angle. "Freeze! Don't fucking move! Get the fuck on the ground!" I complied with their demands. Damn, I'm going to jail, I thought. It wasn't hard to find a gun, right in my jacket pocket. Before they threw the cuffs on, I gave the car keys to Money No. They put me in a squad car and took me downtown. It was my first time getting locked up. I flashed back to when I was 8, in the backseat of the cop car, holding my pop's cuffed hands. I dropped a few tears. I was only 16 and didn't know what was going to happen. I thought I was going to prison for a long time. At the station, they took my fingerprints, mug shots, and transported me to the Tombs. I spent the night in the Tombs in downtown Manhattan. A giant building with numerous courtrooms, including the Supreme Court, and in the basement, hundreds of prisoners. The Tombs stank, filled with bums and grimy New Yorkers, whoever they arrested off the street, stuck in the holding cell together. It was every man for theyself in there. I didn't have any problems. I knew how to carry myself. I didn't sleep, paid attention. The cops kicked and slammed the door every couple of hours as they moved people in and out. Hours passed. The bullpen started to fill up, and this white man began kicking the steel door, yelling and screaming to be released. The kid I was smoking a cigarette with and I were laughing at the fool. The correction officers came in and told him to wait like everyone else, but he wouldn't shut up. "I've been in here for hours," he shouted. "When do I see the judge?" The COs took him into another room and beat him up while we listened to him scream some more. Moms and Uncle Lenny came to get me out the next morning. Since I was a youthful offender, I got out ROR, released on my own recognizances. My birthday was in 2 days. I was turning 17. I ended up getting 5 years probation and 150 hours community service at St. Peter's Church in Midtown Manhattan, right around the block from Art and Design. My grandpop's old jazz buddy, Reverend Genzel, wrote letters on my behalf to hook that up. During my daily 3 hours at St. Peter's, he'd tell me stories about playing jazz with my grandpops. The church served free food for homeless people with AIDS, so I helped set up tables and chairs and put them all away. My father left New York to hide out in California. He'd been on the run for like 4 years. After resolving his jewelry store robbery case, he caught another case when the cops pulled him over on the highway and found a couple of keys of cocaine and 2 Uzis in the trunk of his car. So he went on the run again. He made connections in Cali to change his identity, but he needed his mom's help. She couldn't send money or wire it through the bank because that would leave a paper trail. So grandmoms caught a flight to Los Angeles and took me along for the ride. It was winter recess at school, so my moms let me go. When we arrived in L.A., Michael Peters came to pick us up from the airport. Michael was a famous dance choreographer who my grandmother raised and taught to dance. He made a big name for himself by creating the dance moves for Michael Jackson's Beat It and Thriller videos. He was proud to show my grandmother how well he was doing and brought us to his mansion in the Hollywood Hills. They drank and talked about old times at the dance school while I walked around Michael's living room, admiring the pictures on his walls of him smiling with celebrities. We checked into a hotel room at Universal Studios. When I was a kid, my grandmother took me to Universal Studios theme park right next to the hotel, where they showed us how they did special effects in movies. Even though I was older now, I still wanted to go. So Michael said he would take me while we were in town. Michael was gay as hell, but I grew up around a lot of gay dudes at my grandmother's dance school, so it didn't bother me. Mike was cool. He was like family. The next day, my grandmother and I met my pops at a grimy storefront on Malcolm X Boulevard in Compton to get the fraudulent identification. The fat dude behind the desk had a 12-gauge shotgun leaning up against the wall beside him. Pops and grandmas exchanged small talk with the dude for 15 minutes, like they had friends in common. Pops gave the guy a yellow envelope filled with $2,500. After the fat fuck counted it, he gave my pops a bigger yellow envelope with his new paperwork. Pops opened it and checked it all out. A birth certificate, social security card, driver's license, and utility bills, all with his new name, Carlos Johnston. Back at the hotel, Pops told us he'd been living in San Jose. He'd met some broad out there and they were starting a new life together. Pops and I went to see Boys in the Hood that night named Marina Del Rey. It was opening weekend and shootouts and stabbings were erupting at theaters across the country. The theater was packed. We jumped out our seats when my song, Too Young, started playing during the backyard barbecue scene when Ice Cube came home from prison. He was proud that his son accomplished something like that. That was the last time I got to hang out with my pops. 9 months later, the feds finally found him in San Jose. He had a good run though, 5 years. He did 2 years in a federal prison in California. Then they shipped him to a fed joint in Georgia for another few. Back in New York, I hung out in QB every day with Haz's friends. Jamel and Jamal were twins. You could tell them apart because Jamel had 2 razor scars on his cheeks, a long one on the right cheek and a short one on the left from a brief Rikers Island bid. Someone came up behind him with 2 razors and cut him on both sides. We called Jamal Twin Gambino and Jamel the Scarface Twin. Then there were Ron Gotti, Ty Nitty, and Trip, who came to be known as Godfather. Karate Joe, who was a martial arts expert. Yammy, the Golden Gloves boxer. Free High, who smoked everybody weed and never chipped in or bought his own. Capone, who had a reputation for supposedly shooting a cop and cutting people with razors. Draws, who he called Super Trooper because he survived numerous shootouts and had been shot multiple times. Rap and Spark, two older laid-back hustlers who didn't hang out with us much because they were wiser than us. Though when they did come around, they'd advise us to stop all our young-minded shit and just get money. Prince Guard, who always was just coming home from jail. Ops, a.k.a. Dead Arm, because he knocked dudes out with one hit. And Tawan, they called him Noid because he looked like the Domino's pizza character, the Noid. He was the only one in the crew with his own apartment, no parents. He was the same age as Havoc and me, but was on his own because his moms reportedly got locked up for cutting off her man's finger and left him with the crib. That was the hangout spot. We called it the Honeycomb Hideout. Noid had another nickname, the Natural-Born Hustler. He had to pay the bills and support himself. He moved to QB 5 years prior from Red Hook Projects in Brooklyn. He didn't speak to me much and wasn't friendly at first, but I was a new face, so I didn't expect him to be. I'm that same way with people. The twins were also hard on me when I first came around. They told me if I wanted to be down with their crew, I had to battle every rapper in Queensbridge. So we got some E&J and weed, and we walked around the entire projects, and I had to battle whoever was outside who had a name. I was getting busy. The twins would amp me up. Yeah, this my nigga P. Y'all can't fuck with his verses. Finally, they told me I had to battle Nas. It was around 10 p.m. on a Friday night. We were all drinking outside in front of Havoc's building. Come on, let's go see if Nas is over on the block, Twin Gambino said. Nas, Jungle, and Grand Wiz sat on the same bench on 40th side of Vernon every night. That was their bench. Havoc's and Nas's blocks were on opposite ends of the projects. You had to cross a hill in order to get to the other side. You could go through the blocks, but most people crossed the hill. The two sides, the 40th and the 41st sides, beefed with each other sometimes. Nas and them was sitting on the bench as usual. Yo, I got my man P right here. He wanna battle you, Gambino said. Nas was nonchalant, like, alright, corny little dude. Who does this kid think he is coming around to battle me? That's Nas. Everybody knew how nice he was back then. I had a little lick in me, so I was feeling myself. It was time to battle Nas. The twins and I stood next to Nas and two of his boys on the bench. I was nervous as hell. I spit, Nas spit, then I spit some more. We lit a blunt and passed it around between raps. When I heard Nas rhyme, I thought, damn, I can't say no shit better than that. His is way better than mine. He told me my shit sounded cool, and his boy said the same. I knew Nas had the better rap, but the twins always encouraged me. You the best, P. You the best. Nas was the best. Havoc was better than me, too. We shook hands, then the twins and I walked back over the Hav's block on the 41st side. You doing your thing, P, but there's one more person you gotta battle, they said. If he says you good, then you good. Who is he? I asked. Where's he at? You gotta wait. He's locked up right now. His name is called Mega. If you can hang with Mega, then you can hang with us. Everybody in the hood said that Mega was 100 times better than Nas, and Nas was fucking good. They had me scared to death to battle Mega. Mega was supposedly locked up for a crime he didn't even commit. Some white chick had been mugged and pointed Mega out while she was sitting in the back seat of a cop car and he was minding his business. He got 5 years for that bullshit. I was 17 years old in 1992, but in my heart and my mind, I was more like 25. I moved out my mom's apartment and practically lived at Hav's mom's crib with him, his brother TJ, his sister Tamika, his moms, and her boyfriend. Once I got a taste of the largest housing projects in North America and became a part of the action, it was addictive. 6 blocks, 96 buildings. Every block had a crew. Hav's crew was the 12th Street crew, from the 41st side of 12th Street. Mostly everybody sold crack and had money rolls in their pockets. The excitement of QB hooked a lot of people in with his new slang, unique style of dress, and cool characters. Queensbridge had its own way of doing things. We cuffed the bottom of our pants different, laced our shoes different, even tied them different, looping the laces through every other hole. People get sucked into that hood. They say New York is fast-paced. Well, QB is triple that speed, mentally. We had to think fast, react fast, and have animal instincts in order to survive in that hood. Crackheads from different states and countries would find their way to Queensbridge because in QB, they sold big, loose rocks in their hands instead of a bunch of tiny pieces stuffed in a crack valve like other hoods. We called crack hemies, cigarettes bogies, and St. Ives malt liquor Thaney. The word Thaney came from our own cryptic speech, something like pig Latin. This kid Bumpy started it, and I dubbed it the Thun language. For example, instead of calling each other son, we said Thun, and Thordy instead of Shorty. It got real intricate. Bumpy had a speech impediment that made him talk like that naturally, but we all turned it into our hood slang. We even had slang terms for money. A $100 bill was called a man. 50s were half a man. 20s, dubs. 10s, demons. And a 5 was a fever. We called the police Jakes from the 80s TV show Jake and the Fat Man. And the phone was a jack. Jewelry was shine or special effects. Oral sex was called a headspin. And regular sex was a backspin. We were doing and saying shit nobody had ever seen or heard before. One afternoon, Twin Gambino knocked on the door and told me Cormega was home and it was time for us to battle. I reluctantly got up and followed him outside to the card table where Mega was posted up on a set of crutches. I introduced myself, and he explained how he'd broken his leg in a motorcycle accident as soon as he got home. After the small talk, we started rapping. Mega was definitely better than all of us. The way he put his rhymes together, his wordplay was extra unique. I was scared to rap after him, but I did. Mega said he liked my shit. I was in. I passed the test. Twin Gambino told me that after I battled Nas told everybody I sounded weak and corny and Havoc should go solo. I wasn't surprised. Even I thought I was whack compared to Nas. Although Gambino never made me feel that way. He told me that in his opinion, I could be better than him. Man, fuck Nas, Gambino said. Don't listen to him, he's just jealous. To me, Nas was the best there was. I never had any sour feelings towards Nas. I looked up to him. Gambino telling me that Nas said I was whack only fueled me. I grew to love Havoc, his family, his friends, and Queensbridge so much that I wasn't going to let anything make them turn around and say, P's whack, let's cut him off. From that day on, I went on a rap mission because I wanted to be accepted by my new friends. I didn't want Had to go solo. It sparked a fire in me. I would like to thank Nas, the Twins, Havoc, and the entire 12th Street crew for bringing me into y'all world. I love y'all. Chapter 4. Juvenile Hell. Buying new gear, nothing but the best. Forget Levi, strictly polo and Guess. But how do I make the cash? It gotta be easy and it gotta be fast. Peer pressure. Hav and I did a few talent shows and went to a lot of industry parties in 1992. Still trying to get signed after the Def Jam incident. Since we were so young and the smallest dudes at the parties, music industry people started to take notice. Matty C, a writer for the Source magazine's Unsigned Hype column, decided to feature us in the magazine. I bought like 20 copies when it hit the stand. Slick Rick was on the cover. I was amazed. We were in a magazine. Maddie played our music for Bones Malone and A&R at 4th and Broadway Records. He wanted to sign us immediately and had a contract ready within a week with the $20,000 advance. We had a falling out with my moms just before we made the deal. We'd made it past the first few rounds of auditions at a New York talent search, and my mother had taken us to the main audition in the projects on the Lower East Side. When our song, "Aw Shit," came on, the dude in charge was like, "Stop the tape. You can't curse." We got into an argument, and they kicked us out the show. "Fuck you! Fuck this show!" we shouted. "You gonna remember us?" My mother didn't curse. She was a real positive person, into New Age thinking. "You can't talk to people like that," she said. "This is a business." "Moms, Mobb Deep is the best that there is in rap music," I said. "Guaranteed. We're better than anybody that's in that show." "You can't go around thinking and talking like that," Mom said. "Listen, if you don't think we're the best, you shouldn't be managing us," we told her. Moms was right. We shouldn't have cursed that dude out. But of course, we're supposed to feel like we're the best. Our new manager was this dude named Dave, a well-dressed, soft-spoken guy from Queens with a good business mentality. Havoc found him somewhere. Moms was pissed. She spoke to her friend Brenda Dash, a real authentic psychic, about it. "Just leave them alone. They're gonna learn on their own." Brenda, who's Damon and Stacey Dash's aunt, told her. She eventually listened to Brenda and fell back. Moms didn't think 4th and Broadway was a good deal, but we just wanted the dough and our videos on TV. Dave negotiated a good deal for us, in our opinion. We signed the deal. Early the next morning, Havoc came knocking on my door, hyped up, with the first half of our advance money. My moms had moved to Jersey City for a little while to get away from Left Rack after I was arrested for selling crack my freshman year. I wouldn't wake up until Hav eventually started banging. Still groggy, I opened the door, and Hav stood there smiling with a mouthful of gold teeth, 10 separate caps lining his top row, a brand new Pele Pele leather jacket, and an envelope full of cash. "What's this?" I asked. "I picked up our advance today," he said. "We split $12,000, $6,000 apiece. Come on, let's go shopping." I learned how to make beats in my grandmother's basement with Grandpop's records. My grandfather left me his entire jazz collection from all his travels. Looking back at his life and the way he died, I realized that Grandpops did it real big. His friend Quincy Jones detailed a lot of their wild times on tour in his autobiography. Grandpops died while touring the world at age 73. I used to think, I want to go out just like that. But as I got older, I realized that I wanted to live much longer. A handful of our songs were sampled from his collection. We rushed recording the whole album at 510 Studio and didn't try hard to make hit records. I spent $2,200 on some studio gear and taught myself how to make beats. Hav would come to the crib and watch me put ideas together in the basement. I taught him how to use the equipment. He picked it up fast. "Hold up, let me try something real quick," he'd say while I was working on the track. Then he'd hog it for hours. I swear, it seemed like Hav was guided by spirits when he was on that sampler. He had this blank, yet intense look in his eyes, like he was possessed. I let him do his thing. It was really kind of amazing. After a while, I'd leave the basement while he was working on the track, smoke a blunt, drink a 40 with my Long Island crew, come back with food and beer for Hav, and he'd be done. Then we work on the lyrics. Havoc used to write some of my rhymes because my style and flow didn't match the unique style and flow he had coming from Queensbridge. He wrote my rhyme on Peer Pressure and a couple of other songs on that album. But after that, I caught on just as fast as he caught on with the beats. I put my own twist on it, and when I wrote verses, I always felt a higher power guiding me. It surprised me what I wrote sometimes. Not the things that I said, but the way I said it. Like a force in my head was telling me, "No, nigga, Say it this way. We made 3 beats on that album, but we just started learning how to make them. So that's exactly how the beat sounded, amateur. We shot 2 videos, one for a song called Hit It From The Back in Laurelton, Queens, and another for Peer Pressure in the Lower East Side, Manhattan. Our album Juvenile Hell was released in 1993, a year after we recorded it, and was a flop. It sold a little over 20,000 copies, and the label dropped us quick fast. We learned a serious lesson. We had to take songwriting and producing seriously, or we wouldn't get another chance. Our excuse was that we were only 17 when we recorded the music, just kids. We were still learning. But there are no excuses in this business. You either do or you die. While we were on the promo tour for the album, Nas dropped the Illmatic album. That really overshadowed our feeble attempt at rap music. Illmatic was, and still is, one of the best rap albums ever. Nas was an incredible songwriter, and the beats he chose were just as good. Halftime, produced by Large Professor, was the best song out. During an in-store appearance in Washington, D.C., they were playing that song. When I attack, there ain't an army that can strike back, so I react never calmly on the hype track. Whenever I freestyle, I see trap, niggas say I'm wild. I hate a rhyme, bite his rhyme. Stay tuned, not soon the real rap comes at halftime. It made us want to hurry home and start working on a new album. Even though Juvenile Hell wasn't a big success, the U.S. promotional tour across California and the entire East Coast built us a cult following. While we were in Cali, it blew our minds to find fans who had cassettes of the entire 50-song demo we recorded in Coney Island. For our demo to travel from New York across the map to Cali before the internet or mixtapes meant that people were really feeling us. We did college and underground radio interviews. In New York, Stretch Armstrong and Bobbito were among the first to show us love and play our music on Columbia University's radio station, WKCR. The Nas Illmatic craze helped boost our popularity because DJs and press people will always ask, "So, you're from the same hood as Nas, huh?" The Hit It From The Back video was so erotic, filled with fat asses and explicit lyrics, that it started getting burned on the Playboy channel. "Cunt little stunt with my butter dick, shorty. You talk too much, so lay back and enjoy the blunt." So like I said, we made ourselves a little cult following. One night around Halloween, we did a show at the Nottington House, a small spot right behind the Rib Shack restaurant on Linden Boulevard in Jamaica, Queens. While we were on stage performing Hit It From The Back, a bunch of dudes in the crowd were giving us a cold stare. "We tired of all that Queensbridge shit," they started yelling. "Fuck Queensbridge, Southside, nigga." Pandemonium broke out when we got off the stage. People throwing bottles and chairs and running everywhere. Come to find out, it wasn't just South Jamaica niggas tired of all the Queensbridge hype. This kid named T, who was on stage with us that night, had beef with some dudes out there. Man, they was trying to kill him. The brawl inside erupted to gunfire outside. Hundreds of shots let off that night. The Camry we rode away in just so happened to be the car T rode in. We had to duck on the car floor because bullets was blasting through the windows. This fool almost got us killed. When we got the news from our manager that the label had dropped us after the album tanked, we were already working on new music, so it fueled us. We fired our manager Dave and hired this girl Keisha, our man LeBron from Art and Design's sister. Keisha had her own apartment in Harlem on 149th Street and St. Nicholas Ave, almost directly across the street from the famous Branson candy store. Keisha invited Havoc and me to move in with her. We took her up on that offer. Havoc and I still use our little studio at my crib, but spent most of our time at Keisha's. The neighborhood had tons of females. Keisha had this fine-ass cousin named Dahlia who would come over to do Keisha's hair and nails. Dahlia was bad as hell. Light-skinned, with chinky eyes, with her hair in a wrap with colorful hairpins, slim body, nice curves in the right places. Dahlia was at least 6 years older and had a man, but I was a fly little nigga who was already taking other niggas' women. I was dead set on getting with her. Keisha went out one night and left Hav and me with the apartment. After a few hours, Dahlia and one of her girlfriends came over. A big Andre the Giant looking creature with a slight Billy D mustache. Dahlia sat at the dinette table with me and got right down to business. "I heard you wanted to see me," she said. I was shocked. She told me that she had a man, then grabbed her girlfriend and went into the bedroom to tell her something. "Yo, she on you, kid," Hav said. "I bet you can hit that right now. If I were you, I'd take in the bedroom when they come back out." "Yo, what's up with her friend though? She kinda whack, right?" I laughed in agreement as the girls came back out. Dahlia and I went into the bedroom and started kissing, closed the door, and took off our clothes. She handed me a condom and started riding me. Her big brick cell phone rang. It was her man. She started arguing with him as I sucked her nipples and piped her at the same time. She's actually talking to her man while she having sex with me, I thought. She hung up on him and we kept doing us. Dahlia was a stone cold freak. A few minutes later, Dahlia's phone rang again. Her man must have told her he was outside, cause she hopped up off of me and looked out the window, saying, "Oh shit." Her man was standing in front of his Cherokee Jeep, a heavy-set older dude with an afro blowout. Dahlia got some more young dick, then quickly got dressed as I kissed and sucked on her neck before she bounced. From the window, I watched the girls get into the Jeep with the dude and pull off. I asked Hav if he hit the big girl, and he said yeah, he took one for the team. That experience ruined my image of women. Females are grimy, but that shit made me like Dahlia even more. After like 6 months of living with Keisha, we overstayed our welcome, and she stopped managing us. But our hoorah in Harlem was a good time, especially Dahlia. Havoc was tired of traveling to my crib in Long Island to record, so we agreed to move the equipment to his mom's crib in Queensbridge. 1993 in Queensbridge was a memorable year. Nas made everybody proud to be from QB. Not to mention the Juice Crew legacy, the generation of rappers that came before us in the early 80s, when I was still in Reach Day Camp. MC Shan, Coogee Rap, Biz Markie, Tragedy, Craig G, Master Ace, Big Daddy Kane, Roxanne Shante, and super producer Marley Marl, who lived in the building right next to Hav. One day, Havoc brought me to the hood photographer, Dark Brother, aka Riley's crib. A small QB apartment in the same building as the twins annoyed, right next to Hav building. This dude had pictures of everything and anything that ever set foot inside of QB. It was like the Queensbridge Museum of History, with old pictures and frames of the Juice Crew members chilling on the block, like us before we were famous. Old pictures of Havoc and Nas, a shot of Biz Markie, Big Daddy Kane, and Coogee Rap standing in the middle of one of the blocks. It blew my mind when I found out Marley Marl produced My Melody by Eric B. and Rakim. He produced the entire Paid in Full album. Wow, I was impressed. It gave me an understanding of how serious that hood was when it came to rap music history. We made a bunch of new songs that were on fire. We'd make the beats at Hav Mom's crib, then go to a new studio in downtown Brooklyn at Hoyt and Schemerhorn to record. One of Hav's older hustler homies from QB named Star paid for our sessions. Star was cool as hell. He was making so much dough that he didn't want anything in return. He just wanted to see us succeed, From the studio, we'd rush back to the hood to let everybody on the block hear our new songs. That was how we tested all our music. If the hood loved it, then the world would love it. That was our motto. That spring, we threw a big barbecue for Havoc's birthday right on his block. One of his boys from 12th Street named Trev shared the same birthday, May 21st, along with soon-to-be rap star from Brooklyn, Biggie Smalls. It was the first time we threw our own party in QB. We did it up with free food, alcohol, for whoever came through. We started shopping our new demo around. Uptown MCA was one of the first labels we tried. We met with an A&R named Puffy. Derek from school knew him from back in the day and set up the meeting. Puff loved our music. In Puff's office, he and Derek were playing around and got into a wrestling match. Derek scooped Puff up by his legs and slammed him on the desk hard, knocking stuff all over the place. Bad Boy was just starting, and Puff didn't even have any artists yet. He wanted Mobb Deep to be the first to come out on his new label. Puff had a little fame from working with Uptown MCA artists Heavy D and Finesse Sequence, a female rap duo known for their song Soul Sisters and for wearing green and yellow MCM suits. He introduced us to Andre Harrell, who was in charge of MCA's black music department. They wanted to sign us right then and there. We told him we'd think about it. Puff, who was a party promoter, invited us to a party he was throwing that night at a club called The Building on 24th Street and 6th Avenue in Manhattan. Of course we agreed. We went back to the hood, gathered up the boys, got some liquor and some mess tabs, and celebrated the offer and our new friendship with Puff. At the club, the bouncer at the front door wouldn't let us in because we looked so young. We told him we were on the list and to go get Puff. Finally, Puff came and let us in. Leaders of the new school were on stage performing when we walked in. The most hyper one of the group, Busta Rhymes, had a box of promotional cassettes he was tossing into the crowd. When he tossed the last cassette, he flung the empty box into the crowd and hit me dead in my forehead. I was pissed, but more embarrassed than anything. After the show, we went backstage and I stepped to Busta. "Yo, you hit me with that fucking box, yo." I barked at him. Busta's real tall, about 6'3", so he looked down at me and said, "My bad, shorty. It was a mistake." I can't front, I was kinda starstruck, so I let it slide with a handshake. We proceeded to get drunk and high at the bar. Within an hour, a fight broke out between his crew, the Young Guns from Mount Vernon, and some other guys. Puff was visibly upset they'd broken up his party, screaming and yelling from behind a few bodyguards who had guns out. We left and went back home. Around September 1993, we brought a copy of our demo to Matty C at the Source. He called a few days before and told us he'd gotten an A&R job at this new company, Loud Records, and the president, Steve Rifkin, wanted to meet with us. Matty said he'd set up a meeting and give us a call. That weekend, Havoc wanted to chill at my grandmother's house in Long Island because he had a girl coming over and there wasn't no room in his mom's crib to get busy with girls. "She has a friend for you too," he said. "Cool, you know I'm with that," I said. So we went to Long Island. It seemed like yesterday. It was a sunny Saturday afternoon. We had the crib all to ourselves because my grandmom's was at the dance school. Hav's girl Shauna rang the bell. I was upstairs fixing up my room just in case I was getting some. Hav brought the girls to the basement and was playing records when I came down. "P, this is Kiki," Hav said, introducing me to Shauna's friend. "Kiki, that's P." Shorty was real good looking, with chinky eyes and sexy lips. I kicked it with her in the basement, then invited her upstairs so we can be alone. After talking in my room for a while, we ordered some Chinese food. The girls wanted to go to the movies, but Hav and I had different plans. After we ate, it was right back to business. Kiki and I got busy in my room. Kiki was just my type of girl because she wasn't acting all prissy and scared. Kiki was pretty and didn't front with the punani. Who wants to be turned down when you're trying to get some? I was feeling Kiki. We talked for a few hours after that. She told me how she was from Brooklyn but was living in Ridgewood, Queens. I could see myself with Kiki. I thought, she's cute with the perfect body and a tough attitude. My dream girl. Back in Queensbridge, this new rapper named Biggie Smalls started making a lot of noise with his song Party and Bullshit. I was a terror since the public school era. Bathroom passes, cutting classes, squeezing asses. Smoking blunts was a daily routine. The Scarface twin constantly played it on his boombox out on the block. Puff signed Biggie soon after offering us that deal. Queensbridge was tremendous. Almost everybody was a drug dealer. The twins, Noyd, Trip, Gotti, the whole hood. Niggas would be outside 24/7 selling crack like it was a candy store, making thousands a day. On Fridays, the top dealers would take everybody from the crew shopping. There were almost 20 of us in the 12th Street crew. They accepted me into their crew like a brother, even though I didn't sell drugs with them and wasn't from QB. Treated me like I was one of them. They spent thousands on everybody. 20 pairs of Timberlands, 20 Champion hoodies, 20 Army jackets, 20 pants, 20 everything. If one person got, we all had. But later in life, I realized they weren't doing it because they had good hearts. It was because they weren't properly paying their dealers. So they'd take them all shopping to keep them quiet. The same way a pimp does his hoes. Keep them looking good, pretty and all that. No dough. We went shopping on Steinway Street in Astoria and clubbing at night. Mostly Puffy's parties at the building and the red zone because we can get in with no problem. We also hit the Muse, Home Base, 20 West, Club 2000, the Fever, and our favorite, the Palladium. A lot of fights, cutting faces open with razors, breaking champagne bottles over heads, gunshots, and drunken memories. We were becoming immune to the violence and danger. After Havoc's brother TJ got heavy into the drug game, he started busting his gun a lot. We gave him the nickname Killer Black. He would shoot people in a heartbeat. We couldn't bring Killer to industry functions because he might murder somebody if they looked at us wrong. I started buying bigger guns and keeping them on me at all times. Around 3 o'clock one afternoon during the school week, Dirty Harry from Hempstead, Killer, and I were walking from the Coliseum Mall on Jamaica Avenue to my car. A gang of like 40 high school kids came down the sidewalk looking to start trouble. Killer Black walked straight through the dudes, bumping hard into whoever was in his way. I knew Killer was going to do that before he even did it. So I rushed ahead to my Acura and popped the hood open and get my Mac 11 out the engine. As I popped the hood, I looked to my left and saw the police posted up in the squad car on the corner. Turning back toward Killer, I saw the pack of dudes surrounding him, about to start swinging punches. I ran over, cocked around inside the chamber of the Mac, and screamed, "Hey yo, what the fuck is up?" Everybody ran except for one kid, who dropped his backpack and stood frozen, scared to move. Killer laughed, picked up the kid's backpack, and threw it in his face. "Get the fuck out of here!" Killer yelled, and the kid ran. After that incident, Killer told that story to everybody in the projects, so I was looking good in the streets. At least niggas knew I was ready to bust my gun anywhere, even in front of the police. Killer started selling drugs with this crew on Nas's side of the projects. The head guy over there was this dude named Little Lord, a 16-year-old crack kingpin. Killer was also his gunman. Little Lord wanted to buy my Acura, so he took me to his grandmother's crib in Ravenswood. It's a crazy coincidence how all our grandmother's cribs is in Ravenswood. and he showed me his money stash. Little Lord had like $200,000 stacked in shoeboxes in a closet. I was impressed. He offered me $10,000 to buy my act, but I wasn't ready to sell it yet. A few days later, my car was stolen down the block from my crib in Hempstead. Now right away, you're probably thinking that Little Lord stole it, but he didn't even know where I lived or parked my car. I called the precinct and they found my car stripped down to the bone in Ozone Park, Queens. Damn, I should have sold it to Little Lord for that $10K. What made it even worse was that I had my Mac 11 in the engine and didn't know if the police found it or not. When I went to get the car, I took Killer and Little Lord with me. We were all nervous, wondering if they would arrest me for the gun, but nothing happened. When I saw my car, I could have cried, man. They took my white seats with the green piping, $5,000. My rims, $1,500. My steering wheel, $1,000. My passenger side airbag, $700. Dirty bastards even took my trunk lid, $1,200. $9,400 worth of shit. I popped the hood to see if my Mac was still there. Yes. At least they didn't get the burner. Little Lord gave me $2,000 cash and towed the car to his crib. I was just happy to get my Mac back. Soon after I sold the accurate skeleton to Little Lord, Havoc's little cousin from Crown Heights, Brooklyn, Ferg, moved to Queensbridge with us for a little while. Ferg was about 14 or 15. A cool little motherfucker. Crazy, but he was cool. He was laying low in QB because he'd been sticking up and shooting up too many people around his way. While Hav was in the crib working on beats, Ferg and I chilled outside on the block. If I was ever broke, Gotti or Trip from the 12th Street crew were always outside hustling. They'd give me $5 or $10 to get something to eat. I hit Gotti up a lot of times like that. One of those hungry summer days, about a week after the infamous Colin Ferguson shooting spree on the Long Island Railroad, the guy who shot all those white people dead, I took Ferg with me to my crib in Hempstead to get some more bullets for my Mac from this dude named Blot, who had everything. Blot came to my crib once trying to sell Killer and me some grenades for $40 a piece. We took the train all the way to Hempstead, and Blot wasn't anywhere to be found. We chilled for a couple hours, and got back on the LIRR to Jamaica. I boarded the train first and sat down. When I looked up, I didn't see Ferg. 2 minutes later, he came walking onto the train, his hand inside of his shirt with 2 fingers poking through it like a gun. He told the passengers, "Shh, nobody fucking move. This is a stick-up. Put your wallets and your purses on the ground now." I couldn't actually hear him from where I was sitting, but seeing him with his fingers pointing through his shirt while the passengers tossing their wallets and purses on the ground, I figured it out fast. This nigga walked over to where I was sitting. "Yo, son," he said nonchalantly, laughing like it was a joke. I told these motherfuckers it's a stick-up and they believed me. One of the passengers must have told the conductor, because suddenly the police rushed the train car with guns pointed at us. "Freeze or fucking move!" I couldn't believe what this little dude just did. Not to mention that Colin Ferguson just killed all those people the week before. Ferg was charged as a minor, and they hit me with 12 counts of attempt robbery. Man, this fool had us on the front page news. Ferg went home immediately, but I was sitting in Nassau County Jail for almost a week before I was bailed out. I beat all those charges, but that was the last time I took Ferg anywhere. Before the LIRR incident, Ferg told me how he shot somebody's arms off with a shotgun and other stuff that I won't repeat. Ferg was so young and spoke so freely, I didn't believe everything he said until he got locked up a year later for cutting up a fireman with a box cutter. Ferg was sentenced to 9 years for that fireman shit and hit with more time for wilding while inside. He should be home by the time this book dropped if he calmed his hot ass down. When I lost my Acura that summer and found myself locked up again, I attempted to start making smarter decisions about my spending habits and how I was moving around. I bought a $1,000 hoopty, a 1984 Toyota Celica, light blue with white seats. Killer and I named it the Little Nigga. The twins almost died laughing when I told them my car's name. Havoc bought a burgundy 1990 Toyota Camry for $4,000. Nas was riding around the hood in a gold 1995 Lexus GS, and it wasn't even 1995 yet. Nas's debut, Illmatic, had gone gold in October 1994, and he was having a party at the Melting Pot nightclub in Manhattan. The whole QB went. The party was popping for a few hours when some guy in a wheelchair started beefing with one of the QB homies. How was somebody in a wheelchair still beefing? I thought to myself. Everybody from the hood was upset because Nas's moms and baby mom's Carmen was in there and shouldn't be exposed to the needless drama. So one of the QB dudes kicked the wheelchair gangster in the chest, knocked him out the wheelchair, and started brawling with his crew. People got shot, stabbed, cut, and beat down. It seemed people didn't believe what we said in our songs, or they didn't care and had a fetish for pain. It's mind-boggling. We went home and saw it on the news later. We found out that the cops ran into the Melting Pot after the gunfire and saw T, the kid those guys were trying to kill that night at the Nottington House show in Jamaica, toss the gun. Damn. Meanwhile, Little Lord, who bought my Acura, got locked up for carjacking somebody at gunpoint for their Maxima in Queensbridge while we were all at Nas's party. He was probably trying to get rims and an airbag for my stripped Acura. I heard he got 5 to 10 years for that. At least he got to be in our peer pressure video before he got knocked. After Nas's party, I started thinking about that girl Kiki who Hav hooked me up with. I kept thinking about her. I wanted to tell her how much I liked her and that we should be a serious couple. I asked Hav to get her number from his girl Shauna, and Kiki and I started being together every day. We just clicked, like we were made for each other. She'd come to QB, we'd go to the movies and dinner, or to the park to talk, kiss and stare at each other. You know, the young love shit. Kiki had just moved from Ridgewood to Corona, which was closer to QB. I knew Hav and I had some hit records on our hands, and our whole life was about to change as soon as we dropped this album. I wanted to have Kiki with me before it all went down. Kiki was fucking with some dudes on the side, but I was determined to change all that. After about a month, Kiki started sneaking me into her crib late at night. She had a walk-in closet where I slept, so her moms wouldn't catch me in the morning when she got up for work. It was better than sharing the bed with Havoc. Sometimes I slept at the twins' crib, but they had 2 other brothers plus 2 sisters. I slept on the top bunk, and there was mad roaches on the ceiling, so I had to wrap myself up in the sheets like a mummy. Fuck that. I'd rather sleep in the closet at Kiki's crib. I would spend all day in Queensbridge and get a small bottle of Hennessy and a blunt and take the 7 train from Queens Plaza to Kiki's crib in Corona. She lived directly across the street from the Hall of Science in Flushing Meadow Park. We'd snuggle up watching TV, getting nice off the Hennessy, then we'd get busy on the couch while her moms were sleeping. Sex with her was definitely the best I ever had. We fell in love quick, but we were both still running around doing dumb shit. Women advance faster than men, so I believe she was ready to be serious and I was the one fucking up. I really loved Kiki, but I was still a young dumbass. Kiki had a younger cousin, Robbie, who came by the crib a lot to drink and smoke weed with us. He'd always sing along with the James Brown song, The Big Payback, and had us cracking up. Kiki had a 3-year-old daughter from a past relationship named Kizana. A lot of people would run away from a female with a kid, but I was willing to accept her with her child because I was feeling her a lot. Shauna and Havoc warned me to be careful with Kiki because she used to mess with this dude from Brooklyn who would still come around and see her sometimes. but I didn't care about no nigga. If it was going to be a problem, then I was well equipped to handle it. When I asked her about it, Kiki claimed that she didn't mess with the kid anymore, but I didn't know what was true or false because we were still learning about each other. I was more than willing to find out though. Kiki's favorite music was Jodeci, an R&B group that Puffy had just signed to Uptown MCA. She also loved Teddy Riley's group, Guy, but her all-time favorite was Prince. I mean, this girl was in love with Prince and Purple Rain. One thing I learned about Kiki right away was that she had a passion for music and poetry. She told me she dreamed of being a singer or songwriter someday, so she understood my passion for rap. The number one thing I loved about her, besides her inner and outer beauty, was how she never harassed or interrogated me when I spent long hours in the studio. I would see other dudes' girlfriends paging and calling them nonstop while we were trying to work, but Kiki encouraged me to work harder and gave me my space. She got major points for that. Chapter 5. The Infamous. Life is a gamble, we scramble for money. I might crack a smile, but ain't a damn thing funny. I'm caught up in the dirt where your hands get muddy. Plus the outcome turns out to be lovely. Eye for an eye, your beef is mine. Maddie C called to set up a meeting with Loud Records. The twins, Killer, Havoc, and I went to Times Square to meet with Maddie C, Scott Free, who was another A&R, and Steve Rifkin, the founder and chairman of the label. Loud Records was just 4 cubicles in the RCA building, representing the Alcoholics, PMD, and a new group from Staten Island called Wu-Tang Clan, none of whom had any hit records at the time. Wu-Tang's single Protect Your Neck had just started playing on the radio. Steve had long hair like a surfer and didn't look like he knew what he was doing. He did though. Sitting around the table, they listened to our songs in a big conference room with a good sound system. Their favorite was The Patty Shop, about a weed spot uptown, plus a song called Shook Ones Part 1. These were the same songs we played for Puff and Andre Harrell, and just like them, Steve offered us a deal right then and there. After the meeting, sitting in the hallway with Scott Free and Killer, Scott asked us about QB and the lifestyle out there. I just so happened to have a Tech 9 in my pants, so I pulled it out. "This is how life is," I said. Scott's face looked shocked that I could have such a big gun on me without him knowing. Like, this little kid's got a big-ass gun in the corporate office. I wasn't showing off, he asked, and that's how we were living. A week later, we signed to Loud and started working on our second album. They gave us a $60,000 budget, $20,000 for our pockets. We decided to call the album The Infamous. Yami from Hasblock gave us the name. He had the most infamous tattooed on his bicep in black ink. We were already Mobb Deep, but he dubbed us the infamous Mobb Deep. This was our second chance to show the world that Mobb Deep was something special, so we focused on our lyrics and production skills, bringing Q-Tip in to help us master the sound. We finished the whole album in 4 months. I started sniffing and smoking coke in 1995 during the making of The Infamous. A lot of niggas in the hood was selling and doing it, so it was easy to get. It was just a phase. Wu-Tang Clan had just gone gold, and they were pulling in a lot of money for the record company. Scott Free, who's from Staten Island, brought Wu to Loud. His dream was to have Raekwon and Ghostface collaborate with Mobb Deep, so he took us on the ferry to Staten Island. We walked from Scott's house to the Harbor Projects and chilled in Wu's hood, smoking Angel Dust blunts with Ray and Ghost and 2 white kids in the silver Benz. Ray and Ghost drove us back to QB and dropped us off on 10th Street in Ray's navy blue Acura Legend. Raekwon was working on Only Built for Cuban Links, and he said he wanted to work with Nas, so we hooked it up when we saw Nas the next day. A few days later, at Platinum Island Studio in downtown Manhattan, we made an Eye for an Eye, Your Beef Is Mines, featuring Nas and Raekwon, and Right Back At You, featuring Ray, Ghost, and Noid. There was an ill energy in the air, like, damn, everybody in this room is hot right now. The Infamous took off like a rocket before it was even released. The Shook Ones remix, Shook Ones Part 2, was the biggest song on the album, and then came Survival of the Fittest. While we were shooting the video for Survival of the Fittest, even though we'd signed to Steve Rifkin instead of him, Puffy pulled up on the hill in Queensbridge in a white stretch limo and made a cameo appearance out of nowhere, unannounced. Even Nas made a cameo in that video. That was how we convinced Noid to start rapping. He saw that we were really going somewhere. Noid used to kick great verses on the block and in the Honeycomb, but he wasn't into rap. He just wanted to sell drugs. Noid ended up kicking some of the most memorable verses on that album. On Right Back At You with Ray and Ghost, people say that Noid killed it the most. Our singles and videos started getting major burn on radio and TV, so we were on fire and the album wasn't done yet. While we were wrapping up the last few songs in Hempstead, some strange white dude with long hair and a beard came walking through Queensbridge with a Bible in his hand. He walked up to random people asking, "Do you know Prodigy? I have to speak with him." People looked at this fool like he was a basket case. This white dude walked around the projects for hours, asking how he could find me. Finally, he walked up to my man Ops, who told him to go to Havoc's apartment, 3A. The dude knocked on Hav's door. Killer, Havoc's Uncle La, and Twin Gambino opened it. "Is Prodigy here?" the dude asked. "Fuck is you?" Killer said. "And what you want with P?" "I got a message for him," the white dude said. "Please get him, it's important." "What message? Who are you?" Killer asked. "The message is only for Prodigy. I've been sent to give it to him myself. It's very important," the white dude said. "Please go get him." Killer thought the kid was a lunatic, so he pulled a gun on him and pushed him down the staircase. Gambino had to stop Killer from hurting him. Then Gambino asked the dude, "What's the message? I'm going to tell P for you. He's not here right now." "I've been sent to tell Prodigy who he is and his purpose on this planet." The white dude started telling Twin bugged out stuff. "Prodigy is an angel, and people have written about him in the book of Revelations. He's powerful and people want to kill him." "Who sent you?" Gambino asked. And who wants to kill P?" "God sent me," the white dude replied. "I won't reveal who he said wanted to kill me, but it sounded very crazy." Gambino and Killer kicked him out the building, and he continued to walk around the projects in search of me. When I came back to the hood the next day, I saw Ops outside, and he told me about the dude. I didn't believe Ops, but Twin and Killer confirmed it was true. Twin explained everything he was saying, and it was the weirdest shit I ever heard in my life of living. Our music was affecting people in all kinds of ways. People went nuts for Shook Ones and Survival of the Fittest. So I just figured the white dude was a Looney Tune and an early Mobb Deep fanatic. We were making groundbreaking hit records for the hood and quickly becoming the most elite rappers in the world, responsible for creating one of the best eras in hip-hop history. The 90s, Nas, Mobb Deep, Wu-Tang Clan, Biggie, and Jay-Z. A changing of the guard. The West Coast had been dominating rap before we came out. Death Row was the biggest thing in rap. But when 95 hit, that changed. Shit, we were all influenced by each other in one way or another. The West Coast inspired us to do better, and I'm sure we inspired them, so it was all good. Everything was going perfect, just as we was completing the infamous Gunshots. I was taking a cat nap late at night in Hav's crib when shots rang through Hav's open bedroom window. 15 minutes later, Killer rushed upstairs, drunk, with a set of Walkman speakers in one hand and my .22 revolver in the other. "Hide the gun," he said coolly, handing it to me. "What happened?" I asked. "I think I just murked somebody for his Walkman speakers," Killer said. "Wow, he just killed a dude over nothing," I thought. Walkman speakers? I tucked the gun away under a mess of balled up clothes and Hav's dresser for the time being, and tried to figure out exactly what happened. From Hav's window, I could see the crime scene, police lights, yellow tapes, cops everywhere, but they had no clue as to what happened either. All they had was a body. Killer was trying to calm down and figure out his next move. He definitely had to leave the hood. Hav walked into the crib within an hour, and Killer explained what happened. We stayed up all night talking about what he should do, where to hide, how to flee the projects without the cops spotting him. I took Killer to lay low in my crib in Long Island until he can get down south to his people in North Carolina. The next day, Hav Moms found a gun in the dresser and gave it to the pastor at the church. She didn't know what had happened. She found the gun in the house, and the first thing that came to her mind was to give it to the church. Killer hid out in the hood in Hempstead called Terrace by the bus terminal, then skipped town. After we found out the cops were definitely looking for Killer, we made the song Temperatures Rising about the situation. "What up, Black? Hold your head wherever you at. On the float from the cops with wings on your back." The Infamous went gold in 30 days, and we were off on another promo tour, this time across the entire East Coast, Midwest, West Coast, and Europe. We brought the whole crew with us. We were getting a lot of love on the East Coast, but out West in California and the UK, they were die-hard Mobb Deep fans. You could tell by the intense looks on their faces as their heads bopped. On the East Side, our friend Puff Daddy was turning his new company, Bad Boy, into a powerhouse. Biggie Smalls dropped his hit debut, Ready to Die. The Scarface twin loved Biggie. "I told you," he was hype. "I told you this nigga's hot." We were cool with Puff, even though he was mad at us for not signing with Bad Boy. He put us on the Big Mac tour with Biggie and another new rapper named Craig Mack, performing at big venues all across the East Coast and getting paid. The wildest night on that tour was at a club in Cleveland, Ohio, a real rowdy crowd. Our crew was always prepared for drama. Before the show that night, we had a big steak dinner and stole 3 steak knives. We would make weapons out of anything. We'd order room service, and I'd take the fork and bend down the 2 prongs at each end, squeezing together the 2 prongs in the middle to make an ice pick. At the venues, I might have to poke somebody in their eye or neck. Fuck that. We performing in hoods all over America. Better safe than sorry. At showtime, Craig Mack opened up. Mobb Deep, then Biggie. But when Craig Mack took the stage to perform, somebody from the crowd jumped up and snatched the microphone from his hand before spraying mace in his face. Mac ran backstage, warning everybody, "Don't go out there. Don't go out there, them niggas is crazy." Backstage, I overheard Biggie tell his manager to let him go on next instead of Mobb Deep so he can get the money and get out of there. Our crew just laughed and sat back to watch. Biggie and C's went on stage, and sure enough, 5 seconds later, they came tripping down the stairs, running out the club. Mace flooded the air. It was hard to breathe. People were running all over the place and fighting the police. Pandemonium. Them Ohio niggas wasn't playing. I guess they wanted to show us Ohio was gangster too. My man Ron Dew, a hustler from Queensbridge, and I pulled our knives out and made our way to the exit. We couldn't find our car or driver in the side alley, so we hopped into the van with Biggie and C's. That was the first time on that tour we really kicked it with each other. I had a copy of The Infamous in my pocket, and I gave it to them. We played it on the way to the hotel while passing blunts, then got some groupies back at the hotel. For the remaining month of the tour, we'd get drunk and high together before and after all the shows. Next, it was off the tour on our own in California. We had 3 days off, so I chilled at home with Kiki. When it was time for me to bounce, she wanted me to leave my hoopty, the little nigga, with her. I thought about it for 10 minutes. All I could think about was her driving and see some other nigga in my car. Hell no. I told her no, and she was mad at me. The night before leaving town, I went to Long Island to smoke some angel dust and get drunk with my niggas. The next morning, I got up early and was weaving in and out of lanes on the Long Island Expressway, blasting Raekwon's Glaciers of Ice, flying through traffic. I tapped the back of another car, and little nigga did a 360 in the middle of the highway. Buses and 16-wheeler trucks was coming at me full speed, but the higher powers were on my side. My car spun around and landed safely on the shoulder of the road and smacked into a concrete wall. My little nigga was destroyed. Whoa. My hands were shaking. That was a close call. I didn't have a license or anything. I grabbed my bag and my boombox. The car radio didn't work because it was a hoopty. Snatched the plates and the stickers off the car as fast as I could and walked quickly to the next highway exit to catch a cab to the airport. It was definitely the dust, and Raekwon's purple tape that had me want to drive extra fast. In the cab, all I could think about was Kiki asking to borrow the car while I was gone. Damn, I should have left it with her. Fuck it. Little nigga only cost me $1,000. I'll buy a new one when I get back from Cali. In California, Loud had a West Coast office. A rep named Bigger B showed us all over Cali. I've been visiting Cali since I was a little kid with my grandmother. This time I got to see the real deal on the west side, from LA to the Bay, Sacramento, and San Jose. Bigger B was the man out there. He made sure the entire state was hip to Mobb Deep by the time we were done with that tour. After the West Coast promo tour, it felt good to be back home and finally have everybody recognizing us in the street, asking for autographs and telling us that they loved our music. But disappointment hit when we found out the D's caught Killer down south. They had his pager tapped. The D's had shown up at Carrie's crib in Long Island, where Killer had used the phone a few times. They traced the calls and came asking Carrie and his mother about his whereabouts, but they didn't say a word. Killer did about a year in Rikers Island when Havoc started getting word from the lawyer he hired for his brother's case that somebody from QB was snitching, but he didn't have a name yet, though. That summer, Raekwon dropped his solo album Only Built for Cuban Links, and to promote both Ray and Mobb Deep, Steve Rifkin invited 30 of the top DJs from all over the country to Long Island to play paintball with us. Rappers versus the record labels and the DJs. A video station called the Jukebox Network came to film. I didn't last more than 30 minutes before I got shot up and killed off the team. And yo, them paintballs hurt. Later that night, Steve surprised us by throwing us a small private after party at the Marriott in Long Island where all the DJs were staying. We were chilling on the couches talking with Ray and Ghost and other Wu-Tang members when Steve walked in and surprised us, presenting us with our gold plaque for the infamous album. Wow, gold plaque. I really didn't give a fuck. I wanted money, not plaques. But it was definitely a great achievement. I was still staying at my grandmother's house sometime, so I just propped it on the floor against the wall. Method Man from Wu-Tang was also gearing up to drop his solo album that summer. A couple of weeks after the paintball game, Meth performed at the Jones Beach Greek Fest. Yo, that nigga ripped it. I was with Illa G, his boy Ant, Carrie from my block in Hempstead, and his boy Ali. We was super high and drunk. Walked around for a few hours, kicked it with some broads. Thousands of girls, yo. It started pouring rain, so we took it back to my crib for more blunts and liquor. I did a few lines of coke on the low in the bathroom. Nobody knew I was sniffing coke. I used to see my pops do it when I was young and always wanted to try it. I got addicted right away. It's a real nasty habit. If you watch the Shook Ones video, I was real coked up. You could see it in my eyes. I was sniffing about 5 or 6 grams a day, rolled up with my weed and in my cigarettes. The more I used, the more I needed to get high. Coke makes you hyper with quick blasts of energy. At parties in Queensbridge, some of the older gangsters would be in the bathroom doing lines. They pass it right over like, "Here you go, shorty, take it easy now." None of Havoc's boys was into coke. If they found out, they probably would have punched me in my chest and told me, "Playing yourself," and tried to take it from me. The only thing they were into was getting high for weed, getting drunk, getting pussy, and selling crack. Puffy signed a female R&B artist to Uptown MCA, Mary J. Blige, who had a few hits out. Real Love, What's the 411, and You Remind Me, and was celebrating her album release party at the Supper Club near Times Square. We shot our video for Give Up the Goods in that club. It's a nice looking place. Mary J wanted Mobb Deep to perform. Havoc, Gotti, Trip, Ty, the twins and I all wore Black Infamous t-shirts. As soon as we walked in the Supper Club, all eyes was on us, because mostly everybody was dressed upscale. Mary J stepped right to us. She thanked us for coming to perform, introduced us to her little brother, and asked if we wanted anything to drink. We told her Hennessy, so she got us a bottle and we chilled in the VIP. Mary J introduced us to the stage, and we killed Shook Ones, Survival of the Fittest, and Give Up the Goods, while Mary and her girlfriends were wilding out in the front row. We kept the show short and got back to the party, which was packed with so many females, we didn't know where to start. Some girls with different color minks followed us to the projects in the white Benz. We took them to the Honeycomb, and niggas ran the train on two of them. I took one of them to Pebble Beach and got some head. We call all project roofs Pebble Beach, because they're lined with pebbles, and it just sounds better than "let's have sex on the roof." She didn't let me hit it. She said she wanted to be with me and didn't want me to think she was a hoe. I wasn't interested in being serious with nobody but Kiki anyway. Shorties used to be open to come to Queensbridge. They'd be mesmerized by the hood, asking where was Nas at. The next night, we had a show at the Velvet Room on 23rd Street by the West Side Highway. Kiki came. This was her first time coming to one of our shows. A limo picked 20 of us up from Queensbridge, and we all wore Carhartt suits, black, brown, gray, navy blue, and forest green. I had a pint of E&J in my pocket to drink with Kiki after the show. I told her to hold it for me until we were done on stage. When we finished performing, I asked her for the bottle of E&J, and she laughed, passing me an empty bottle. This girl drank the whole damn bottle, Dolo. I couldn't believe it. E&J is strong. Oh well. The crew got back in the limo and we rode back to the hood. After everybody got out, I told the limo driver to drop Kiki and me off in Corona at her crib. But Havoc wanted to take the limo to his girl's crib in Astoria. We started arguing. "Fuck it," I said. Kiki and I got out and walked to Queens Plaza to catch the train in a damn blizzard. As the limo pulled away, I picked up a bottle off the street and threw it, trying to break the back window, but I missed. I was pissed off that Havoc couldn't just drop us off. On the train, Kiki had her face in her bubble goose collar. It was cold, but her face was in there a little too long. I asked her if she was okay. Then I saw her shoulders jumping like she was throwing up. This girl threw up in her coat, but she was too embarrassed to throw up in front of me. I told her she was crazy, but it was okay. Stumbling drunk, I held her up on the walk home from the train station. Luckily, her mom's wasn't home. I helped her get undressed, put her in the shower, and then fell out until late the next afternoon. I woke up and bounced back to Queensbridge because we had another show in the city for that night. Onyx was shooting a video at Irving Plaza, Union Square, in Manhattan. They wanted Mobb Deep to do a cameo. Chilling outside with the twins and a few of our boys between the scenes. Irving Plaza was right across the street from my old summer school, Washington Irving. This rapper named Keith Murray walked up and asked if if I was taking shots at him on the intermission skit on The Infamous, when I vented all my frustration from my first album flopping. Sick with my mouth, I said, "Nigga, if the shoe fits." This bitch-ass nigga just walked away from me and never said anything else. Can you believe that? If you listen to the skit, I didn't say any names or direct it at anyone in particular. And no, yeah, so all them rap-ass niggas with your half-ass rhymes talk about how much you get high, how much weed you smoke, and that crazy space shit that don't even make no sense. Don't never speak to me when you see me, word. So, if someone thinks that skit is towards them, he must have some insecurity and feel that way about himself. Fucking punks. A new club opened up on the West Side Highway in Manhattan called The Tunnel. And oh my God, Jesus Christ, we would be in that spot every Sunday like church. Funkmaster Flex DJ'd along with his fella in Big Cap. This was the mecca of all clubs, the best club that ever opened in America. Capacity 4,000, co-ed bathrooms. It was our generation Studio 54. We ran through the tunnel like we owned it. This dude named Chris Lighty, a well-known manager and party promoter, ran the door. If you weren't cool with him, you waited outside for hours upon hours and paid top dollar to get in. Chris managed the Jungle Brothers, Q-Tip, and LL Cool J. He let all 40 of us in without paying. We got so comfortable with him that one night I pulled him to the side and gave him a gun to sneak in. He did it. One gun became two became three, and the next thing you know, I was handing him book bags full of knives, shanks, screwdrivers, guns, plus other sharp and blunt objects. Chris handed the bags off to me in the bathroom, and I passed the tools out to the boys. Try to understand. Number one, we're famous. And number two, every hood in the tri-state area was in that club, and it was dangerous. We never started trouble, but just imagine how we could finish it. Chris was a corporate dude who dressed in hoodies, jeans, and Timberlands, and came up working with Def Jam, practically raised in the industry by Russell Simmons. One cold night, on our way inside the tunnel, Havoc and I pulled Chris to the side and asked him to manage us, since he had so much experience in the business. A smile spread across his face. "Hell yeah," he said. "I'll do that." We walked into the jam-packed tunnel one night with a crew of 50, heading toward our favorite spot, the side of the bar opposite the exit. Yemi led the pack, pushing people out our way. "Oh shit, that's Mobb Deep." We saw like 50 other niggas walking towards us, pushing people out the way too. It was Wu-Tang Clan, with a sweaty, shirtless, Old Dirty bastard leading the pack. "Prodigy?" Old Dirty said, looking at me. "Oh shit, come here, man." He grabbed and hugged me mad tight, getting his sweat all over me. Nasty. "I love you, P," ODB said. Kissed my cheek, and walked away with his crew. Every time Funkmaster Flex played Nas or Mobb Deep, we lost control, slam dancing, tossing girls in the air, spilling drinks on ourselves. Chris Lighty pulled me to the side one night, knowing he just gave me a small armory of weapons. "Please don't kill anybody in here," he said. "They have cameras all over the place now." "Don't worry. If we do something, we gonna do it right," I assured him. Kiki always wanted to come out with me, but the tunnel was just too wild. We went for sex and war and to promote Mobb Deep. Co-ed bathrooms on the second floor had about 10 stalls, and it was easy to have sex inside of them. I think Money No was the only one of us that did that. Nasheem, one of Puff's hitman producers from Cabrier Heights, Queens, and his boys had this big idea of renting a yacht and sailing around Manhattan to celebrate Mobb Deep going gold. It sounded real high class, so we agreed. They'd make all the money from the ticket sales, and we'd enjoy a yacht party with free drinks. They promoted it at beauty shops all over Queens, Manhattan, and a lot of ladies were talking about it in the street. My lady Kiki had gotten close with my boy Stobo's girlfriend, Fawn. They found out about the yacht party and wanted to come. But we weren't planning on bringing them. We wanted to stunt like single men for the night. It was my time to shine. I didn't want my girl around. The day of the party, I chilled with Kiki all afternoon. My plan was to bounce on her around party time. I felt bad because she was picking out her outfit all excited. "I'm coming with you to that party," she said. Around 6 p.m., she was in the bathroom taking a shower when I snuck out. I picked my cousin up from Flushing and we headed to the boat dock. Yes, we both dissed our girls and we were ready to have the night of our lives. When we pulled up to the dock, I couldn't believe it. Kiki and Fawn were already there waiting. They'd taken a cab and somehow made it there before us. Fuck! I was mad as hell. How did they know where to go? It felt like I was going to the party with my moms. There were so many chicks on that yacht. You always see the best ones when you with your girl. Havoc and my QB niggas were making fun of me because they were free to do what they wanted while Stobo and I were the only two dickheads with our girls. I could have flipped on Kiki, started an argument before we got on the boat so she would go home. I thought, fuck it. The yacht took off around 7 p.m. DJ Clue was spinning, and even though my girl was there, I had crazy fun drinking overproof rum, open bar all night. As the yacht circled Manhattan, Havoc and I snuck off to the bathroom to do some lines of coke. Toward the end of the night, Cormega wanted to get a rap session going, so we told Clue to play some instrumentals. We ripped it. Cormega, Havoc, Trip, Noid, Capone, Tragedy, and some niggas from Jamaica who were down with the dudes who threw the party for us. There was already animosity between Southside Jamaica and QB from back in the day. Mega and I grabbed the mic first. The dudes from Jamaica spit their rhymes, and the battle began. Tension filled the air as the session became a battle between Jamaica and QB. Everybody was drunk from the free liquor, arguing over who got next on the mic as the yacht pulled into the dock. "Back up!" 3 security guards ordered as everyone moved towards the exit. "Let the boat fully dock. It has to be tied to the pier before you can get off safely." But instead of waiting for it to dock, a few QB niggas tried to hop off early. My man Ice went first. A security guard started spraying mace in my man's face. Ice knocked him down, and it was on after that, an all-out brawl. Through all the commotion, Kiki and I lost each other, so I hopped off right behind Ice, Money Note, Ty Nitty, Scarface Twin, and Capone to wait for her on the pier. A guy was standing at the top of the steps that we were running up to make it into the parking lot. Capone walked straight up to the dude and cut him across his face for no reason with a little Gemstar box cutter razor. Nitty and Money No dropped a giant flower pot on his head and kicked him into the Hudson River. The kids' boys came running off the boat straight up to Pone and jumped him. Twin Gambino started letting off shots, and everyone on the pier was ducking, running, and hiding. People getting tossed into the water. I pulled my orange box cutter out of my pocket and started searching for Kiki. I didn't see Kiki anywhere. Maybe she stayed on the boat until things calmed down, I hope. I watched person after person until everyone was off the boat. When I turned around, Twin was swinging a long metal pole, cracking people in the head. They were dropping. I walked to the parking lot to see if Kiki was already at the car, and sure enough, she was sitting on the trunk of Little Nigga Part 2, waiting and watching. She had a look on her face like she'd been there for hours. "I don't know how the hell you got past me," I said. Capone came walking over to my car all bloody. Somebody must have hit him with a bottle. Police were pulling up, so he took his blood-stained shirt off, wiping the blood off his face with it and tossing it to me before the cops saw him. I threw it into the bushes and gave him a fresh t-shirt from the car while more gunshots were fired from the pit. My cousin Stobo and his girl ran over and we jumped into the car and pulled off. On the way back to drop Capone off in the projects, we drove past this kid Moan from QB pedaling fast down the side of the Grand Central Parkway on an NYPD mountain bike. In the Shook Ones video, Moan was riding in the passenger seat while I'm driving the Saab across the 59th Street Bridge. He must have grabbed the bike while the cops were cuffing everybody and made a smooth getaway amid all the excitement. This nigga's on the Grand Central Parkway riding an NYPD mountain bike. Wow. Later that night, we crashed in Hempstead. Money Nose, Stobo, and I were sitting around my kitchen table talking and watching the news when clips of the Survival of the Fittest video flashed on the TV screen. Then, footage of all the bullet holes in cars at the pier parking lot and the shell casings on the ground. The news reporter called it an infamous boat ride. We were open. Our yacht party actually made the news. A couple of the dudes who got their heads cracked open with that pole tried to sue us for their hospital bills and pain and suffering a few months later. Niggas kill me. They act thug. And then when they get whooped out, they try to sue you? Shit is pathetic. A month after that yacht party, we did a show at some small club on West 20th Street in Manhattan called 20 West. Another new group, the Lost Boys from Jamaica, Queens, was also on the bill to perform. They were supposedly some gang who started rapping and had a semi-hit record called Lifestyles of the Rich and Shameless. Of course, the whole 12th Street crew came with us. Even if we didn't invite them, the whole hood would show up and get mad if everybody couldn't get in. I never understood that. If nobody invited you, how could you be mad if you can't get in? I was extra drunk. Some girl climbed onto the stage and was dancing in front of me while I was performing. Who the fuck is this jumping on the stage acting like a fool? I felt that she was disrespecting our show, so I kicked her in her back and she went flying into the crowd. I kicked the shit out of her. I was bugged out back then. A big muscle-bound bouncer was standing in front of the stage ice grilling me. He must have been upset because I kicked that girl. After the last song, I jumped off stage and punched him in his mouth. He started pounding on me. I was so drunk I ain't even feel his punches. My man Bumpy from QB helped me fight him. And then more bouncers surrounded us. Next thing I knew, all the bouncers were jumping us. Knocked to the floor, I looked up and they were carrying Bumpy up in the air while dragging me outside by my shirt. They dropped Bumpy on his head and pushed me to the curb. After that, we tore that club up. All 30 of us. We broke the windows and all the mirrors behind the bar. As we was walking back to the train station to go home, we saw like 40 dudes walking towards us from the 23rd Street train station 2 blocks away, loudly chanting, "Lost Boys, Lost Boys." So we started chanting, "Mobb Deep, Queensbridge." And it was inevitably about to be a Royal Rumble. Already hyper from the club, we walked straight up to them. Capone set it off, pulling out a razor and cutting the closest nigga across the face. Niggas was getting stabbed, hit with metal garbage cans, no gunfire though. A police riot squad pulled up. Suddenly we all stopped fighting each other and started fighting the cops so we wouldn't get arrested. Garbage cans was flying, some of the Lost Boys got stabbed. Everybody fighting everybody, and someone started swinging the long blue wooden police barricade. Hav and a bunch of us ran to the train, but a lot of niggas got locked up that night. On a train ride home, 2 white boys were standing on the platform with bloody faces. They said that a bunch of black dudes had just jumped them and cut their faces up. Wow, everybody was wildin' that night. Now that I think about it, it might have been the Lost Boys. To this day, my people from Jamaica tell me they heard about that fight. Some say they saw the Lost Boys come home all bloody that night. It sounds like a scene from a movie, but it was real. Steve Rifkin informed us that we were banned from performing in Manhattan for 2 years after that 20 West show. We were getting into too many fights and destroying clubs, so somebody with power banned us. We never found out who it was, but that bullshit ban didn't stop us. We were still doing shows worldwide. Our music was on fire all over the map. We didn't know our music would affect people's lives the way it did. It made us work hard to keep that feeling going. We saw people dressing like us, talking like us, even drinking like us. They tried to make beats and rap like us. A lot of people started using Infamous and attaching it to their name. I wasn't feeling that. Get your own shit. Get off of my pole. Even Biggie started calling himself the Notorious after that. I wonder where he got that idea from. Chapter 6. Hell on Earth. The store-bought rap ain't shit, my category is that of an insane man who strike back. I draw first blood, it's over with and that's that. G.O.D. Part 3. Life was hectic when we were young. The night after the 20 West brawl, the whole 12th Street crew was on the block drinking, smoking, joking, and playing dice. A chick from the hood came walking by with a dude who wasn't from QB. She was a slut everybody ran through, so the crew started calling her over. She came, and my man Karate Joe met her halfway. The dude she was with didn't look too happy about this and kept his distance. Joe spoke to Shorty for a while, and the kid got frustrated and told the girl to hurry up. Yo, mind your business. Joe looked over and told him. The kid said something slick back to Joe, and about 5 of my boys responded by walking over toward him. The kid acted like he had heart, walked over to us, and exchanged more words. Then the kid reached in his pants and pulled out a gun. But he was so nervous that he dropped it on the ground between him and Joe. Everybody paused. Joe looked down like he wanted to reach for the gun, but it was closer to the kid. The kid reached down quick, picked it up, and everyone hauled ass. Had ran top speed into a pole and bust his forehead open. I wanted to run from the bench where I was sitting next to the kid, but I couldn't because I was too close. He'd definitely shoot me if he sees me get up and run. So I just sat there. He squeezed the trigger at my boys, but the gun was jammed from being dropped. He scrambled to fix it and looked over at me and pointed the gun in my face. My adrenaline was going crazy. I wanted to run or duck, but something told me just to be still. The kid started squeezing the trigger towards my face, but the gun still didn't work. So he ran out the projects. Everybody came back to the benches. Yo, why you ain't run? My boys asked. He was too close. If I ran, I would have been the last one, I said. I would have been the one shot in the back. After we laughed it off, I went upstairs to lie down because my sickle cell was acting up. I thought I was about to get shot in my face. Shit. I thought I was about to die. I took about 6 Advil and went to sleep in Haz's room. After a few hours, loud shouts from outside woke me up. When I looked out the window, the 12th Street niggas was beefing with some niggas from another block. Some tall dude kicked Noy in the chest and knocked him down. Karate Joe walked over and everybody backed up. Nobody wanted to fight Joe. He was a boxer and he knew karate. He and Yami were our secret weapons. The argument spilled on the 10th Street, and from the window, I had the best seat in the house. Trip, a.k.a. Godfather, chased some guy around the car 20 times with a knife. Noy cut someone across the face with a razor. The next afternoon, the nigga who Noy cut shot Noy 3 times on 12th Street, right next to the hill. Bullets in his leg, arm, and middle finger. Noy wanted us to put out his solo album, but we didn't have our own label or money to sign and promote him properly. We told him to have patience and it would happen soon, but he didn't listen. He got Karate Joe to manage him, and they started shopping for a deal without telling us. We were upset, but Noyd explained that he had bills to pay and couldn't wait around for us to get a label deal. We understood and we let him go. After Noyd got shot up, fans, radio stations, and magazines were all talking about it, amazed that we were living the life that we were rapping about. Feeling all that fake love from people boosted Noyd's ego and made him want to be a star on his own. You know how that story goes. Like when 50 Cent first came out, nobody gave a shit until he got shot and almost died. Fake love. A few months later, Noyd landed a deal at Tommy Boy Records. We helped him with the production. He dropped Episodes of a Hustler and sold a disappointing 30,000 copies. But the streets loved Noyd. It could have been way bigger than it was. The original plan was for Havoc and me to convince Steve Rifkin to give us our own label, Infamous Records, and sign Noyd and the whole crew, the Twins, Ty Nitty, Godfather, and Gotti, plus Chinky, a female R&B singer who was Harlem hustler Alpo's niece. No one had patience, and we all needed money, so we split up with separate plans. Havoc and I were mad at Noyd though. Mobb Deep was responsible for making him a star, so he should have stuck it out with us. Right after Noyd's album was released, he got locked up for shooting his kid 3 times in the stomach for messing with his baby moms. It happened right in front of his building in Queensbridge, and the police were looking for him. I told him to dye his hair blonde and wear a fake nose ring for a disguise. We all laughed at that one. It wasn't funny when Noyd got caught and sentenced to a 1 to 3 year bid. Tommy Boy dropped Noyd. We kept his name alive by performing his verse from Give Up the Goods at all the shows. Yo, it's the RAPPERNOYD. Niggas can't fuck with me. The crowd chanted his verse along with us word for word. In August 1995, the Source magazine hosted the 2nd annual Source Awards at Madison Square Garden. We were cool with the owners of the magazine, so we got a bunch of tickets and the whole crew went. I even brought Kiki. I'd always tell her that it was too dangerous to come out with me, but I wanted to bring her along and make her feel good. We all got drunk and high and went inside and took our seats. Havoc and I were presenting the war with Wu-Tang Clan, so we kicked it backstage with them in the dressing room. Hav was so bent that he fell asleep on the floor. Kiki and I walked back to our seats to watch the show. In the middle of Biggie's performance, Hav came into the crowd screaming, "Somebody took my fucking chain, yo! Somebody fucking robbed me, son!" We jumped up to help him find his chain. Come to find out, Raekwon saw Havoc drunk on the floor in the dressing room and took his chain off his neck so nobody else would snatch it. Ray pulled it out his pocket and gave it back to Hav, and we all calmed down. Death Row hit the stage and did one of the illest shows ever. Their stage setup had jail cells that opened up one by one as they performed Stranded on Death Row. After the song, Snoop Dogg started screaming on the mic, "New York ain't got love for Snoop Doggy Dogg. New York ain't got love for Death Row." I sat there wondering, what the fuck is he talking about? He was really feeling himself because of all the money and power they were displaying on stage, but he took it a little bit too far. All the hooping and hollering made Snoop sound real stupid and left a sour taste with everybody from New York. After Death Row was done, Mobb Deep and Wu-Tang hit the stage to present an award. When we went back to our seats, Suge Knight, the co-founder and CEO of Death Row Records, came out in a tight red shirt and tight-ass pants with his ass crack hanging out the back. He started dissing Puffy, talking about how he dancing on his artist videos and how niggas should come to Death Row. To all you artists out there who don't want to be on the label where the executive producers all up in the videos, all up on the records, dancing, Suge shouted, "You come to Death Row." After Suge's little hatred speech, Biggie took the stage to perform and won the award for Best New Artist. The new year passed. During the summer of 1996, sitting in my grandmother's house, I drew an idea for a pendant to go with my chain and brought it over to my man Manny in Midtown Manhattan's Diamond District. He did custom work for rappers way before Jacob, David, and all those other guys. Manny loved my drawing, a miniature Mac 10, about 6 inches long and 1.5 inches thick, all solid gold. "Make it so I could take the clip in and out," I requested. He charged me $5,000, and it was the illest piece ever made in the history of rap jewelry. The only pendants that could compete with mine before or after were Run DMC's miniature gold Adidas sneaker, the first sneaker pendant, Ghostface's giant Versace head, the biggest pendant ever made, Big Pun's giant tombstone, the heaviest chain and pendant ever made, my platinum and Marquise Diamond infamous records piece, the first pendant made with Marquise diamonds and the first 40-inch long chain, Nas's giant platinum QB piece, and 50 Cent's spinning platinum G unit, the first pendant that could spin. Jewelry was a bad habit and a competition as far as I was concerned. If you couldn't compete, then put your chain in your shirt when you come around me, 'cause I make your little bullshit look stupid. Some people hook up their car. Some people were heavy in the designer clothing. My thing was my 16 bars and my jewelry. Towards the tail end of the summer, we chilled in Queensbridge, taking a break from all the touring and recording. Havoc and his crew loved basketball, NBA and college. They were real serious about it. Every day, they'd play for money on the court in front of Hav's building. They all played on school teams when they were younger. Ty Nitty and Twin Gambino were the best. In the Honeycomb hideout, I sit on the couch while they were all excited and I didn't even know what the hell they were screaming for. They tried explaining the game, but I just wasn't into it. When they played on Hav's block, I'd sit on the bench and try to learn the rules. I never got into any sports because when I overworked my body, it triggered my sickle cell pain. One of Havoc's close friends from Queensbridge, Ron Artest, played for the St. John's University team. Anytime his games was on TV, we made an event out of it and hit the Honeycomb with a bunch of weed, liquor, and beer. Ron was real good, and everyone was hyped that he was going to be in the NBA soon. In autumn 1996, almost half the 12th Street crew went down to North Carolina to get out of New York for a few months. Most niggas went down south to hustle, but Havoc, Twin, Gotti, Godfather, Nitty, and I were there for a vacation and to get our driver's licenses for the first time. We couldn't get them in New York because of our driving records. The DMV computers weren't connected back then, so my New York record didn't show up in North Carolina, and the test was way easier down there. We got them in one day. Down south, they got something you won't find in New York: Southern hospitality. Girls moved us into their homes, cooked for us, let us drive their cars, and a whole lot more. Mobb Deep was real popular in the South, so we had it extra easy. We loved the dirty South. Havoc's homie Star from Queensbridge, the one who paid for the studio time for our demo, had moved down to North Carolina and was doing well for himself. He had the streets on smash and opened up a few strip clubs and nightclubs in Fayetteville and Greensboro. Havoc, Ron Dude, the twins, Godfather, Nitty, Gotti, and I were all living in a small 2-story shack on Juniper Street by Duke University in Durham. Star paid for us to perform at one of his spots in Fayetteville. It was packed. After the show, we were so drunk that Twin Gambino and I fell asleep in the spot. When I woke up in the morning, Twin Gambino and I were laying on the carpet in Star's office in the studio. Where is everybody? I was disoriented. Why am I on the floor? We were locked in the club with no way out. Yo, twin, wake up, I said. Where's everybody at? He didn't know either. Neither of us had a cell phone, so we just had to wait. Luckily, the club was huge and had pool tables, video games, and a kitchen with a freezer full with French fries and chicken, so we fried up some food. After our meal, we turned on the DJ equipment, went behind the bar, mixed some Seagram's gin and orange juice, our favorite drink at that time, and played a few games of pool. 5 to 6 hours later, Star, Havoc, and the rest of the crew came back for us. They said they tried to wake us up the night before, but we were both out cold. Twin and I reminisce about that night for years. Around that time, this new truck came out called the Tahoe. There was a Chevy dealership right by the house in Durham, and I finally had my license. It was time to buy my first brand new car. Gotti and I went to the dealership, and right away we saw a black Tahoe with gray leather seats that we liked. This badass saleswoman worked there, brown skin, real pretty, with a big dirty South fatty. You know, we went straight to her. She took us for a test drive, and after 2 minutes, it was sold. Impressed that some young black kids from New York would a truck that fast, she gave us her phone number and told us to come chill with her later. We did. My man Dude was making scrambled eggs for breakfast the next morning when Snoop and the Dog Pound's New York, New York video came on TV. These niggas was in the video, stomping all through New York's landscape and kicking over our buildings. Ron Du, Gotti, and I immediately looked at each other and said, these niggas is trying to play us. First Snoop was flipping at the Source Awards, and now this? It was time to get back home. Right before Christmas, we made the 10-hour drive back to New York. Havoc bought a green Chevy Blazer from the same spot I bought my new Tahoe. We drove back to back. We had been in North Carolina for 3 months, the longest Havoc and I ever spent away from the recording studio. We immediately got started on our next album. The first song we made, LALA, featured Capone and Noriega and was aimed at Snoop and the Dog Pound. Marley Marl made the beat, and we shot the video a week after we recorded it. We blocked out a few months at Access Recording Studios in Manhattan, next to the famed nightclub, Studio 54, and stayed there 24/7 making a new album. After the infamous had so much success, Havoc always let me choose the names for our albums. I'll leave that up to you, P, he said when I asked for his input. You good at the album title shit. I came up with a good, strong name, Hell on Earth. While we were recording at Access, DJ Premier and Little Dap and the Nutcracker from Group Home started hanging out at the studio a lot, smoking blunts with us while we worked on our music. Lil Dap was laid back, and Nutcracker was literally a nut. Our engineer, Mario, didn't like us smoking cigarettes in the control room. He'd get pissed off and scream, "Would you guys please take the smoke outside?" Mario was a good engineer, so there'd be like 10 of us smoking Newports on the balcony. A big pair of binoculars on the balcony brought us directly into the high-rise apartment windows all around us. We saw naked women, couples fighting, people having threesomes, all kinds of stuff. The studio management complained to Mario and Steve Rifkin at Loud because we left cigarette butts and Philly blunt guts all over the floor and spilled beer and liquor everywhere. We tried to clean up our act so we can complete our album. After pulling a late session one night, Havoc, the Twins, Little Dap, Nutcracker, Ty Nitty, Gotti, and I left the studio around 3 a.m. Havoc and I were the last two to come down to the lobby. And when we got off the elevator, we saw Nutcracker sitting Indian style on the lobby floor, clutching the studio bathroom air freshener can in his hands. We looked at him like, okay, and left the building. The next day on our way to the studio, we got a call saying that somebody in our session the night before took a shit on the carpet. We started cracking up, but the studio wanted to ban us from coming back. The only person who seemed capable of taking a shit on the carpet was Nutcracker, but we never found out for sure. Lil Dap and Nutcracker were our homeboys though. We got love for them, whether Nutcracker did or didn't leave a pile of shit on the studio carpet. One of Premier's friends told me that one day, Premier let Nutcracker use his car, and he brought it back crashed up pretty bad. Nutcracker didn't mean to crash it, but when he had to face Primo and show him the crashed car, it hurt him so much that he pulled out a 9mm and shot himself in the foot to show Premier how sorry he was. That incident happened in the hometown of Group Home and DJ Premier, Brooklyn, just in case you were wondering. Yeah, Nutcracker was bugged out. LA quickly started getting airplay across the country. The press turned a rap battle between the Dog Pound and Mobb Deep into an all-out coastal war with the East and the West. Tupac had just signed with Death Row, and when he heard LA, he decided it was time to prove his loyalty to his new camp. Pac put out a song called Hit 'Em Up, going at Mobb Deep, Biggie, Nas, and Jay-Z. Somebody in QB played it for us on a little boombox outside. Yo, Pac is dissing y'all, son. It was cool, but he couldn't fuck with us. Why the fuck is Pac coming at us? It took me a minute to figure out why he was dissing us. Then it came to me that he just signed to Death Row and Snoop was his label mate. So Pac decided to take it upon himself to jump into the drama. That night, we went straight to the studio and recorded Drop a Gem on him, going right back at Tupac. My rebellion, retaliate, I had a whole New York state aiming at your face. Got 100 strong-arm niggas ready to rock your shit. Clocks tick, your days are numbered in low digits. You look suspicious, suspect niggas is bitches. You chopped up, grade A meat, something delicious. We were the only ones to make a comeback song. Biggie made his little jokes about his wife Faith Evans having 2 Pacs, but that wasn't a war song. And Nas and Jay-Z, well, I guess they just decided to fall back. Jay-Z wasn't even popular yet. He had only one single out with Foxy Brown called Ain't No Nigga. It was weird that Pac targeted him too. There was tremendous tension in the air. All of Queensbridge was ready to ride with us, and I'm sure Pac had plenty of soldiers ready to kill for him. We talked about it on the benches on the block every day. It would have been a mess if we ever crossed paths. Pac bumping into Nas at the MTV Awards was nothing compared to running into us. Nas was like the older wise man. Mobb Deep were the little niggas you can't control. There wouldn't have been any talking. Tupac started doing interviews displaying his hatred towards us. In one of his interviews, Pac spoke about the time him and his crew bumped into Mobb Deep in Atlanta and how they had us scared. When I heard that interview, I didn't know what Pac was talking about. We never crossed paths with him or his crew. After a while, I remembered some dudes screaming, "Thug life!" as we left a Juvenile Hell in-store appearance. That must have been what Pac was talking about. Some meaningless bullshit. Tupac was just furious, because we was going at him and Snoop without a care. Mobb Deep held it down for New York when nobody else would, because they were scared of them Death Row boys. Less than a month later, in September 1996, Tupac was murdered in Las Vegas after a Mike Tyson fight. He and Suge Knight got into an altercation and jumped a member of the Crips gang inside the MGM casino. Didn't these fools know that casinos have cameras covering every angle of the joint? Right after they jumped the guy, Pac was shot 4 times while leaving in Suge's BMW. He died 6 days later. When we found out what happened to Tupac, we immediately pulled our song Drop a Gem off of the radio out of respect for his family. To tell you the truth, we felt sad that he was killed, but relieved at the same time. It would have seriously been a problem if we ever clashed with homie. We were glad it never got to that point. Years later, I found out that my peoples E-Money Bags and Majesty and Stretch were real tight with Tupac. One of the members of Tupac's group, the Outlaws, Young Noble, is Majesty's blood cousin. So, though we didn't know it back then, we were all on the same team anyway. Back in Queensbridge, Tragedy's man Noriega, aka Nori, started hanging out on 12th Street. He told me he was from Left Rack, but I ain't never seen him when I was living out there. Nori had just came home from jail where he had met Capone after Capone had gotten locked up for supposedly shooting a cop in the neck right in front of Havoc's building. He only did a few years for that case and somehow came home early. One night that winter, Havoc and I were on the block with Karate Joe, Gotti, Nitty, Trip, this kid we call Bill Cosby, and this other kid, Johnny. Havoc started flipping out, saying he heard Tragedy was fucking his lady Shauna on the low, and he wanted to step to Tragedy about it. We all walked over to Capone's building next door, where Tragedy, Capone, and Nori hung out. Hab knocked on Capone's door and asked him to tell Tragedy to come outside. Tragedy came out with Nori and Capone. "What's up, man? You fucking with Shauna?" Hav asked. Tragedy said it wasn't true, but Hav wasn't trying to hear it. "I know you fucking with Shauna, stop fucking lying." Hav punched Tragedy in the face and knocked him to the ground. While he was getting back up, Karate Joe warned Tragedy, "You better not hit him back." Hav punched Tragedy again and knocked him down again, while we surrounded them, watching. Nori was getting nervous, seeing a nigga who he thought had strength in QB getting his ass beat. He was worried he was going to be next, so he reached for his gun, pulled it out, and shot one bullet at the ground between all of us. The bullet bounced off the cement and hit my man Johnny in the shin bone. Nori ran for his life out the projects. Tragedy and Capone ran into the building, and someone drove Johnny to the hospital right away. The next day, Johnny came through the block on crutches with a cast on his leg. Nori could never show his face in Queensbridge again. About a month passed, and some unknowing fool set up a show for Mobb Deep and Capone and Noriega at a little club called Crystals on Merrick Boulevard in Jamaica, Queens, across the street from the bus terminal and up the block from my grandmother's dance school. The only reason we went was so we could catch Nori and torture him for what he did to Johnny. The whole crew pulled up and parked our trucks in the bus terminal, facing the club to get a good look at everybody out front. Tragedy and Capone were standing at the front door facing us. Nitty spotted Nori walking over to them. "Anyone got a razor?" Nitty asked Twin and me, but we didn't. Nitty, Twin, and Money No approached Nori. "Come over here so we could talk," Nitty told him, putting his arm around Nori's neck and walking him into the street. After a few steps, Nitty started punching Nori in the face while he had him in the headlock. Nori dropped to the ground and the crew jumped him. Gotti, Havoc, and I stood by the trucks and watched them beat the clothes off of that boy. Man, I never saw somebody get jumped so bad. They were like dogs fighting over a piece of meat. Karate Joe grabbed Nori by what was left of his shirt and dragged him into the corner so he could have him all to himself. He focused strictly on his rib cage, destroying Nori's ribs with punch after punch. Nitty snatched Nori's Jesus piece off the ground and we hopped back in our trucks. While Nori was getting jumped, his boys Tragedy and Capone didn't move. They just stood in front of the club watching the whole thing. Some of Nori's peoples carried him to the parking lot around the corner. I already knew what was going to happen next. You know they about to come from that parking lot with guns, I told Twin Gambino. We sat and waited. I popped the hood and told Twin Gambino to get my gun out. I just bought an automatic 22 with a 12-shot clip, but like an asshole, I never tested it out. After a few minutes, just as I predicted, a few of Nori's people came dragging him from the parking lot with a Tech 9. I was sitting in the driver's seat. Gambino was outside, standing at my door. We had to drop on them, meaning we could move on them before they saw it coming. Start shooting, I told Twin calmly, but the gun didn't fire. The piece of shit was broken. Nori's people started unloading their gun on us. As their bullets started to explode, Gambino got frustrated with my broken gun and threw it at them. Shoot him, Nori pointed at Nitty, who was in between my truck and Havoc's truck. Right there. Whoever had the gun shot Nitty in his back as he was trying to jump into my back seat. Plus the shooter dumped the entire 42-shot clip at us, and not one of the shots hit the two trucks. I was shocked. The only target they hit was the person they was after. Luckily, Mary Immaculate Hospital was right around the block from Crystal's. Nitty was screaming and bleeding like a pig in my backseat as I sped to the hospital in less than 5 minutes. When we got to the emergency entrance, Money No, Twin, Karate Joe, and I dragged Nitty inside. The D's showed up a few minutes later to question everybody. 2 detectives came over and questioned me while I was smoking a cigarette outside the emergency room door. I told them we were about to do a show, and somebody started shooting at us for no reason. We don't know who it was, I said. They asked me over and over to see if I was lying, but I kept saying the same thing. Eventually, they got tired and left. Havoc thought he found out who was snitching on his brother killer. At the trial, at Queens Criminal Court, the whole crew sat in the middle of the courtroom, waiting to see who the DA's star witness was going to be. We couldn't believe it when he came walking up to the stand. It was Capone. Was Capone the fucking snitch? Capone got up there and said he saw Killer pull a trigger and shoot the man in the back of the head. He pointed at Killer. I saw him do it, he said. He shot the man. He was on the stand, snitching like it was cool. Later, I heard he was trying to lower a sentence for a case he had caught for a direct sale to an undercover. Wow. The false testimony Capone gave wound up backfiring. The autopsy report said that the man was shot in the front of the head, not the back. Killer beat the case. After that, Capone tried telling everybody that he did it on purpose to help Killer beat the case. What? I don't know for sure. Maybe he did know what he was doing. Maybe his testimony did help. But from then on, instead of Capone and Noriega, the whole hood called them Canary and Nori Faker. While Killer was locked up, he became a full-fledged Muslim. When he came home, it took a while to get used to. This wild-ass nigga is a peace-loving Muslim now? I liked the new Killer, though. We'd have deep conversations about life. I started reading books by Dr. York, a spiritual leader from Bushwick, Brooklyn, who taught about the origin of all races and religions. If you listen to the Hell on Earth album, you could hear how my rhymes started changing at that time. I started rapping about the Illuminati, secret societies, the corrupt government, and becoming more conscious of my surroundings, going through a mental and spiritual change, just like Killer. That seed that my mom's planted in my head with Malcolm X's autobio was starting to grow. My lady Kiki and I had to move because she wasn't getting along with her moms. After a while, her mom's busted me sleeping in her closet. So I stayed over a lot now that her moms knew. My cousin Stobo and his baby mother just had gotten a 2-bedroom apartment underneath the train tracks in East New York, Brooklyn, and offered us an extra room. Kiki was 4 months pregnant, and we found out we were having a boy. I was happy. Yeah, I'm ready to have a son. I didn't even know what being ready to have a kid meant. I was just ready. We were really in love. I had been all over the world and realized that Kiki wasn't one of those money-hungry hoes. She was a special girl. Kiki was 8.5 months pregnant when my man from Art and Design, Illa G, came back to New York from Virginia. Remember that kid with the Scorpio ring who was scheming on me in the school bathroom? Yeah, he ended up being one of my closest homeboys, the rapper Illa G from Sumner Projects, Brooklyn. G had taken over his cousin's dope neighborhood down south in Richmond, Virginia, while his cousin was serving 7 years. His cousin called G like, "Yo, take over my neighborhood for me." G approached me, and I'd given him some startup money before he went back. "Pete, put a little bit of money up, and I can get you a whole lot," he promised. And he'd been down there getting mad money. He was shining with a huge Mary Mother of God piece hanging from a big gold link, similar to the one I bought Havoc back in the day, but without the ruby in the middle. G told me he had to hook up with some guns in Virginia for dirt cheap. I was in need of new toys, so I decided to drive down on a Friday, get the hardware, and head back to New York by no later than Monday. G and I slept at these 2 girls' cribs on a block full of dope addicts called Church Hill, the same place where G had been staying while he was out there getting money. Saturday morning, G got in contact with the Connect and told him what we wanted: 2 9mm Rugers. And that same afternoon, the Connect came back with the hammers and we gave him the bread. Things were going even faster than I planned. I should have left as soon as I got what I came for, but instead, I decided to hang out at some club that night. Stupid move. On the way back from the club to the girl's house, we ran into a roadblock. G was driving my black Tahoe. He didn't have a license, and the 2 girls were in the back seat. There were at least 7 cars ahead of us before it was our turn to show paperwork. So G and I climbed over each other and switched seats. The hammers were in the engine, but I kept the clips in the car because the temperature was so hot I didn't want the bullets to explode in the engine. When we got to the roadblock, the cop asked for my paperwork. "I saw you guys switch seats," he said. "Step out the truck." The officer searched the truck, found the clips, and asked where the guns were. "There aren't any guns," I told him. While he was searching my truck, he saw the blood stains on the floor and the seat belts in the back right side passenger door from when Nitty had gotten shot. "What's this?" he asked. "Blood?" I told him the truth. Yeah, my friend got shot. I had to take him to the hospital. "Oh yeah? When did this happen?" He was acting like we had just committed a murder and he was going to get promoted to captain for busting us. He read me my rights, impounded my truck, and sent me to the Richmond City Jail for the clips. They didn't have anything on G and the girls because I took the blame for the clips, so they caught a cab home. When I was finally allowed to use the phone a couple of hours later, I called home and told Kiki to call my Uncle Lenny so he can contact his sister Connie in Richmond to get me a lawyer. "I told you not to go down there. I told you so," she said. "Now I'm going to have this baby while you're in jail. I told you so." After 2 days on the Richmond County tier, Illa G and the 2 girls came to visit. We laughed about what had happened and laughed some more. G is a funny nigga. He always cracked me up. I was locked up for 2 weeks before I saw the judge. Aunt Connie had a government job and had me transferred to the county medical ward so they wouldn't send me to the penitentiary while I was waiting to see the judge. After 2 more days, they moved me to the medical ward and gave me shots of Demerol every 5 hours for sickle cell pain that I wasn't even having. Shit, I'd rather be chained to a hospital bed getting high on Demerol around the clock than sitting in a jailhouse with a bunch of dirty South criminals talking about, "Hey, y'all, Mob Deep, can I rap for you? I know your cousins out here, just ask them." 3 days later, I went to court. Aunt Connie had got me one of the best lawyers in the state of Virginia. I got out the same day on $1,000 bail. Aunt Connie was waiting for me outside. Aunt Connie's a tough lady, smoked a lot of cigarettes, and drank a lot of Jack Daniels. "Come on, I'm taking you to see your cousins," she said. "You know you owe me big time now." She took me back to her crib to visit my cousins Manu and Diallo. I hadn't seen them since I got my first tattoo. As a kid, I was scared of them because they used to always fight and fuck each other up. I figured if they did that to each other, then they might do the same to me. My cousins were way more calm and cool now. Manu, the older, bigger brother, had been shot in the face a few times with a Uzi submachine gun a year before. He was heavy into the streets in Richmond. I heard about the shooting from Uncle Lenny, but Manu's face didn't look as bad as I had imagined. He had 2 bullet hole scars next to his right eye that looked like little bubbles. I figured an Uzi would Swiss cheese his whole face. Manu and Diallo were happy to see me because now they had a famous rapper in the family. It was a big thing for them. They showed me off to all their friends and took me around the neighborhood. It was filled with heroin addicts. Young kids out there thought it was cool to smoke weed and sniff heroin. They called it diesel. I wanted to check out the mall across from their house, but my cousins were banned for starting too many fights. I was just as happy to hang out with them. It was a coincidence that my cousin's friends were hustling with my man Illa G from New York. They told me that he was doing his thing in the streets. Richmond was a small community, and anybody who's somebody knows each other. I had to stay until my court case was over. The lawyer promised he would make it as quick as possible. They also kept my truck impounded until the case ended. I called home every day because Kiki was about to give birth. Plus, she was planning a baby shower in Brooklyn and wanted me to get DJ Clue to do the music. She was mad at me because I got locked up and couldn't be there with her. A whole bunch of "I told you so's." I felt bad, but she was going to be alright. I had to make sure my freedom was going to be alright. I contacted Clue, and he said he would do it. DJ Clue made a big name for himself by using a lot of Mobb Deep songs on his mixtapes before the songs were even supposed to be out. We found out later that he was getting the songs from an engineer we used to work with named Duro. Little did we know, Duro was Clue's partner while he was our studio engineer. Clue owed us a lot of favors. After a couple of weeks of hanging out at local clubs and in the Richmond hoods with my cousins and Illa G, I finally got my case thrown out. At my last court date, my lawyer was like, "Look, you don't have a gun, so you don't have a case." To top it off, my lawyer was so good that he made the DA give me back my clips right in the courtroom, fully loaded with black talons. Holy shit, I never saw or heard nothing like that in my life. Illa got me a ride to the pound to pick up my truck. Man, this is feeling like deja vu. I thought that as soon as I told them my name and that I was here to pick up my black Tahoe, they were going to lock me up again for the guns in the engine. 2 guys behind the desk were giving me dirty looks and told me that I had to wait while they processed my information. 20 minutes later, a black detective car pulled up and two Ds walked inside the pound lot and started searching my Tahoe all over again, taking their time. For sure, they're gonna pop the hood and find them. But they didn't. They gave me my ride back and I was out. Back in my cousin's crib, Illa, Mano, and Diallo helped me wash the remaining blood out the carpet before I drove back to New York. When Nitty got shot, I had washed the blood off the seats and the door, but never got around to the carpet. It still wasn't all the way out, but it was the best we can do. I thanked my cousins and Aunt Connie and got the fuck out of Dodge. Even though I had a minor setback and paid an extra $2,500 for the lawyer's fees, it was a mission accomplished. I had 2 new guns with full clips, all together inside the engine this time, and I was on my way home. When I got back, I wanted to kiss the dirty New York streets. I was so happy. I went straight to Kiki's crib, and we packed our stuff and moved in with Stobo and his baby moms in East New York. It was a small, railroad apartment, but we had our own space, and we weren't going back and forth between Kiki's moms and grandmoms anymore. 1996 was a year of tremendous joy and pain. A few weeks later, Illa G's brother Tim called me and told me G got locked up in Virginia. He was in somebody's crib and got raided by the task force, he said. They found weapons, drugs, boxes of money, bulletproof vests, and charged G with kingpin charges. They sentenced Illa to 5 years in the Virginia penitentiary. Crazy. I was just with this nigga. Killer Black started busting his gun again. He had a smart mouth and got into an argument on a hill in Queensbridge with this drug dealer named Dope, who was clashing with Little Lord. Dope pulled out a .22 revolver. Killer tried to grab the gun, but Dope squeezed the trigger. A bullet went through Killer's hand. He let go and started running. Another bullet hit his arm. Then another hit the back of his head. Killer dropped to the ground. When he realized he wasn't dead, he got up and kept running home. Later that night, Killer called and I went to his crib to see him. He was wrapped in bandages, and you could actually see the bullet sticking halfway out the back of his head. One of his boys found pain medicine from some girl, but he needed me to take him to the hospital in Long Island to treat his wounds. He couldn't go to a hospital in Queens, or the D's might come for questioning and lock him up. So I took Killer to Mercy Hospital around the block from my crib in Hempstead. The bullet in Killer's hand had gone in and out. The other bullet broke his arm. He didn't even tell him about the headshot. The bullet was just stuck in his skull. After they put a cast on his arm, he laid low at my grandmother's crib for a week before going back to QB. All that Muslim stuff was out the window, and Killer went right back to business. That bullet to the head had him acting strange. He wasn't that quiet, no-nonsense Killer Black we all knew. Late one night, I pulled up on a hill at 2 a.m., and like 20 dudes were up there hustling, drinking, and doing the regular. A bunch of them called me over, asking me to take Killer home because they couldn't control him. You need to take care of your homie, he bugging, they said, scared he might do something to one of them. Killer leaned against the wall with a look in his eyes like he was about to snap at any minute. I put him in the car, drove to his block, and we walked up to the crib. On the way, he was slurring his words, and I realized that he was just drunk and needed sleep. The next morning, he called early, asking to borrow some money. So I left my bed in Brooklyn and went to Hav's crib to give Killer some dough. Since coming back from North Carolina, Havoc had moved out his mom's crib and was living in the Best Western City View Hotel in Long Island City, Queens, bringing girls by and living the life. When I got to his crib in Queensbridge, Killer showed me how he had been picking at the bullet in his head, which finally came out after a few weeks. I've been seeing things in my room at night, he said. I've been having conversations with the Egyptian King Tut. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm really seeing and talking to King Tut. I listened real close, because even though Killer did some wild shit, Killer wasn't crazy at all. He was very intelligent. The only time he ever shot somebody for no reason was when he killed that guy for the Walkman speakers, and he was extra drunk that night. Any other time he fired his gun, it was because somebody was trying to mess with him or mess with us. We spoke for a few hours. I gave him the money and left. Killer walked me down to the door, and we had a few last words. While we were talking in front of the building, this little dude named Worm rode past on a pedal bike and shouted out, "Oh shit! Yo, Prodigy, what up, kid?" Killer and I were ending a deep conversation, so I didn't pay the kid much mind. "What up?" I said. He stopped his bike, but I just figured he was mumbling, excited to see me. Killer and I gave each other a pound when the little dude rode off shouting, "A word? It's like that? All right." The fuck was that about? I wondered, brushing it off. Twin Gambino and Money No were waiting for me in the Tahoe. We drove to the corner store to buy a White Owl blunt. Money No hopped out to get it, and while he was in the store, I saw my man Bumpy riding a pedal bike across the street from 40th Avenue with the little dude Worm on the back, standing on the pegs. "Yo, that little motherfucker over there got a gun out," Money No said when he got in the truck. I turned and saw Worm swinging a chrome .45 caliber in his hand, shouting something. "So what?" I said, grabbing the White Owl from Money No, opening it to roll up the weed. Gambino was staring at Worm. "Pull off, P. This nigga bugging," he said. "I'm not pulling off because he's got a gun," I said. "Fuck he gonna do, shoot us?" "Yo, P, pull off," Gambino said again. "Son, I'm not pulling off with this little clown. And I'm supposed to be scared because he got a gun? If we pulled off, he might think we were scared of him. If somebody's waving a shiny chrome gun around, then that person's obviously trying to scare somebody. If he was going to use the gun, why would he wave it around for 5 minutes first?" Gambino demanded that I pull off, and as soon as I bent the corner on the 21st Street, this little chump shot the gun in the air just like I thought. I'll deal with him when I'm back on this side. I dropped Money No and Twin off and bounced to see my baby Kiki. That night, I took Kiki out to eat at a diner on Jackson Boulevard down the block from Queensbridge. She ordered her favorite dish, shrimp scampi, and I ordered my usual, the broiled filet of sole. 10 minutes into our meal, Kiki's water broke. She'd been having some contractions all day, and we later found out that seafood induces labor. We rushed to St. John's Hospital on Queens Boulevard, and they pushed her in a wheelchair straight to the delivery room. "The baby's coming," the doctor said. "It might take some time." Man, I was happy, nervous, anxious, shook, and a whole bunch of other emotions all at the same time. I held Kiki's hand. She was crushing mine while she breathed and pushed, in and out, in and out. After an hour, I started seeing my son's head, his shoulders, and then finally, with her last push and crushing hand squeeze, our bloody little boy was born into the world. It was truly the most amazing, nastiest thing I ever saw. The worst part about watching my child's birth was seeing them pull out the placenta after they cut the umbilical cord and seeing my woman shake uncontrollably because her body temperature dropped extremely low after the baby came out. The nurses wrapped like 7 blankets around her. I was definitely scared for her as I held her hand. The Dr. York books I had been reading spoke about how hospitals inject babies, especially black babies, with microchips and diseases at birth when they vaccinate them. I followed the 2 female nurses when they took my son to another room for the shots. I was going to refuse the shots, but I let them do their job and kept a close eye on every move they made. I figured if they wanted to do something, they could just do it late at night when I was gone, while Kiki was sleeping. Fuck it. They let me stay with Kiki for 30 minutes before kicking me out. The first thing I did was call my pops from the payphone in front of the hospital. He had just gotten out of jail and was living in Atlanta with his new wife. "I just had a baby. I'm a father." It was like I hit the lottery. "You're a grandfather." Then I called my moms and everybody else I knew. My first baby boy, Shaka Keon Malik Johnson, and I was there when he was born. I spent all kinds of money on baby polo, Nautica, Hilfiger, all the fly gear for Shaka. I bought clothes he couldn't fit until he was 3 years old and kept it all in a stash. Then I realized I was wasting my money because my little man was growing so fast. My pops came to New York a month later to see his grandson. He was cheesing like a motherfucker when he saw Shaka. I hadn't seen Pops in 5 years. He looked old and had lost a lot of weight. He stayed with my grandmother in Long Island for 2 weeks. I didn't get to see much of him, but we hung out 2 or 3 times. One winter day, while we were at Access Studio, the worst thing that could ever happen happened. Havoc, the twins, Godfather, Gotti, Money No, and I had all stayed at my crib in Hempstead the night before, planning how we could become a stronger team. I suggested that we take it easy on the drugs and alcohol. "It's slowing down our progress," I said as we sat in the basement smoking and drinking. "We should do whatever work we need to do first, then get high when the work's finished. That way, we're more focused on getting and staying rich." Everyone agreed. But they weren't really ready for a new way of thinking and living. My leadership qualities began to manifest. I started becoming the more enlightened one of the crew, because I was the only one reading about the past, present, and future of the world, current events, politics, proper nutrition, spiritual health, and the origin of all things. Dr. York's books are truly one of a kind. Nobody alive on this planet has the comprehensive understanding that Dr. York has on such a vast array of topics. That man's books boosted my intelligence level beyond this physical dimension and gave me the information I needed to step out of the sleep spell that mostly all of us are in. I was wide fucking awake, and I was able to see if another person's eyes were wide shut or wide open. I started looking at the world differently, seeing things nobody else could or wanted to see. Passing by a billboard advertisement on the street or watching a movie, I saw hidden messages and symbolism while almost everybody else just saw the outer layer of information. The things I was learning about, the origins of symbols, secret societies, and civilizations, gave me the ability to see the spell we're living in and those responsible for casting it. It's all around us. It's rather spooky. The 1988 movie They Live by John Carpenter, starring Roddy Piper, explained exactly what I'm talking about. Using sunglasses as a metaphor for learning information. When Roddy Piper put the special sunglasses on, he saw all the evil in the world. When the glasses were off, everything looked normal. He tried to tell his friends to put the glasses on so they could see what he saw, but his friends were so comfortable with their lives, they didn't want to try. He had to force them to put the glasses on, and they finally saw the spell that these aliens had the entire world under. I wish learning this information was as easy as putting on some glasses and suddenly waking up to the real world, but it's not. It takes time, dedication, practice, and a hunger for knowledge to grasp it all. That's why many try, but only a few succeed. I was no longer understanding the world. I was now overstanding it. Among the first major things I overstood were the popular sayings, ignorance is bliss, and misery loves company. We were all living in a state of blissful, ignorant misery. People would rather have a good time than deal with the dark realities of the world because that's easy and learning is hard. Learning is a never-ending process, hence the term knowledge is infinite. The crew noticed that I was changing and gave me 2 nicknames, the God and Science. Trip came up with the names. The same night, I came up with the chorus for the song G.O.D. Part 3, On Hell on Earth. We were drinking Lime Bacardi on Hav's block, and I started chanting, G.O.D. Father Part 3, QBC, sip Lime Bacardi, heavy on the wrist, Cube Link and Ice Ring, drama we bring, yeah, that's a small thing. That's also when we started calling Trip Godfather. We stayed up most of that night talking about how slavery began, how religion was created to control people, and how the U.S. government was really a puppet for the British royal family. Mostly I spoke to them about not getting high or drunk until our daily business was handled. In order for us to have continued success in this business, we have to start adapting to the corporate world, I urged. The twins, Gotti and I, spoke the most because they were the only ones who showed interest. Everyone else listened for a little while and got frustrated because they didn't want to overstand, so they conveniently removed themselves from the conversation. Hey, for some people, change takes longer than others. I knew I had to be 100% clean and sober soon. Mentally, I just wasn't ready for that yet. But I was off to one hell of a start. The next day, we woke up around noon, and Hav had already left for the studio in Manhattan. Havoc always got up early in the morning to start working on songs. He has this saying, the first awake and the last asleep. The twins, Godfather, Money No and I were in my truck a few hours behind him. When we got to the studio, Havoc had this ill beat that I immediately started writing a verse for. Nighttime Vultures from Hell on Earth. Flashbacks, a gunshot shot past my head. I could recall a 8-man brawl, 3-man fall. Bullets flew, had to drag my man behind the wall. Left a wet trail, delivered each slug like airmail. While I was writing my verse, I kept dozing off from staying up all night. An eye for an eye, you know my science of life. Is you men or mice, thugs or the cowardly type? I balled up my leather jacket as a pillow and took a power nap on the studio carpet. 3 hours later, I woke up and noticed several missed calls from a strange number. I called the number back and it was a detective. He told me that my Tahoe had been in an accident on the West Side Highway, and I needed to come to the precinct on 125th Street in Harlem. That woke me up quick fast. Somebody must have taken the keys from my pocket while I was asleep. Gotti and I took a cab uptown. Inside the precinct, the detective sat me down and explained the accident. Your truck flipped over more than 10 times while getting off the 125th Street exit, he said. Get up and put your hands behind your back. The motherfucker started reading me my rights. He said I had warrants in Long Island for traffic violations. By the way, he said, after he cuffed me, your friends are dead. I heard detectives screaming at Godfather in a nearby room. They put me in a holding cell and brought Godfather to the cell soon after. We took your truck uptown to get some trees, Godfather explained in the cell. I lost control when I switched from the fast lane to the exit. He was damn near having a nervous breakdown. As mad as I was, I felt bad for him. He had just killed his lifelong friend, Jamel, the Scarface twin. Scarface flew through the window and his neck got cut from ear to ear. His other friend, Ghostface, from QB, was decapitated. He just started hanging out with us. They found his head and sneakers on one side of the highway and his body on the other. Jamal, Twin Gambino, stayed strapped in the passenger seat with a broken collarbone. Money No was in the back seat. His spine was almost crushed. Another one of our homeboys, La Scally, was found up in a tree with his head split open. He was lucky to survive. Godfather was driving and unscathed, not even a scratch. Nassau County Police came to take me to the county jail, and the NYPD took Godfather to Rikers. It was Friday night. I didn't get bailed out until Monday. That was the foulest feeling ever, sitting in my cell in complete shock. I couldn't imagine what Jamal was going through, losing his twin brother. I wonder how Jamal's gonna take this. Everybody loved the twins. They were outgoing and always ready to party. They showed me more love than Havoc and anybody in QB. Haz's more of a recluse. The twins introduced me to everyone, took me everywhere. Uncle Lenny came to pick me up from jail. When I got in the car, he told me that my father had just died of AIDS from sharing needles with other dope addicts. What the fuck else can happen? I knew Pops didn't look healthy when I last saw him. He'd gotten so skinny, but I thought it was just old age. Damn, AIDS? Kiki was waiting at my grandmother's crib. I laid on my bed and cried about everything. Gilmore's funeral home on Linden Boulevard in Jamaica, Queens was packed for Scarface Twins' wake later that week. Man, people loved the twins. A bunch of girls who the Scarface Twin had relationships with were there. He was in a casket in his favorite outfit, a denim suit. His face looked real swollen. Afterward, some of the twins' friends from 40 Projects in South Jamaica threw a block party. The Lost Boys DJ, Grandmaster Vic, DJ'd. And we were all doing our best to keep Twin Gambino in good spirits. I let him hold my big Figaro link with the Mac 10 pendant, and we drank, got high, and got on the mic for a rap session, trying to have as much fun as we could. Southside Jamaica and QB partying together in 40 Projects without drama, a monumental moment. The following night, Twin was mourning his brother's death on 12th Street with a broken collarbone and a bunch of friends from QB drinking, smoking, and reminiscing old times and lighting candles. The block started clearing after a few hours, but Twin stayed on the benches drinking. This little nigga Worm came through the block and saw Twin wearing my big chain. Worm walked over to Twin and pulled out a Tech 9 on him. "Take the chain off." I don't know why he wanted to mess with Twin just days after his brother died. Twin looked at Worm and told him, "Pull a trigger." Worm got scared and ran away. The next day, Twin gave me my chain back and told me what happened. He wanted to kill the kid. He was a problem that definitely needed to be dealt with. Then, as if we weren't going through enough emotional pain, we found out that Yammy had gone upstate to take over the crack game in some town by the Catskills. Yammy had the town scared of him, Yammy's brother Buddha told us. One of the local drug dealers ran up behind Yammy with a bat and cracked his head open. Yammy was in a coma on life support because he was brain dead. Damn. Yammy was one of the strongest niggas I knew. He gave us the name Infamous. A Golden Gloves champion who could kill you with his hands and would kill you with a gun. He loved us. He loved Mobb Deep and was always very protective of us. Fuck. Yeah, me too. A few days after Worm's disrespectful botched robbery attempt, I went to Atlanta with my moms and Uncle Lenny to identify my pop's body before they cremated him. Kiki and our son Shaka joined me. When we got to the crematory, I saw my older sister Kim, my father's daughter from another relationship. We never saw much of each other growing up. She's about the same age as my brother Greg, 12 years older than me. My father was in a black plastic bag on top of a gurney. They zipped open the bag and there he was, laid out stiff. I looked at him real close and saw a drop of blood trickling from his nose. My mother shed some tears, but I was tired of crying. I looked at him for a while and then left. It took about 30 minutes to cremate him. They handed me his ashes in a plastic bag inside of a small cardboard box. My father's girlfriend gave me a leather briefcase with his watch, pictures, and notebooks filled with computer tech writing. He was working for IBM at the time of his death, setting up computer systems for colleges. I miss my pops. There were a lot of questions about life that I never got to ask him. The deepest question I ever asked my father was the night we saw Boys in the Hood while he was on the run in Cali. Is there a God? I asked as we were walking from the movie theater to his apartment. Yes, he answered. How do you know God is real? I've seen God before, he said. If you've seen God, then what did God look like? God looks like water. Water? Yeah, Pop said. God looks like water. We finally finished Hell on Earth and did the album photo shoot. I came up with the idea for all of us to sit at a round table and leave a chair next to Twin empty so we could insert a ghostly image of his brother Scarface. We let Money Know from Hempstead sit at the table with us since he was a part of the crew now. It wasn't a small thing for us to add a new face to our family. It was big for him to be in that picture. Noy came home from jail just in time to get in the picture too. We missed having him around. In that round table picture, you see Gotti, Nitty, Twin Gambino, Noy, Money Note, Godfather Havoc, myself, and the ghost of Scarface Twin. It was the best crew picture we ever took. At a show in Boston, the night after the photo shoot, the Lost Boys finished performing as we arrived, and the promoter wanted us to start right away because the crowd was getting rowdy. As Shook Ones came on, a dude with dreads in the front row started slamming into people, and the whole front row beat him up. The venue owner turned on the house lights, and the DJ stopped the music. But it only got worse. Chairs were flying. Put the fucking music back on, I screamed, but the promoter wanted to stop the show. Mr. Cheeks from the Lost Boys approached me and said, I know we had beef in the past, but we gotta stick together tonight. I laughed and agreed. Gunshots started popping as people stampeded toward the exit doors. We slipped out and got into our cars, talking to females as they left the spot. The dreaded dude walked up to our car, chest naked, with his pants ripped, blood all over his body and splattering from his mouth. Mobb Deep, what? He screamed. I'm still standing. They can't stop me. We've been cool with the Lost Boys ever since that night. Then more bad news. I got a 911 page on my beeper while driving and pulled over to use the payphone to call back Hav's boy Bolo. Killer Black is dead, Bolo said. Yo, don't play with me, man. Don't joke like that, I said. It's not funny. I'm serious. He committed suicide. I didn't believe it, so I went to QB to find out what happened. Havoc told me it was true. Killer shot himself in the head with a 9mm in the bathroom. People were saying Killer was with Tragedy at a club that night, and Killer may have smoked some weed with dust in it. I knew Killer. He might have been crazy with the guns when it was time, but he wasn't mentally crazy or suicidal. This was totally out of his character. Hav's mom said Killer closed the bathroom door, turned on the sink, and she heard a pop. She didn't realize it was a gunshot. She heard water running. She went into the bathroom, but it wasn't water. It was her son's blood. His head slumped in the sink. It felt like a black cloud hovered over us all the time. There was so much death around us during that short period, it felt like we would curse for all the wrong we've done. We shot a video for our title track, Hell on Earth, just before Killer shot himself. And Killer Black made his final cameo in that video. Killer was in our first video, Peer Pressure. And in the verse that Havoc wrote for me, I rap about a kid named Kenny who started drinking, smoking weed, and messing up in school. At the end of the verse, Kenny committed suicide. It's spooky that Killer Black played Kenny in that video. Upset about his brother Killer's death, Havoc started drinking heavily. I became addicted to prescription pain pills like Percocet that hospital sent me home with for my sickle cell. The high made me forget about the stress and the death, at least momentarily. We took a 2-year break from doing shows, radio, and interviews. We still made music in the studio and did a lot of features and movie soundtracks within those 2 years. Like Nas's Live Nigga Rap, Das Effects' Microphone Masters, Mariah Carey's The Roof, LL Cool J's I Shotcha and Queens Is, RSO's The War Is On, Shaquille O'Neal's Legal Money, Exhibit's Eyes May Shine, Big Pun's Tres Leches, Blondie's No Exit, KRS-One's 5 Boroughs, PMD's It's the P97, A+'s Gusto, Crash the Boards from the Hoodlum soundtrack, Rare Species from the Soul in the Hole soundtrack, and the America is Dying Slowly compilation albums, Street Life. I also appeared on a bunch of songs with drug dealers who paid cash to have a song with Prodigy of Mobb Deep. A $20,000 check here, $10,000 in cash there. It was good money. Hav did production for Biggie, Foxy Brown, Nas, and a bunch of drug dealers who paid cash for a Havoc beat. Havoc was doing beats for LL Cool J at the Hit Factory in Manhattan one night. And LL asked me to rhyme on one of the songs. When I arrived, Hav was passed out drunk on the couch. LL was with his A&R, Benny, and plus a camera crew. LL told the camera crew to film us as we were listening to my verse, stopping the music midway to talk shit to the camera. "Yo, Hav, what are you doing?" Benny suddenly yelled out. Havoc was standing up, taking a piss on the gear rack. About $30,000 worth of equipment and mad electrical wires. Still half asleep. Then Hav laid back down on the couch and kept sleeping. He didn't even realize what he had done. "Your man is out of control," LL said. I told the camera crew that they had to erase that part of the tape, and LL agreed. That was far from Hav's first drunken blunder. A year before, Havoc invited me to the studio where he was producing a song for Biggie Smalls called Last Day, featuring the Lox. "Yo, Big wants you to come to the studio," Hav said. "He wants you to get on the song." "I don't want to do a song with Biggie, he's corny," I said. I wasn't a fan of Biggie's music at that time. Go ahead without me. After a long studio session, Hav was so drunk that he left his beat disc in the machine, leaving behind all 6 songs he had crafted that day instead of 1. Somebody ended up using one of the beats for Black Rob's I Love You Baby on the Puff Daddy and the Family album. I could tell as soon as I heard it because it had Hav's signature drums, bass line, and all. Hav, that's your beat, I said when we heard the track. That motherfucker stole your beat. After Biggie's Life After Death album came out with that track, Last Day, that Hav produced, I became a huge Biggie fan and regretted not doing the song. I was a hard-headed young fool back then. In March 1997, we got more bad news. Biggie Smalls had been shot and killed in Los Angeles at an after-party. There was a lot of tension between New York and California, but the media was turning the Mobb Deep and Biggie versus Death Row feud into a coastal war, making it seem worse than what it was. Now that Big and Pac had been murdered, it felt like we were next on the hit list. The feeling of death lurking around the corner enhanced our already existing I don't give a fuck mentality. Of course, we didn't want to die, but with all that was going on in our lives, we became extremely fearless and ready to defend Mobb Deep at any cost. My 5-year probation for the gun charge I caught at 16 was coming to an end. I transferred my probation from Manhattan to Hempstead, Long Island, because it seemed easier out there. Wrong move. I was always ripping and running, and missed a few phone calls to my probation officer. So that little meat-faced P.O. violated me. When my lawyer Irv Cohen and I took it to trial, I must have had the most racist judge in Nassau County. The Archie Bunker-looking bastard sentenced me to a 1 to 3 year bid to be served immediately. They threw me in cuffs and took me to Nassau County Jail. After 3 long weeks in the county jail, I beat the case with my appeal. I was finally free. 1 to 3 years? Fuck that. I'm gone. Archie Bunker, kiss my ass. The whole gang still went to the tunnel every Sunday like church. One Sunday, a few weeks before New Year's 1998, we saw Keith Murray by the bathroom on the 2nd floor. We had just arrived and met Chris in the bathroom to get our bag of weapons. I finished passing out the weapons, and we walked out. And this punk-ass nigga is standing there, looking scared to death when he saw us, because he was by himself and probably heard all the stories of us beating people raggedy. Noyd and Twin were fiending to get him. "What's up?" they were in my ear asking. "We got the drop on him." "Yeah, we got the drop on him, but for what?" I said. Even though he had asked if I was talking about him on that skit, he never said or did anything offensive to me, so I told him to fall back. "Leave him alone," I kept telling him. "Leave the boy alone." We had so many weapons, we would have killed that boy. And it wasn't my style anymore to take advantage of a weak, defenseless person. At that point in my life, I realized that it was wrong to abuse the destructive power we had. You only hurt people when it's necessary, I told myself. My boys were upset with me for not giving them the green light, but I knew it was the right choice. After a few hours of partying, Money No, Godfather, and I left early with some girls. It was close to Christmas, 1997, and snow and ice lined the ground outside. Money No and I walked to the parking lot to get my car, while Godfather walked with the girls to their car. Money No and I were waiting for the light to change to cross the street when we saw Keith Murray with 4 of his boys standing 10 feet to our right. "Yeah, what's up now?" one of his boys said to him. "Let's see what's up now." "Pass me your gun," Money No said. I had a big 9mm on my hip all night. Nah, chill, I said. I wanted to fire the shots. What's up with all that shit you was talking on your album? Keith Murray walked up and asked after his boys pumped him up with gas. Are you serious? I looked at him and asked. How am I gonna shoot this dude and get away with it? I was thinking. All right, I'm gonna take him down the dark shadows toward 10th Avenue. One of Keith Murray's boys and Money No started beefing about who could fight better. I suggested that we take it across the street, out of sight, so the cops wouldn't break us up. They reluctantly agreed. As we crossed the street, Money No kept asking for the gun, but I refused. I couldn't wait to get in the shadows of the next block and see the look on their faces when I started squeezing bullets at them. Now, should I shoot to kill, shoot to wound, or shoot to scare them? I decided to just shoot Keith Murray and wound him. A police squad car was coming up on my left when we got to the double yellow lines in the middle of 11th Avenue. Keith Murray jumped in front of me like he changed his mind about stepping into the shadows across the street. I could see him ready to swing. The cops are right there, I warned him. Chill until they pass. But he decided to punch me in the mouth in front of the cops. How corny is that? My first thought was, this nigga punches like a girl. My second was, get distance between these cops immediately before backup arrives and we all get frisked. The police put on the sirens and lights. I ran to get rid of the gun behind the van, tossing it in the snow, covering it with more snow. Then I looked up. Money No knocked out Keith Murray's man. He hit the ground and slid on some ice underneath the cop car. As I was walking back toward them, Keith Murray was talking to the cops, pointing at us, saying that we started it. The police was cool. They simply said, you guys go that way, and you guys walk the other way. Them niggas don't even understand how lucky they are. God was truly on their side. I guess God was on my side too, because I might have gotten locked up. Keith Murray must have felt death down that dark street. When he saw that squad car coming, it must have been like Jesus Christ coming to save him. New Year's Eve 1998 fell on a Sunday, and the tunnel was on fire as usual. Godfather and I stole 2 hoes from their pimp, Diamond and Strawberry, Puerto Rican dimes from Albany. They told us homie was lame, pimping them in the club every Sunday, and they wanted to work Queensbridge. We headed out the club with them. I realized that I left my car keys with Gotti, gave my gun to Godfather, and told him I'll be right back. Back inside the tunnel, I walked all over trying to find Gotti. I noticed dudes wearing Death Squid hats, Keith Murray's crew. I saw 2 hats, 4, and more. Minutes later, with the dudes following, I bumped into Karate Joe, Bill Cosby, Nitty, Twin, Gotti, and a bunch of the 12th Street crew. I told Gotti to give me my keys. These dudes is following me, I told Karate Joe. He didn't even wait for me to tell him who. Karate Joe punched the face off the poor dude behind me, who wasn't even down with the Death Squid. The 12th Street crew started fighting everybody behind me. Twin grabbed me out the way, holding me behind him, slicing and dicing faces with a razor. I asked him to give me one. Twin just kept cutting, not even hearing me. We chased the Death Squid pussies through the club. I ran outside and told Godfather to give me my gun, thinking that whatever was left for the Death Squid would come running out, but they never came. 10 minutes later, the crew strolled out laughing. Where's the Death Squadron? I asked. Them niggas in there bleeding, Joe said. They probably need an ambulance. Godfather, the girls, and I walked to the parking lot to my new black Lexus GS 300, which I bought with some of my feature money. We drove the hoes to a cheap motel next to the Highland Tunnel, where their pimp kept them, to get their clothes from their room. They ran out the hotel with 2 stuffed garbage bags. We took them to QB and started pimping them the next morning. Diamond and Strawberry were 2 good-looking Puerto Rican broads with fat asses and nice bodies. We took them to Chang's, the Chinese food spot on 40th Avenue. Mr. Chang and his employees were our first customers, in the car behind the restaurant. Then we walked around the hood with them and made a few $1,000s. It gave me a new respect for pimps. Pimping ain't easy. It's a full-time job, and I ain't got time for it. My run as a pimp was over within a week. Godfather kept Diamond and Strawberry for another month and got tired of it too. So he left them somewhere in the city. I told Kiki what we were doing, but she probably didn't even believe me. A spiritual war was going on within me. All the things I was learning about life and health had me wanting to stop doing the drugs and living the grimy way I was living. But at the same time, all the stress and pain, drama and criminals around me made me not care about being peaceful and cleaning up my act. My coke habit and drinking were affecting my sickle cell. All the partying was finally starting to catch up. Not long after my little pimping episode, an OG in Queensbridge went to cop a bag of coke for me in the projects late one night. This was our regular routine, because I didn't want people to see it was Prodigy buying from them. Never sent a broke cokehead to buy coke. The OG came back and gave me a bag of something that wasn't coke, or coke mixed with something that smelled and tasted like plastic. Now I don't know if the dealer gave him a bad bag, or if he dipped in my bag and replaced what he took with some bullshit. Later that night, my head hurt and my sinuses swelled up above my eyes. My sickle cell started acting up and I had to go to the hospital. They told me I might have spinal meningitis and stuck a needle in my spine to remove some fluid. I didn't have meningitis. I knew damn well it was from the coke. My head looked like E.T., and I felt ugly and embarrassed when Kiki came to see me. The doctors asked Kiki and Uncle Lenny to leave the room for a moment. They told me that they found cocaine, PCP, and marijuana in my blood. When Kiki and Lenny came back, I admitted that I was using cocaine and angel dust. Kiki was mad as hell, and when I explained how long I've been using, she couldn't believe it. After I healed, Kiki told me when she saw my face and head swollen like that and found out about my drug habit, she wanted to leave me. That scared me into wanting to change my life. Sickle cell pain had brought me close to death many times, but the thought of losing Kiki was worse. It was time to put all the righteous information I was learning about into serious practice. It took a few more bangs on my hard head for me to finally get my shit together. But from that night on, I never used cocaine again. Twin and I waited for an hour in the freezing cold to get inside the tunnel one night, about a week after my hospital stay. Chris Lighty wasn't at the door, and the bouncers were hating on us, making us wait outside forever. The cold triggered my sickle cell. By the time I got inside, I was in super pain, with no pain medicine. I thought of my own remedy. I drank Hennessy until I was numb. The next day, I went to the hospital and had to stay for a week. My man Shamik from Left Rack came to visit me and brought fish, biscuits, and shrimp from Red Lobster next to Left Rack City. He made surprise visits with Red Lobster a lot when I was in the hospital. We talked about the latest jewelry, fashion, and rap drama. Shamik was a cool dude. He had come up since the nickel and dime days, became real big time in the drug game. A few days after I came home from the hospital, Shamik invited me to Gordon's strip club on Hillside Avenue in Jamaica, Queens. He was meeting his homeboy E Moneybags and Nas, so I went. Shamik was selling drugs for E Moneybags, and they were talking in code language about their dealings, while Nas and I spoke about the Nation of Islam's 120 lessons in the rap game. We drank for a few hours, and then we left. My niggas and I were never into giving our money to strippers or getting lap dances. Always looked at dudes who did that like they were herbs, suckers, or cornballs. Tricks is the pimp terminology for those types. While I was driving Shamik back to Left Rack, I asked him to give me the 120 lessons. Shah was what we call God Body from the 5% Nation, now known as the Nation of Gods and Earths. Males are called God Body and women are Earth. They believe that the black man is God and that we shouldn't be praying or waiting for Jesus to save us. We should be creating our own destiny. And if we want life to be better, then we must make it that way by doing positive things. They have some very interesting concepts. And I didn't want to join them. I just wanted to acquire their knowledge. Shah had been given his God Body name, Shamik Allah, when we were little kids in Lakeview. Growing up, there were a lot of gods in Hempstead and Lakeview, Long Island. And ever since I started reading Dr. York's books, I wanted to study the 120 lessons and learn knowledge of self. Dr. York teaches that we should know the origin of all things, and I wanted to learn their origin. Shah ran up to his apartment and came back with an unbound booklet of lessons. People would Xerox loose copies and pass them around. Some people even hand-wrote the lessons with a pen and pad. I went home and didn't stop reading until I was finished. Like I said, I wasn't planning on becoming a follower anyway. I'm just an addict for information, especially the facts. I started realizing that all religions were created to control the masses on this planet. They control the people through fear of God and the devil, heaven and hell, dick in my nuts. I'm not into race hating, and I don't rely on religion for my spiritual health. I've got my own relationship with the Creator. The only thing I believe in are facts. And the fact is that when we were in Africa living in peace with the universe, we didn't have Bibles or corrupt corporations. We were spiritual people with our own way of life. We didn't need for anything because it was all there for us naturally in infinite abundance. Africa is the cradle of all humanity and civilization. We were advanced in technology, agriculture, architecture, medical procedures, math, science, astronomy, astrology, and health practices, long before the Greeks and Romans. Don't believe the lie when they say Caucasians came to Africa and found black people living in destitution as unruly, cannibalistic bush babies, and they had to save us from our evil, savage ways, clean us up, civilize us, and transform us into wholesome, upstanding Christians. This is all propaganda created by the Caucasian pirates to conceal their true agenda of the largest land, natural resources, knowledge, and population heist in history, not to mention the largest mass genocide. We thrived independently for millions of years before they invaded our lives with their wickedness and lifestyle of the beast. When we were enslaved and shipped to America, the Europeans forced us to follow fairy tale religions so that they can control our minds. They forced their banking system on us to control our lives with money. If we don't agree with their system and refuse to believe in their religions, then we get killed, sent to jail, or locked in a mental institution. I could write an entire book on that subject alone, and I will. Chapter 7. Murder Music. Vision the canvas, I paint a picture similar to Ernie Barnes, nigga. But mine's is more ghetto, more guns, more drugs, mostly thugs. All of my thuns, they baby mom, daughters and sons. Streets raised me. In early 1998, Havoc and I decided to open a new album budget with Loud Records so we can get a new check. Loud agreed that it was time for it, so they gave us 6 figures and we started working on our 4th album. I came up with the title Murder Music because the songs we've been making sounded so sinister, like murder music. I told Havoc that we should buy a house and live together as a team. Godfather, Twin, Gotti, Nitty, Havoc, and myself, so we can constantly bang out songs. We found a perfect brand new 5-bedroom mini mansion in Freeport, Long Island. Built a studio in the basement, and we all moved in. Kiki and Shaka too. That tan house with forest green shutters, a front porch, a small backyard was the first piece of property that Havoc and I ever owned. I put the entire house together myself. The gray carpet, wooden blinds, furniture, TVs for every room. Havoc let a couple of extras move in. Papa Mob, a.k.a. MCT, from Queensbridge. He was pushing 50-something. And Tom Nitty's cousin, Bolo. I knew it was a bad idea, but Havoc wanted them in, so I agreed. I even let Havoc take the biggest room in the house so he could feel good about being home. Determined to live a peaceful, positive life and make smart business decisions, I tried my best to get all my boys to do the same. But we were a bunch of savages, and I was the only one ready for a change. I posted house rules on the refrigerator and gave everybody a job to do. From the beginning, I could tell that Bolo was lazy. He didn't rap or produce and was just a deadbeat. Once a week, I called house meetings in the living room. Get a hotel if you with a girl, 'cause I don't want nobody to know where we live, I told him. Or blindfold your girls before you get off the highway exit so the bros don't know where they're going. I had Kiki and Shaka with me, and I wanted to make sure my family was safe. Within 6 months, the guys were breaking every rule. Havoc was the main one breaking them, and the others followed him. It felt like they were talking behind my back. P's crazy with all these house rules. We're partying in this bitch as soon as he's not looking. And they were. Kiki was disgusted by the way my friends were living, and the number of girls that she saw coming and going. She found a list of symptoms of HIV/AIDS and taped it to the refrigerator next to the house rules. The next day, the paper was gone. I guess it made somebody feel insecure about their health. Godfather, his boy Tomax, and I were heading home from Soundtrack Studios at 3 o'clock in the morning. Just as Left Rack was coming up on our left on the Long Island Expressway, a giant bright green fireball about the size of a falling planet shot down from the sky. I almost crashed the car. "Oh, shit!" I yelled. "Did you see that?" "See what?" Godfather asked from the passenger seat. "Son, you ain't just see that big green fire just now?" "No. I just closed my eyes to go to sleep," he said. "Tomax, you ain't see that?" I asked. "Nah, I just closed my eyes too." I couldn't believe it. We were all wide awake and having a conversation just seconds before. The clock on the dashboard read 3:33 a.m. I had been studying books on numerology, and to see something that extraordinary at that exact time was obviously a sign, and a sign meant only for me. In Dr. York's books, he said that God's angels, the Elohim, use green fire, and the evil forces use amber or red fire. My pops and I used to watch shooting stars and comets at certain times of the year, but there was no comparison to what I had just seen. Pops and grandmas told me that when Pops was young, they saw a multicolored UFO in Virginia hovering above a store for several minutes and then take off with light speed. At the crib in Freeport, nobody believed what I had seen except for Godfather, Twin, and Gotti. I had been praying and asking the Creator to show me a sign or some type of proof that all the things I was learning about the origin of life on Earth were in fact true. I was grateful to receive a sign, but furious with the Most High for not giving me a witness. Maybe I'm bugging, I thought. They had me doubt with my own eyes. The brand new mini mansion in Freeport was slowly but surely becoming disgusting. Carpet stains, sticky shit on the hardwood floor, garbage overflowed, and dishes piled up in the sink. Kiki was 7 months pregnant and fed up. Bolo was lying on my $8,000 gray suede couch with his stinking feet up when I came home one afternoon. Yo, this nigga Bolo is a bummy, dirty-ass motherfucker. I told Bolo to clean up or get out, calling him Benson and Mr. Belvedere so he'd get mad and want to fight. He laughed it off and started cleaning. Havoc and Noi were at Platinum Island Studio, working on Murder Music. I arrived a few hours into the session, and Havoc had this ill beat playing while Noi was writing a verse. I rolled the blunt, kicking rhymes in my head. I put my lifetime in between the paper's lines. I'm the quiet storm nigga who fights rhyme. Hav left with Noi to meet some girls. What? I couldn't believe that they'd rather meet girls than make a new song to this incredible beat. It was one of the best beats I ever heard. I smoked my blunt and started writing one of the best rhymes ever. Are you the same too? Going through the emotions, a gun holding, long shotguns down my parents' leg limping. Killer B, you still living. Even my pops too, he taught me how to shoot when I was 7. I used to bust shots crazy. I couldn't even look cause the loud sound used to scare me. Pah! I love my pops for that. Love my nigga D Black. Take the life of anybody trying to change what's left. I spent too many nights sniffing coke, getting right, wasting my life. Now I'm trying to make things right. Nigga, please, don't make me have to risk my freedom. We worked our whole life for this. I finished the song in 3 hours and named it White Lines for the time being because the sample was from the old Melly Mel song of the same name. When I played it the next day, everyone liked it, but they didn't understand the power that song had. I immediately gave it to DJ Clue, who started playing it a lot. Meanwhile, I got a new budget for my solo album, H&IC, and rumors flew that Mobb Deep was breaking up because Prodigy was going solo. You guys are breaking up? Radio interviewers and random fans on the street would ask. You're going solo? It wasn't true. I had a hustler's mentality, and doing a solo album only meant more money in my bank. I wrote so many songs, I couldn't let them all pile up and collect dust. Plus, the fans always said I was the best rapper in Mobb Deep. I never felt I was better. Havoc used to write my rhymes, and he spit some of the best verses I ever heard. But that's what everybody else told me, even Havoc, so it was inevitable. See, I told you that you was better than Nas, Twin said. Do you think you better than Nas now? He'd always ask. No. But when I was sitting writing verses, in my head I was thinking, shit, I'm the best rapper that ever lived. Stobo, Twin Gambino, and I linked with the rapper Big Pun at his crib in the Bronx one night to head to a club called Carbon on 56th Street and 11th Avenue in Manhattan. The same spot where the Scarface twin once carved QB in the kid's face with a razor. Pun, or Big Punisher as some called him, was our new label mate at Loud Records. We got real cool after collaborating on the songs Tres Leches. In the kitchen at Pun's house, Pun was sitting in front of the refrigerator with the fridge and freezer doors open and a table fan inside blowing the cold air on him. True ghetto air conditioning. Please, Pun, you gotta stop doing all this gangster shit. Fat Joe was begging and pleading with Pun. You're a celebrity now. You can't keep beating and trying to kill people. You gotta chill with all that. Listen, I'm not trying to hear nothing you're saying right now, Pun said. First off, I wasn't trying to kill him, and second off, P is here, so shut the fuck up. Yo, P, what's up, man? Pun, I saw you with the knife in your hand about to stab the guy, Joe said. A big knife with spiked brass knuckles attached to it was lying on the couch in the living room. Pun walked into the living room where Twin Gambino and I were checking out his knife. "That ain't shit," Pun said, turning to one of his 15 friends hanging out in the house. "Show P your gun." The kid reached down to his ankle and pulled out a Federal issue Mini 45 caliber, all black, plastic, about 3-4 inches long. Then Pun looked at another one of his friends. "Show P your gun." One by one, all the dudes said, "Look at this one. Look at my gun. Check this one out, P." Until 13 guns are out. Pun looked at me and said, "Show us your gun, P." "My gun is in the car," I said, feeling dumb. "Don't ever do that again," Pun said, disappointed. "If we were foul, we could have a drop on you right now." Pun's debut album, Capital Punishment, went platinum that year. And sadly, when he was recording his follow-up, Yeah Baby, he died from a heart attack and complications from being overweight. I really miss that dude. R.I.P., big homie. Ray Benzino from the rap group RSO, and who was the co-owner of the Source magazine at that time, had a production company called Hangman 3 that made good beats. He invited me to his mansion in Boston where he had a studio so we could work on music for my solo album. My fake cousin Stobo came with me. We met Benzino and his Source partner, Dave Mays, at JFK Airport and caught a quick flight to Boston. Toward the end of the flight, the captain made an announcement.
"This is your captain speaking. We seem to have a problem with the landing gear. We're going to have to circle around for a while and see if we can get it working and so we can land. I'm sorry for the inconvenience."
10 minutes later, the captain got back on the loudspeaker.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to announce that we're going to have to make an emergency landing without the landing gear. We have fire trucks and ambulances waiting on the ground for us. Please do not panic."
An East Indian guy sitting in front of Stobo and me pulled out his credit card and used the airplane phone in the headrest to call his wife. "Baby, my plane is about to crash. I love you," he said. "I probably won't ever see you again." It was Stobo's first time on a plane. He closed his eyes. We were both scared to death. Just as the plane was nearing the runway, the wheels dropped down and we landed safely. The driveway outside Benzino's mansion was lined with Ferraris, Bentleys, and Lamborghinis. Stobo and I stayed for 2 days and found 2 beats. One I never used, and the other one became What You Rep, featuring Nori. Nori had just dropped his self-titled solo album, and a new rapper from Harlem, Cam'ron, was starting to make some noise with another rapper from Harlem, Mace, who was already on fire and signed to Puffy. Dave and Benzino put together a Source magazine tour with Nori and Cam'ron as the headliners. I hadn't spoken to Nori since he shot Johnny in the leg by mistake, and our crew jumped him in front of Club Crystals in Jamaica, Queens, and he got my man Ty Nitty shot in the back. So it was weird to reach out to him and put him on my album. But he was hot at that time, and it was a good business move. He came and did the song with no problem, and we deaded the tension. The Source tour started soon after Nori and I recorded the track. Money No, my cousin JM, Stobo, and I drove to the Philly Greek Festival and ran into Dave Mays, Benzino, Nori, Cam'ron, and Big Daddy Kane at the park where they were performing. Dave, Benzino, and Nori suggested that we follow them for the rest of the tour and hop on stage to do a song or two. So we followed them from Philly to Washington, D.C., Delaware, Maryland, and Asbury Park, New Jersey, where DMX made a surprise appearance on stage with a bunch of pit bulls performing Get At Me Dog. While I was working on H&IC, I started eating healthy food, put myself on a strict diet and lifestyle. I cut out red meat, pork, fried foods, white bread, it's bleach white. White rice is bleach white. mono and diglycerides, animal fat, artificial coloring, juice, animal milk for baby animals, not humans, alcohol, soda, only ginger ale occasionally, canned foods, aluminum causes Alzheimer's disease, artificial sweetness, candy, fluoride is poison, weed, and cigarettes. My new diet consisted of fish, chicken, turkey, which was broiled, baked, or grilled, brown rice, yams, potatoes, green vegetables, bottled water all night and day, margarine instead of butter, soy milk instead of animal milk, wheat bread without mono and diglycerides, pure cane brown sugar, vegetarian chili, the frozen kind, original oatmeal, honey nut shredded wheat, Post Raisin Bran, turkey sausage, fruit. Fruit contains acid that kills germs, so you're only supposed to eat it when you have a cold. If you eat it every day, the acid will no longer have the same effect. Nuts for protein shakes, multivitamins, and minerals. That's my word to everything I love. After a year of following that plan, I stopped getting sickle cell attacks, and I felt the best I ever felt in my life. When you clean out your body and mind, that's when you start receiving your blessings from the universe. I was now 100% clean and sober. After the Source tour, I bumped into Shamik's boy, E-Money Bags, at a barbecue in Queensbridge. He gave me a videotape of some guy in church speaking about spirituality and health. He broke it down like this. There's a positive energy all around that we can't see, here to help guide us through life. But when we have bad food, alcohol, drugs, smoke, and negative thoughts in us, it's like a thick cloud of black smoke inside and around our body, blocking us from receiving or giving that positive energy at its maximum potential. That energy is alive and real, even though we can't see it. Doctors and teachers won't tell you this because the world is set up to keep us down. It's against the law for a medical doctor to prescribe natural or holistic remedies for diseases. If caught, they may lose their license or spend time in prison. Some doctors don't believe in an alternative way of living and thinking. Others aren't in tune with it. Others blatantly keep the information secret because medicine is big business, and if everyone were healthy, then hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and mainstream doctors would damn near go out of business. I felt like a machine. My brain was moving 1,000,000 miles per hour. I pitched Steve Rifkin the idea for my murder music movie. Master P's movie Bout It pushed me to write my own script, and Steve encouraged us to do our own thing. I convinced him to give me a budget for the soundtrack. I got $650,000 for it. Yes, $650,000. Plus $450,000 for my solo album HNIC, and $200,000 for my cut of the Mobb Deep's Murder Music album. I never had so much money in my life. That summer, I bought a black buggy-eye Benz with charcoal seats and a stash box for my guns, along with a burgundy J30 Infiniti with white seats for Kiki. She was real happy when she saw that car. She finally had her own shit. Raekwon had his birthday party at some bar on Staten Island, and Mobb Deep went to celebrate with him and all of Wu-Tang. It was a cool get-together, and we left fairly early. Havoc, Noyd, and everybody got home 20 minutes before me. They were in the kitchen laughing and talking, still drunk from the party, when I got in the house. Tired, I went upstairs and got into bed with Kiki and Shaka. As I was dozing off, Noyd and Bolo started screaming, and I heard them mention my name. "Call B downstairs and let him know you don't like it when he call you Benson," Noyd told Bolo. "What?" I put my clothes back on and went downstairs. "Bolo says he's not feeling all that Benson and Mr. Belvedere shit," Noyd said. I told you, if you don't want to clean up every day, you gonna have to get out, I told Bolo. If Havoc don't tell me to do it, then I don't have to do it, dirty ass Bolo said. I'm not here with you, I'm here with Havoc. If Hav says I can stay, then I can stay. I punched him in his mouth. Gotti grabbed Bolo, holding him from fighting back. I was screaming at Bolo, calling him pussy, Benson, Mr. Belvedere, asshole, taunting him to break free from Gotti. I even tried to get Gotti mad so he would let go. Don't let little ass Gotti hold you, I yelled. Bolo's a big dude. Look how little he is. Gotti finally let Bolo go, but he acted like he didn't want to fight because I was smaller than him. So I punched him in his mouth again. Get out of my house. No, I'm here with Havoc, Bolo said, his face dripping blood. I'm here with Hav. Why am I fighting and screaming? I thought to myself. I should just go upstairs, get my gun, and shoot him in the leg. Upstairs, Kiki stopped me from getting the gun and calmed me down. I banged on Havoc's door and told Hav what happened. He told me to give Bolo another chance. Hav's got these slouch fools destroying our house and he just lets it go down? Man, fuck another chance. If you don't kick Bolo out, then I'm gonna leave, I said. I'm not kicking him out, Hav said. You're overreacting. I'm dead serious. If you don't kick Bolo out, I'm gonna leave and I'm not coming back. Hav decided to let Bolo stay, so I left the next morning. I couldn't let it get to the point where Havoc and I were beefing, because then both our monies would stop flowing. Bolo was lucky I ain't shoot him in his leg. Kiki, Shaka, and I moved temporarily into a duplex apartment in Bushwick, Brooklyn, in a brand new building on Linden Street in Knickerbocker. The rent was only $500 a month. The only downside was that we were back in the hood. But as long as I was far, far away from the idiots we'd been living with, that was all I cared about. I went to the Long Island house to visit and record, but that was it. Early one morning at the Freeport house, a guy named Larry knocked on the door, and Gotti answered. Larry was an independent film director and producer looking for Mobb Deep to make a cameo in his first flick, Statistic, with Redman, the Lost Boys, and an old school rapper named Dana Dane. I had just completed my first script for Murder Music, the movie, and was looking for somebody with the equipment and the knowledge to shoot it. I told Larry that if he helped me shoot my movie, I would make a cameo in his. No problem, he said. A month later, we put a budget together for Murder Music. My intentions were to spend no more than $60,000, but I wanted real gunfire, mansions, helicopters, police cars, a jail, and more, so the initial budget ended up being $120,000. Larry and I made a verbal agreement that he would get 5% of the profit and a co-director's credit. We started filming immediately and finished half of the movie in a few months. I wrote the script so that Noyd, Godfather, Prince God, Twin, Hav's Uncle Lamik, and an OG from Queensbridge named Tim Lord, who's Nas's right-hand man, were the stars, while Havoc, Nas, and I had small roles. Noyd, Godfather, Twin, Hav, and I sat up all night rehearsing the lines at the crib in Freeport. The housing authority wouldn't allow us to shoot guns in Queensbridge, so the gun shooting scenes had to be filmed in Red Hook projects in Brooklyn. Noyd's whole family is from Red Hook, so some of them were in the movie as well. My number one mistake was that I should have had Larry ink the deal first. Larry seemed cool and down to earth, so I didn't rush the contract. That was the last time I made that mistake. Havoc and I got a call that month from Charlene Thomas, who worked in the production management department at Loud Records. Mary J. Blige had contacted Charlene, requesting that Mobb Deep be featured on one of her new songs, called Deep Inside. At the recording session in Manhattan, Mary was sitting in a lounge chair with her legs hanging over the armrest, lighting a slender cigar, wearing big sunglasses. She looked good, like a female pimp. She hopped out of the chair and greeted us with hugs and kisses. The beat sounded hot, so I grabbed a seat, a pen and a pad, and Mary told the engineer to play the song so we could hear her lyrics. I finished my verse in about 20 minutes. Havoc laid his next, and we were done real fast. A month or two later, Charlene from Loud called again. "What's up? Today's Mary J's birthday, and she wants to take you guys to dinner with her," Charlene said. "Just you and Havoc. She's sending a car to pick you up around 6 p.m., okay?" Hell yeah, it was okay. I got fresh, met up with Hav, and we hopped in the S550 Benz that she sent. We stopped to buy Mary some birthday flowers before the car dropped us off in front of an exclusive Chinese restaurant in Midtown Manhattan. We figured it would be a dinner party with a bunch of her friends and family, but when we walked inside the spot, we saw Mary and one of her girlfriends seated at a table for four. We gave Mary her flowers, said happy birthday, and sat down. "Where's everybody at?" I asked. "It's just us," Mary said. "I wanted to take y'all out to eat and thank you guys for working with me. You know Mobb Deep is my favorite rap group." Havoc sat next to Mary's friend, a good-looking light-skinned female, and I sat next to Mary. Mary asked me what kind of drinks I like. I told her I was drinking whatever she was drinking. "You ever had a Cosmo?" she asked. "A what?" "A Cosmo," she repeated. "It's more of a lady's drink, but it's good. Try one with me." "All right, cool," I said. Mary ordered a round of Cosmos, pink and chilled in large martini glasses. Mary ordered another round. The first one gave me a crazy buzz because I hadn't been drinking. But how could I refuse drinks with Mary J. Blige on her birthday? I ain't drinking no more after the night, I promised myself. This is a special occasion. The next round of Cosmos came out with our main course. Mary was feeling the drinks and started getting comfortable, asking me questions. "How old are you, Pete?" 24. "What's your sign?" "Scorpio, November 2nd. "You got a lady?" she asked. "You married?" Mary was flirting with me, giving me all kinds of signs. But I didn't realize it until I looked in her eyes and saw how dead serious she was. I got real shy and nervous, stuck like a deer in headlights. Man, this was Mary J. Blige. My mouth wanted to say no, but my brain forced my mouth to give an honest answer. "Yeah," I said. "How long have you been with her?" she asked. "For about 5 years now." "That's good. That's what I'm looking for in my life," Mary said. "I need somebody to be serious with." Mary was cool as hell, beautiful and very down to earth. I felt like a fool for not pursuing her, but I was really in love with my woman. Havoc hooked up with Mary's girlfriend that night, and I went home to Kiki. Our manager, Chris Lighty, became more popular than ever with his companies, Violator Management and Violator Records. When other rappers found out that Chris was our manager, they wanted Chris to manage them too. His roster was growing, and in order to handle that, he was going to need some help. Chris's brothers were also in the music industry. His older brother, Dave Lighty, worked at Jive Records. His younger brother, Mike Lighty, had a booking agency, and his youngest brother, Jonathan, started helping us book studio sessions and contacting outside producers and guest features for Murder Music. One night, Jonathan, Havoc, Gotti, Noid, and I were in the studio tossing around ideas about who should be featured on the album. Jonathan came up with the idea of getting somebody from the South so that we could bridge the gap, and Havoc suggested that we get 8-Ball from the Memphis rap group 8-Ball and MJG. Chris hooked it up, and we flew to Houston, Texas to Swisher House Studios. 8-Ball was standing at a table cutting up weed with a pair of scissors next to Bun B from UGK. "Man, y'all niggas don't even know. Me and my niggas love Mobb Deep," Bun B said. "Y'all got them burnt biscuits, nigga. That's that ice pick shit." 8-Ball rolled up some of his weed in the Swisher Sweet. As thick clouds of strong smoke filled the studio, we listened to some Swisher House beats and found one that we all liked and knocked out the song "Where You From" featuring 8-Ball in about 2 hours. Afterwards, we went to the hotel to get some rest for the morning flight back to New York. Back home, I started coming up with more and more ideas for my solo career. Since Havoc and I weren't seeing eye to eye with something as serious as our house, I had to plan for my and my kids' future. I'm always Mobb Deep to the death, but I decided to invest all my time and energy into my solo album, shoot my movie, and start a clothing company because the future was looking unpredictable. I needed to have my own career going in case things didn't work out between us. Before Sean John, Rockaware, and all the other rapper-branded clothing existed, my inspiration came from Wu-Tang's Wu-Wear and Russell Simmons' Fat Farm. Watching how RZA and his crew raped the corporate world, I admired Wu-Tang's business savvy. They made over $11 million from Wu-Wear within a couple of years, so I quickly came up with a concept for a brand called Infamous. I had Infamous t-shirts printed and wore them in photo shoots so Loud's art department would add the photos inside Murder Music to start promoting the brand. One of the art dudes at Loud had friends in the fashion industry who put together a 4-season lookbook, like a demo for the clothing line to present to possible buyers and backers, and had a few samples made. I met with several investors and backers, but none of them saw my vision. Fuck it, if you want something done right, you know the rest. My man DJ Hot Day from Queensbridge had a record store on 147th Street and St. Nicholas Avenue, right near where Havoc and I used to live. I had connections in that hood, so instead of waiting for some investor to pick my brand up, I opened up my own store in Harlem, Infamous, on 132nd Street and 8th Avenue. I wanted to open up in Queens, but it was $10,000 a month for a small spot on Jamaica Avenue, while a way bigger spot in Harlem was only $2,000. I was moving too fast, but you have to move on ideas fast, so I got my first storefront. Dave Mays and Benzino ran ads in the Source to promote the clothing brand and store. After my first Infamous ads, all of a sudden, Rockaware, Sean John, Outkast Clothing, Fat Joe's FJ 560, and others began to emerge. I was pissed, because in this business, it's all about who does it big first, or at least second. If you do it third or fourth, then it's called dig riding and biting. But after 1999, all the rules of the game went out the window, and everybody was copying off of everybody. It wasn't about who did it first anymore. It was about who did it best. I put $20,000 into building the store, which was a gutted out, empty storefront when I moved in. The Tats crew painted a mural of all 5 New York City boroughs on the ceiling. Everything was on fire, and it looked like the apocalypse. I had a hookup at Home Depot and put in stone floors and gates with barbed wire so it looked like prison in there. On the store awning, our dragon logo lit up at night. My man Keith owned the women's clothing boutique next door to my spot. A week before our huge grand opening block party that he helped me put together at the park up the street, some people tried robbing Keith's store while he was opening up. Keith popped one of them and killed the other. I was glad he did that because it let other would-be robbers know not to fuck around on our block. He wasn't charged because he had a legal firearm to protect his business. Busta Rhymes came to the block party. My brother Greg came from New Jersey to help run the opening, and brought his daughter, Kenesha, and son, Kenny. No more than 10 minutes after my brother, niece, and nephew arrived, a kid passing by on a pedal dirt bike shot a man in front of us. After shooting the victim, he got off the bike, picked up the gun shell, hopped back on the bike, and rode off slowly like nothing happened. The day wasn't off to a good start. Queensbridge came deep, and the whole hood bought at least one infamous shirt. We walked to the park and chilled for about an hour. Sadat X from Brand Nubian was there, and everybody was having a good time until some Harlem dudes started beefing with my Queensbridge niggas, and Queensbridge shut the park down. Those Harlem boys got their asses whooped in their own part of town. We walked back to the store to let things cool off. I locked up and told my brother and Kiki it was best that they left. I didn't want them around and somebody tried to shoot at us. Before they left, Kiki and I snapped a picture in front of the park. She's holding our son Shaka leaning up against the car I brought her. We hung out at the park all night just to prove a point. We're not scared. On grand opening day, I started thinking about putting my money elsewhere. I was already overspending to run that business. I needed all the money I had to shoot my movie. So I made a quick decision and chose the film over the store. I shut the store down a month after the block party, and some dude bought it and turned it into a weed spot. They kept the dragon up over the door. My crib in Brooklyn started getting hot right before we released Murder Music. White Lines was playing in the clubs and on the airwaves more than any of our past songs, and the whole neighborhood knew that Prodigy from Mobb Deep lived there. One summer night, a bunch of kids and teenagers rang my bell, screaming up in my window for me to come outside and battle them. It was time to move. I was the only one on that block with a buggy-out Benz, Lexus GS 300, and Infiniti J30, so I had the spotlight on me. Coming home from the studio at 4 a.m., I'd walk up to my apartment with my gun in my hand inside my pocket and finger on the trigger. That part of Bushwick wasn't particularly active with gun violence, but I was always ready. When Kiki and I took our son to the movies, the park, a restaurant, or shopping, I always had the 9mm Ruger in the baby bag, under the stroller, or on my hip. Instead of waiting for trouble to happen, Kiki and I started looking for a new crib. Meanwhile, at the mini mansion in Long Island, Papa Mobb was hungry one afternoon. Scrounged $2 in dimes and nickels lying around the house and walked 6 blocks to the Chinese spot. He got back to the crib and had eaten 2 of his 3 chicken wings, then Bolo rang on the doorbell. Papa Mobb let him in, then ran upstairs to use the bathroom. Bolo ate Papa Mobb's last chicken wing. "I was hungry, man," Bolo said defensively when Papa Mobb flipped out. Papa was just as tired of Bolo as I was. He got his gun, went into the living room, and shot Bolo in the leg, just like I wanted to do. Bleeding like a pig, Bolo called the police and told on Papa. Well, Papa got off in the end. I wanted to hug and kiss Papa Mobb. I was so glad he shot that bitch-ass nigga. During radio interviews, they bring up that situation. "So, I hear people getting shot at your house over a piece of chicken. Mobb Deep hungry, huh?" At around 10 p.m. on March 18th, 1999, Kiki, Shaka, and I were in our Brooklyn apartment watching TV. Kiki went into the bathroom and came out all frantic, telling me her water broke while she was on the toilet. In the delivery room at St. John's Hospital, the doctor said she wasn't ready to give birth yet, but the baby could come out at any time. I stayed with her for a couple hours, then walked to White Castle to get some fish sandwiches, onion rings, and apple pies. I love White Castle apple pies, and ate like 4 back to back. Kiki kept asking for some onion rings. The doctor said she couldn't eat anything, but she demanded that I give her some. At 3:03 a.m. on March 19th, 1999, my daughter Prodigy was born. Watching my second child's birth was just as amazing as the first. I followed the doctors again, paranoid about them injecting my baby girl with those suspicious vaccines. Tasia looked like a little old Jewish lady when she was born, all wrinkled up and tiny. But I was excited to have a daughter. Around that time, Twin kept bugging me about this rap duo from Queensbridge named Balls and Hooks. "You need to sign these kids to a deal. They've got talent," Twin said. I finally got tired of him harassing me, so we found them, and they started rapping for me outside on the block in QB. I couldn't front. They was hot. The front man of the duo, Mike DeLorean, a.k.a. Hooks, was from Hav's block and famous in the hood because his parents were both heavy into the drug game and had close ties to the Queens gang, the Supreme Team. DeLorean always had the best new clothes, mopeds, and motorcycles. DeLorean was also famous in the hood for this verse he spit on Cormega's song dissing Nas. Nas started a group called The Firm with Foxy Brown, Cormega, Nature, and himself. When it came time to promote the group, Nas didn't tell Mega about the important photo shoots, including magazine covers. Mega was furious after that. Then Nas kicked Mega out the group. Mega was on a fuck Nas mission ever since. Mega and Mike DeLorean killed Nas on a popular mixtape freestyle, so I knew DeLorean was nice with rap. Mr. Bars, DeLorean's rap partner, had some sick punchlines too. They reminded me of a younger version of Mobb Deep. I signed them to Infamous Records right away. Balls and Hooks said they were getting threats from guys at Lynchman Entertainment, a record company they had signed a deal with before signing with me. DeLorean explained to me that when Lynchman found out that Balls and Hooks signed with me, they tried to intimidate him and Balls by claiming that they were responsible for getting Tupac shot at Quad Studios. And if Balls and Hooks didn't want that to happen to them, then they had to pay back whatever money Lynchman had spent on them or dead the Infamous deal. They later denied any involvements in Tupac's shooting. To resolve this situation, I set up a meeting with Lynchman for Friday of that week. Havoc and I recorded the entire Murder Music album at Soundtrack Studios on 21st Street in Broadway. The session started at noon and usually ended around 5 a.m. Along with Murder Music, I was grinding on HNIC, my movie soundtrack, and revisions of my movie script. Early one afternoon, Mike DeLorean came by the studio with his uncle Green Eyes, who just came home from doing 15 years for a robbery he claimed he didn't even do. Green Eyes was a member of the Supreme Team, and when a few of them got pinched for bank robbery, the police arrested Green Eyes, and he took the weight for whoever was involved. When he first introduced himself, I wasn't feeling him at all. He was real cocky, like, "What up? My name Green Eyes, you probably heard of me in the streets." Bragging how he was locked up with this one and that one. My only focus was music, so I really didn't give a fuck about all the shit he was talking. Green Eyes was living with DeLorean at his mom's crib in QB and started coming to the studio with him every day. He wasn't really DeLorean's uncle. I think he used to sex DeLorean's moms, and they used that uncle so the little nigga wouldn't feel bad. After a few days, I realized Green Eyes was cool. He was just an OG suspended in time. 1984 to be exact. He told me how the gang leader, Supreme McGriff, didn't take care of him while he was locked up and never sent his family money. Damn, this nigga did 15 years for them. Friday came, and I told Green Eyes I was meeting with Lynchman about the story I heard from Balls and Hooks. DeLorean hadn't told him about it. He asked if he could come and said that he'd just sit there and say nothing. Lynchman would think twice about all that thug shit they pop in when they see me, 'cause they know me from the streets, Green Eyes said. At the Lynchman offices, DeLorean, Green Eyes, and I listened to Lynchman's appeal. They said that Bars and Hooks couldn't sign with Infamous Records, and they wanted to be paid back for the studio time, electric bills, and the phone calls made on the group's behalf. Lynchman had a compilation album coming out, so I told them that Bars and Hooks and I would do a song for it free of charge if they would squash everything. They agreed. I decided to introduce Bars and Hooks to the world through 2 freestyles, one over Melly Mel's The Message, and another over Frankie Beverly's Outstanding. I pressed up 5,000 records with Bars and Hooks stickers and the Infamous Records logo, got the national DJ mailing list, and contacted thousands of DJs about my plans for the new label and group, then shipped records to all of them. I had seen how the Loud staff did it, so I just did it myself. My brain was working like a robot, and my energy was through the roof. Late one night at Soundtrack Studios, Twin called, saying that he was bringing his kid who had some hot beats and was down with DJ Muggs from Cypress Hill. Twin showed up a couple hours later with a white kid dressed in khakis and an Adidas jacket like he was straight out of Compton. He introduced himself as Alchemist and put a DAT tape in the player. The first few beats were cool, but one made me go crazy. As soon as I heard it, I claimed it for the Mobb Deep album. We put Coogee Rap on the song and called it The Realest. I wrote a real crazy verse. Never prejudge, it be the humble that'll squeeze slugs. It be the niggas standing still that'll peel guns. Spill blood for my niggas thuggin' for me. Man, you don't wanna get involved fucking with P. I spent more nights illin', less nights chillin'. The more shots it hold, the better they feel it. Would be the Dillons. Alchemist had many more where that beat came from, and has been a part of the team ever since. I'm very leery and suspicious of new faces, and initially I thought Alchemist was a fed or some type of undercover agent trying to dig up some dirt on me and my boys. My initial thoughts were, oh, the police think they slick. They got agents who know how to make beats now. But when Alchemist came around with all those dope beats, and I saw how serious he was about his career, I embraced him like a brother. He was like a gift from the heavens. That white boy got a lot of soul. We made up nicknames for him like White Chocolate, the White Vulture, and the Red White Bird. Just as we were ready to hand in the album, Loud Records switched distributors from RCA to Sony Columbia, and our album was pushed back 3 months until the deal was finalized. We were pissed. Loud had a whole new staff after the deal was done, and while they were going through those changes, our album got bootlegged. Murder Music was one of the most bootleg albums of all time. We had to record 4 new songs before we put it out so the fans would still want to buy it. My song White Lines was getting hot, and it was time to give it a real name, so I called it Quiet Storm. Havoc and Chris Lighty wanted Quiet Storm for Murder Music instead of H&IC because Mobb Deep needed a big single, but I refused to give it up at first. After a week of Havoc and Chris's convincing, though, I gave in and gave my solo song to Mobb Deep. Lil' Kim and Havoc were on the remix, and we shot videos for both my version and the remix. Rumors had been going around that Kim didn't write any of her music, so I was impressed when I saw how Kim killed her verse and wrote it herself. The 4 new songs we made for our album were Spread Love Not War, Adrenaline, Where Your Heart At, and Quiet Storm remix featuring Lil' Kim. The Sunday before Murder Music dropped, one of Havoc's homies from Queensbridge, Fakey, came home from doing 9 years for shooting at some cops. I went to Freeport to visit Hav, and Fakey was sitting in the kitchen looking happy to be home, being real cool and humble. I didn't know Fakey very well. He was Havoc's boy. I met him once or twice when I first came to Queensbridge, but he got locked up right after that. I told Fakey we were having an album release party at the Tunnel the following Sunday, and that I'd give him 12 VIP passes. Sunday rolled around, and I called Fakey to meet in the early evening on 21st Street in Queensbridge, so I can give him the passes. Fakey pulled up in a white limousine with a gang of people, called Mega, Ice, Spank, Nut, and a bunch of others. I gave him 12 passes and told him to arrive early because the passes were only good until 11 p.m. He agreed, and then I jetted to Alchemist's crib to meet Havoc and the crew. Club security tried to rush us into the tunnel after midnight because the cops were shutting the doors down. "You got a bunch of people at the side door trying to get in. They say they with you," one of the security guards told me. "How many people?" I asked. 12. It was Fakey and his crew. I told the security that they had VIP passes. 2 cops walked up. "All right, we're closing the doors for good. You people are either going in or out. Make up your mind." I tried my best to talk to the cops and let them know this was our party, but they started getting pushy. "Either go in or you're staying out." "Fuck them niggas, P. We gotta do this show," Havoc yelled, heading through the door. "Let's go." I told Havoc to wait a minute. I didn't want to leave Fakey and his boys outside without at least trying to help them get in. "Can I leave one of my boys here with you to point them out so they can get in?" I asked the club security. "Please, man. They belong inside with us. They all have passes." He looked at me like he wanted to help. "Those passes are only good until 11 p.m. It's almost 1 o'clock, he said, then paused. "Okay, leave one of your boys with me. I'll see what I can do." I left Godfather at the door with him and went inside. The club was jam-packed. When we hit the stage to perform, the crowd went crazy. Our first time performing in the tunnel, after all those years of hanging out there. My Benz was parked outside the front door, and as soon as we stepped outside after popping bottles in the VIP, I saw Fakey and his crew looking disappointed because they couldn't get in. Fakey walked up to me, and the police told me to move my car. "Yo, meet me around the block so we could talk," I told Fakey. Around the corner, we get out the rides to talk on the sidewalk. Fakey told me that Ice's car was stolen while they were trying to get in, and Ice wanted me to pay for it. "Tell Ice to get out the car and tell me that himself," I said. Fakey got Ice. I knew Ice way better than I knew Fakey from partying together in the tunnel for years while Fakey was locked up. Ice had a dumbass look on his face when he walked up, like he knew he was about to tell me some bullshit, and he also knew that I wasn't gonna go for it. "My car's missing. I don't know if it got stolen or towed," he said. "That's not my problem," I said. "I'm not paying for it." "Forget about it, P. It's not your fault," Ice said, and got back in the car. "Don't even worry about it. Niggas just mad because they couldn't get in," Fakey said. "I tried to convince them to let y'all in, but y'all came too late. I told you the passes was only good till 11, I said. "At least you tried," he said. "We really mad at Havoc because we grew up with him, and it seemed like he didn't give a fuck about us." While Fakey was speaking, somebody got out the car to take a piss on the corner. I couldn't see who it was from where I was standing. Engaged in the conversation, I didn't take notice as a kid snuck around some cars, moving toward me, snuffing me in my nose. I dropped to the ground, unaware of who or what hit me. As I was getting up, I saw it was a little dirty nigga Worm. He lifted the chain off my neck while I was still in the daze, and he ran to get back inside the car. "Yo, what the fuck is you doing?" Fakey screamed, as if confused, but right away I suspected these niggas set me up. Why would they have Worm with them when they're fully aware of all the situations with him and Mobb Deep? They want to set me up? I'm the one who gave them 12 passes. Havoc always told me, "Stop hanging out in QB, don't trust them niggas." But it's not my style to cut everybody off because of a few bad apples in the bunch. I was one of the only niggas in Queensbridge actively shooting videos, movies, showing love to the up-and-coming artists, and keeping close ties when everybody else stopped coming around. I wasn't trying to be something that I'm not. I didn't let money or fame make me paranoid to the point where I was scared to come to the hood. I didn't have a reason to have fear in my heart because I'm genuine. Only liars have fear. because they scared somebody would catch on to their lies. The only reason I stopped dealing with a person was if they did something foul to me, and nobody from QB ever did nothing foul until then. Worm snatched my chain and then ran. I popped open my car's hood to get my gun out to shoot up that piece of shit Land Rover that he, Fakey, Spank, Mega, and Ice were in. I looked over at Stobo, and he already knew what I was thinking. The only thing that stopped me from punching holes in that Jeep was Ice and Cormega. If they wasn't in there, I'd probably be doing murder time right now. Fakey and Worm thought they were so gangster, but a real gangster nigga almost put an end to their career as petty crooks that night. I sat in the driver's seat with the gun on my lap, itching to show these wannabe thugs how I got down. But my better judgment caused me to pull off. I'll catch them soon enough. Godfather called later that night, telling me that Fakey and Worm robbed Noyd in Queensbridge and hit him in the head with a bottle. Somebody needs to kill one of these bummy-ass clowns. At home that night, when Kiki saw my swollen face and asked what happened, I broke down crying. And it was embarrassing telling her what happened. All the years I've been in QB, I never had problems with people, because my hand didn't call for that. I wanted to murder one of these niggas for making me go home to my woman like that. The following morning, I called Fakey and told him to meet me in Queensbridge to give me my chain back. Fakey said he got it from Worm and could meet me whenever I was ready. I called Hab to tell him what was going on. "Don't go, Pete. Don't trust him," he kept telling me. "You shouldn't go to QB no more." "Man, listen, fuck all that," I said. "I'm not scared of these bitch-ass niggas. I'm getting my chain back." Havoc was just looking out for my safety. But what he was telling me was the total opposite of how my pops raised me. When I got to the projects, I called Fakey, and he told me that he had to go to the studio with Nas and we could meet by the Hit Factory in Manhattan. Mind you, I'm by myself. No army, no gang, no soldiers. Just me and my 9 Ruger. Even if I wanted a gang, I didn't have anybody to turn to because my gang was telling me, "Don't do it, don't go." The only person who said they would roll with me was Jonathan Lighty, and I didn't even ask him to roll. When I got to the Hit Factory, Fakey and Cormega met me outside, and Fakey put my chain on my neck. It made me feel like a herb, like he was doing me a favor or something. "You okay?" Mega asked. "Yeah," I said. My eye was turning black from being punched in the nose. Fakey and Mega looked at me shaking their heads as if to feel sorry for me. "Want to come to the Nas session with us?" Fakey asked. "Fuck it, why not?" I wanted to show them that I wasn't scared. So we walked into the session. I talked to Fakey and Nas about Worm. Fakey kept telling me that he didn't know Worm was going to do that, blah, blah, blah. As long as Fakey gave me my chain back, it wasn't a problem for now. But Worm was definitely going to have to get dealt with ASAP. The next morning, Kiki and I decided to move into a hotel until we found a new crib. Loud Records paid for us to stay in a 3-bedroom penthouse at the Flat Hotel in Manhattan, a luxury skyscraper on 52nd Street and Broadway, for 2 months. Murder Music went platinum within those 2 months, and we were on top of the world. After the lame setup that Fakey and Worm pulled at the tunnel, the very next Sunday, Worm was walking around the tunnel, and one of my boys from Hempstead cracked his face open with a Moet bottle. Worm didn't know who broke that bottle on his face or why. So just to tell people he had gotten revenge, the Sunday after that, Worm went back to the tunnel with a gun and opened fire on a random parked car. After shooting half of his gun clip into the car, killing a young man in the driver's seat and wounding the others, Worm tried to run. But 3 undercover cops jumped out of a car right next to the car Worm shot up, yelling, "Freeze! Drop the gun!" Worm fired shots at the cops while running to his car, with the cops chasing and shooting at him. The cops shot up Worm's ride, riddling his body with bullets and almost killing him. Worm got 50 years to life. "See, P," Twin told me, "when people try to do foul shit, all we gotta do is sit back and wait, 'cause karma's gonna get our revenge for us." Ironically, the random young man who Worm killed that night just so happened to be the boyfriend of Kiki's homegirl. Kiki and I found a mini mansion on a mountaintop in a town called Pomona in Rockland County, 40 minutes from Manhattan. I paid $500,000 for the house, 5 bedrooms, 3-car garage, and 2 acres of land. During our first week there, my daughter Tasia took her first steps in our bedroom. She was scared and started crying at first, but I held her hand as we walked together. Then I let go real slow, and she finally did it. She took 10 steps on her own. Chapter 8. H&IC.
I'm being watched by snake eyes. Peep them shed skin plenty times. Surrounded by crash dummies and empty minds. Get your shit together, thun, see between the lines. Stay awoke to the ways of the wickedest kind. Infamous, 'cause of the way I write rhymes. Genesis.
Soon after Murder Music went platinum in 1999, we hit the road for 2 months on the Family Values Tour. Our biggest tour yet, with Limp Bizkit, Run DMC, and a bunch of rock acts. 60 shows across America, 30,000 people a night. We took Noid and Stobo along, and Alchemist was our DJ. If we thought we knew something about groupies, we hadn't seen shit until we seen rockstar groupies. Chicks lined up in packs to get inside Limp Bizkit's dressing room after the show. We were in front of a huge crowd every night, so it was important for us to put together a real theatrical performance. There were barbed wire fences on stage, and Alchemist introduced us like we were coming home from jail to perform. Security guards walked us onto the stage handcuffed and shackled in orange prison uniforms. The guards uncuffed us, and we went crazy running around with a lot of energy. The white kids in the audience loved us. I didn't know how they were going to respond to us because most of our past shows were in the hood. But the crowd knew every word to our songs, especially Quiet Storm and Shook Ones. Man, we had a lot of fun on that tour. After the shows, we chilled with Limp Bizkit in their dressing room and tour bus. Alchemist was cool with their DJ, Lethal, who was House of Pain's DJ and produced their hit Jump Around. Al met him growing up in Los Angeles through DJ Muggs from Cypress Hill. Lethal had a nice studio set up on their bus, so we hung out and made music. One night, after the show, Limp Bizkit had a dentist backstage with a big tank of happy gas, nitrous oxide, filling up giant balloons and handing them out to get high. One dude took a whole balloon, and as he stumbled off, he fell flat on his face. I took a whole balloon to the head, and that shit felt crazy. My boy Stobo took one too. We roamed around backstage feeling like we were floating, fucking with the girls. Havoc would never try nothing like that, but I was like, fuck it, you only live once. I figured, if this is the stuff that we get at the dentist's office, then what harm could it do? I can't even remember what it felt like. It just made me laugh a lot. Ja Rule was on the tour for a few weeks, and we shared the same dressing room with him one day. I never really liked Ja's music. I understood his female-targeted songs, but where I'm from, nobody listens to Ja Rule. A few years earlier, Steve Rifkin invited me and a few of my dudes to some dress-up party in the city. I'll be there, but I'm coming in my street clothes, I told Steve. That's cool, he said. I just want you there. We looked real thugged out compared to the rest of the crowd. Then Ja Rule walked into the party in a loosely knitted sweater with his nipples practically popping out the spaces in the knit. It looked real homosexual. I would pay good money to see the embarrassed look on his face again when he saw us standing there. The dudes I was with didn't have any mercy, laughing right in front of him. So, on tour, we had to share the same dressing room with this dickhead, and he was putting on an ice grill, acting like he was tough now and too big to even talk to us. Something had definitely changed. The tour ended right before the new year. We went home and got our platinum plaques for Murder Music. The plaques had blood splashes on them just like our album cover. I started hitting the studio every day to finish H&IC and the Murder Music movie soundtrack. I asked DeLorean and Drawers from Havoc's Block to help me find some new rappers from QB for the soundtrack, and they started spreading the word. I showed a lot of niggas love on that soundtrack and gave a lot of dudes their first check ever, paying people $2,500 for a song or a beat. Nas was working on an album called QB's Finest at that same time. I found out that his QB album stood for Queensboro. He was getting all the Queens rappers together like LL Cool J, Kool G Rap, Run DMC, The Lost Boys. But when Nas heard about what I was doing with the new rappers from the Bridge, he changed his Queensboro into Queensbridge because he didn't want me to be the first to get all the new artists from QB together. Nas saw himself as king of Queensbridge, so he had to be the first to pull it off. Nas didn't know that I had people around him who would come tell me everything. Nas started booking studio sessions in the room right next to me in Soundtrack Studios. So whoever I had coming doing songs, he could intercept and have them come over to his session too. Funny ass nigga. Ever since I first started coming to Queensbridge with Havoc in 1989, Nas always acted as if he was too good to fuck with Mobb Deep. He started doing songs with us after Shook Ones blew up, but Nas treated it like it was strictly business. He never tried to hang out or be cool with us, and definitely not me. Probably because he thought I was whack at first. That's understandable. I would have acted the same way if I was him. But while we were both working at Soundtrack Studios, I learned that Nas was suddenly being managed by Chris Lighty, and he started calling my crib like he really wanted to be homies now. Kiki would tell me that Nas called. We were both in shock. Why the sudden drastic change of heart? The only thing I can attribute it to was the platinum success of Murder Music. One day, Nas asked me to join his session and spit something for the QB's Finest. I did a verse on a song called The Bridge 2001. Me and my dogs coming through, we the grain, go against us, you feel the pain. After I laid my verse, Nas and I kicked it for a few hours for the first time, talking about the rap game. I told him that I thought Jay-Z was taking shots at Mobb Deep in his song Where I'm From on In My Lifetime Volume 1. Jay had a line in that song. I'm from the place where you and your little mans hung out in every verse in your rhymes. The only person in the history of rap music who talked about Marcy projects in a verse was yours truly, me, on the infamous song Trife Life. I rhymed, every angle of the car was smoked out and tinted, so we couldn't tell if the enemy was in it. It might have been TNT. I wasn't trying to wait and see. We jetted through Marcy, cause D's ain't bagging me. Jay was definitely talking about me. On the song Money Cash Hoes with DMX, Jay said, New York's been soft ever since Snoop came through and crushed the buildings. I'm trying to restore the feelings. Jay was quieter than the church mouse when the Snoop and Pac, Mobb Deep and Biggie drama was on fire. Jay was nowhere around when all that shit with Pac was popping off. But that's how it was in rap. Niggas always going at each other, saying slick shit in their rhymes. If you said something slick, I caught it. And best believe I came right back at you. Jay wasn't shooting videos in the projects until he saw your video Halftime and our Shook Ones and Survival of the Fittest videos, I pointed out to Nas. The projects ain't even Jay's style. He was on some speedboat, Versace, champagne party in the Bahamas getting the tan type shit. Before his success, I had seen Jay at different functions over the years, but mostly at Club Esso, where he threw Cristal parties. Biggie used to come through too. I knew Jay's style because I watched him come up, and now Jay was copying our style. Plus, Jay and his little rap protege, Memphis Bleak, were dissing Nas on songs without saying Nas's name. We should put Jay on blast in our verses for biting our style and taking subliminal shots at us, I told Nas. Nah, fuck him, Nas said. He ain't nobody to be dissing. All right, cool, I replied. I'm gonna deal with him on my own. Nas didn't see what I saw. I knew exactly what Jay was doing, taking cheap shots on the low. Fuck that. Jay wanted to take indirect shots. It was my turn to shoot directly at him. Jay-Z had animosity towards Nas because he wanted Nas to be in his In My Lifetime video. Nas refused. Jay even got Nas's phone number from E-Money Bags and called Nas personally, but Nas still wouldn't do it. Things were about to boil over. The next day, I started working at Soundtrack early, aiming to complete 4 songs per day. Clean and sober again after the Limp Bizkit tour, I didn't allow anyone to smoke in Studio A while I was working. Changing my life for the better eventually helped Kiki to quit the weed and poisonous bullshit just like me. Cam'ron was in a session with a hot new producer down the hall. Cam introduced me to the producer and asked me to do a song with him for his album. I wrote my rhyme in about 20 minutes and laid it down. Then Cam came up with the chorus. The song, Losing Weight, ended up being a hood classic. Cam asked me about the dragon tattoo on my hand, and I explained that our whole Mobb Deep crew had it on our right hands. Cam then showed me a tattoo on the backside of his palm, Diplomats, written in script. Before I went back to my own session, Cam'ron told me, "Yo, P, you should come hang out with me and my boys in Harlem one day." "Who's Cam'ron?" Kiki asked late the following night. "He called for you today." Cam started calling my crib looking for me. "He sounds real cocky on the phone. Like I'm supposed to be excited to speak to him," Kiki said. I never called Cam back. Not because I didn't like him. I had nothing against Cam. But because I didn't like new people trying to be too cool with me. I wasn't trying to hang out with him and his crew in Harlem because my mind was in a whole nother space at that time. Strictly business. I got word from my man in Queensbridge that Little Law was home from doing 7 years for that carjacking back in '93. The same kid I sold my Acura to when he was the youngest drug dealer in the hood, running around with Killer Black getting into shootouts. I scooped him up from Brooklyn and took him to Soundtrack Studio. He said he was rapping now and went by the name Littles. I was happy that he wanted to change his life around, so I cut him a check and had him put a song on the movie soundtrack. I even let him lay an 8-bar acapella on HNIC so he can get his buzz started. Little Lord seemed like a different person now, no longer acting like the cocky, ruthless badass. He was acting real humble and happy to be free. Right after Little Lord came home, Hazman Freeha from QB was also released from prison for murdering a cab driver on 21st Street in Queensbridge. At Soundtrack Studios, Freeha, who came home with 2 razor slashes across both sides of his face from a fight in Rikers Island, explained that he beat the murder rap because his lawyer proved that Freeha couldn't have killed the man since he was the one that called 911 from the payphone up the block. Not only did he beat the murder, but Freeha also sued the New York Department of Corrections and won $40,000 for getting cut in jail. Freeha had turned into a blood in jail and also turned into a rapper. Chris Lighty threw a big Violator Records party in South Beach, Miami. Mobb Deep was on the bill to perform with Busta Rhymes. So Havoc and I brought our whole crew. We stayed at the Shelbourne Hotel. I stopped by my mother's apartment to surprise her. She had gotten tired of New York and moved to Miami around 96. I took Alchemist and Gotti along so moms could meet Al. We talked for about an hour, then hopped back on our scooters and rode around South Beach. Later that afternoon, Alchemist and I jumped into a mini golf cart looking vehicle and drove to sound check at Club Amnesia, where palm trees grew from the dance floor up into the open ceiling sky. Alchemist and I were waiting to check out the sound system when we overheard a conversation between two guys. "Yeah, I hear Mobb Deep is gonna perform tonight," one of them said. "Those guys think they're so tough and gangster. I don't like them at all." I brushed it off as cheap talk, but during sound check, I noticed that the guy who was talking was the sound man for the show. The spot was jam-packed later that night, as we stood by the bar watching Rod Digger open up for Buster with some girls behind her in tacky patent leather outfits that said Flipmo Squad all over. Buster is always an extremely hard act to follow. After 2 songs, our mic started to sound terrible, with loud feedback while the music was extra low. "Yo, you better fix this shit," I screamed at the sound man. "You fucking up our show." But it only got worse. Wow, this dude really purposely fucked up our show because he don't like us, I thought, remembering what I overheard him saying earlier. The sound for Buster's set had been perfect. After the 4th song, we had to end our show because it sounded awful. I found Chris Lighty and I told him, "I know this is your party, so out of respect, I'm coming to you to tell you that I'm about to beat the sound man up." "Okay, cool," Chris said. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I'm not playing." "Come on, I'll help you find him," Chris said. Chris brought me right to the sound man. "Excuse me, my man," I said. "Can I ask you a question? Do you have something personal against me and my team? Did we do something to you?" "No, I don't have a problem with you guys," he said. "I don't know what happened. The sound was just acting up." I pretended like I was turning to walk away while cocking back my arm so I could knock him out. I swung with my right fist, hit him dead in the mouth with my platinum ring, knocked out his 2 top teeth, then quickly walked to the bathroom to wash the blood off my hand and swap shirts with our security guard, Tim. I gave Tim our royal blue throwback Braves jersey with white short sleeves, and he gave me his mustard brown striped polo shirt. The cops had all the club exits blocked off. Luckily, I switched shirts, because when we walked out, the cops tackled Tim to the ground with guns at his head. While they struggled with Tim on the ground, Chris Lighty's older brother, Dave Lighty, walked with me in the opposite direction and paid some fool $100 to give me his scooter so I could zip out quick. Tim got arrested and we bailed him out the next day. He had to go to trial for that and lost his gun license. I gave Tim some bread for doing that for me. And then, like a month or 2 later, the sound man sued me for $20,000 for his dental bill and won. Working on music at our Long Island house one day, Hav told me he wanted to throw a gangster party at the crib that weekend. "What's a gangster party?" I asked. "A sex party, an orgy," Hav said. "We invite like 10 females that know what the party is all about, then we invite just a few close friends and get it poppin'. A gangster party." Oh, okay, I said. "Let's do it." Havoc called some strippers and some girls we knew who were down for whatever. We invited Nas, LES, and Little Lord. Gotti, Noid, Papa Mob, Twin, and Ty Nitty lived at the house, so they were automatically invited. Havoc also invited a female rapper named Shot-Town who was bisexual, so there'd be lots of females for her to have fun with. The night of the party, I picked Little Lord up from Brooklyn, and we pulled up to the Freeport crib. Havoc had disco lights flashing throughout the whole place. Nas and LES pulled up at the same time as us. Females were walking all over the house in bikinis or nothing on at all. I poured a cup of Moet and Hav told Nas and me to follow him up to his room where 4 chicks were waiting for us. They pulled out condoms and started giving us all top at the same time. The tall, thick, dark-skinned cutie who was giving me head suddenly stopped, pulled me behind her, and got on her hands and knees. So I started hitting her tall ass from the back while she began giving head to the girl who was sucking Nas's dick. We had him in all kinds of freaky positions and had room for about 40 minutes. Then I bounced downstairs and left Hav and Nas in the room with the girls. I was finished. I poured another cup of Moet and enjoyed the scenery. Havoc and Nas came downstairs as Chi-Town walked in. Hav grabbed her by the arm and made her sit on the couch. Then Hav had 2 other females take her pants off. "Stop, what y'all doing?" Chi-Town yelled, acting shy because Nas was standing there watching. The 2 females pulled her panties off and started eating her out. "Stop, come on." Chi-Town resisted. "What are y'all doing?" But suddenly she was speechless, pushing the girls' faces deeper into her. I left early and took my ass back home to Kiki. When she asked me where I'd been, I told her we were working on music. But she ain't stupid. Women's intuition is powerful. It seemed like Kiki always knew when I was being bad. Shit, what was I supposed to say? I was at Hav's gangster party? Ron Artest had become a big-time NBA star for the Chicago Bulls. And when he heard about what I was doing with Balls and Hooks in the Queensbridge movie, he gave me $90,000 in startup money to help with the expenses: studio time, records, stickers, travel expenses, Infamous Records chains for DeLorean and bars, and Infamous Records levers, jerseys, t-shirts, and bandanas to promote the label. Ron, as we called him, was a real-ass nigga for looking out like that. To this day, if he asked me for anything, I would do it for him.